Good morning, good day, good evening, race fans, wherever you are, and thank you for joining us for a very special event. We are at the 8 hours of Zolder in the second round of our Simrigs Endurance Series. My name is Blake Griffiths, and starting us off this morning, I'm joined by John Gormley. I'm joined by John Gormley and George Psychonias, who I've just come to learn I've been saying his name right the entire time, which I'm very, very proud of. But how are we doing this morning, fellas?
Yeah, doing well, thank you. Great to join the team and doing the commentary for this 8 hour for today. I think it's going to be very nice to see how people handle the conditions today.
Yeah, we can see it's wet. It is wet. It's currently wet, but there's not rain on the immediate 30-minute forecast, which is interesting to say the least. So there's a little bit of a choice to be made with tyres here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The yellow Pirellis are the dry tyres, and it looks like the no colour is slicks. Is that correct?
I believe you are correct.
So we can already see a few differing strategies as we roll down the grid here, looking at some of these liveries. Big shout out to the Sofa King Slow Merc. That is lovely, that pink houndstooth car. But yeah, we've got a lot of racing ahead of us. We've got a few different people that are going to be in the booth jumping in and out today. So stick around for that. But anyone you guys have your eyes on? We've obviously had our qualifying already on Thursday night, so a grid is set.
It's going to be very interesting today because obviously the wet weather is going to play a major part on strategy, but this track is very difficult. It's not easy in the dry, but especially in the wet, especially going through the two chicanes. It's going to be very interesting to see how people handle that, and depending on what setup they've got. If they've got a dry setup on, if they've got a hybrid setup, like a hybrid wet dry setup, because we just don't know what the conditions are going to be like for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I'd like, honestly, we've got that's buddy the 999 David Marshy and Nick Brownett struggling to get off the line there. But yeah, if what people's setups have been, but if they've even been practicing that much in the wet, obviously we knew the conditions were going to be variable, so there was always a chance of rain. Kunos's weather simulation is fickle at best, so it's hard to tell. We've also got Zach Jensen didn't hit go. I'm not sure if that's Jensen actually starting in the car. It's always driver 1 that is on the timing tower until the first sector point, I believe. But yeah, that's not a great start for Zach Jensen.
I wonder if that's a bit of a ploy there to get in there and maybe do a couple of changes.
Well, perhaps they're deciding to swap tires. Whatever they had, they've opted to swap. Or I mean, they might have just not hit it. I can't imagine not hitting drive on an 8-hour endurance race. That would be a bit diabolical.
Well, it also gives them all the time in the world to make up for that time as well, because it's 8 hours of just racing, and Zolder, not an easy track. Got to use a lot of the curbs, and the chicanes are spicy at best of times, and this is wet. It's going to be slidey. There's going to be blue flags. There's going to be incidents, and hopefully there'll be a lot of racing to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, over the course of 8 hours, 12 hours, 10 hours, however long your endurance is, it really is a matter of consistency. So, you know, if they have the pace, I think they'll find themselves roughly where they should have been anyway. And I mean, this strategy call that they've just made is, you know, it could really play into their favor anyway. It might have been the better option for them. We find ourselves on the second to last straight. I'm not sure if you'd call this the back straight, but into the last chicane before we get underway. Oh, I'm nervous. Even T1 is pretty hectic at the best of times.
Yeah, turn 1 and turn 2 is going to be very interesting.
Yes, it's a big grid. We've got about 36 cars out here today. But as we roll over our grid boxes, Lucas Keys from Nathan Monks from Leon Hamilton, race start has been initialized. We will be green in just a moment. And there we go. And it looks like Monks has gotten a slightly better start on Keys, but Keys is on the inside, so he's going to command where we're going just yet. Nathan Monks tucks in underneath. Keys is away relatively cleanly. It looks like the rest of the field, it looks like there's a bit of a scuffle.
Hamilton's made a move
Back there. Hamilton's made a move already into P2. Nathan Monks caught sleeping. Salvaggio, P4 still holding off the advance, but that is Lee, I believe, in that Calsonic GTR, and he's up a position as well, I think, and there's moves happening everywhere. Everyone's having a little bit of a look, but Keys from Hamilton, from Monks, just getting away clean.
And there's been a punt.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I think we semi-expected that. It's we hinted at the difficulty of getting through these chicanes even in the dry. So it looks like everyone's gotten away from that without an absurd amount of damage. But that's our first one. The stewards, I think the stewards are going to have a busy day today, to say the least. We just see, I think that, a bit of a tap, and Salvaggio is around, and that's going to be so many places lost as you have to wait for that traffic to come through, and my oh my, is there a bit of traffic. Brownette having a bit of a look down the inside of someone, but Salvaggio getting back up to speed, and that's all the way down to 31 from about 5th position, I believe, so there's work for them to be doing. Lucas Keys with the fastest lap already, but it's a bit of a nothing burger on the first lap. But here we go. Aaron Lee. Sorry, go ahead, George.
Sorry, yeah, he's going to have it nice and easy out there. No spray to put up with, so it's going to be very easy for him to cut some very good laps. But yeah, it's definitely getting spicy down the back here with people missing their braking points, and the sprays making it just a little bit difficult to find those braking points.
For sure, and there's so many cars. 36 cars is a lot of cars for Zolder, but we see Aaron Lee up into P2. That is mega. I believe they started about 4th or 5th, so that's a really fantastic effort just to get up there. Already putting a bit of a gap onto Hamilton, and Hamilton, as we know, absolutely no slouch. That HPNT car was an absolute monster last time out at COTA, finishing second by an absolute whisker, the skin of your teeth. So we'll be looking out for them today for sure. As we start to see a few gaps developing in the field here. Just jumping back with Werau, who's actually gotten ahead of Monks as well. So Monks just falling down the order a little bit from that P2 start.
There goes Skill Issue Racing.
Yeah, big.
They saved it out of the wall, it looks like, and that's fantastic because they could have just had a massive incident and lost a lot of time just fixing the damage in the pits. But that is a battle going on with the Mercedes, the Mustang, the Bentley, and Iris all the way in front. Oh, right, I forgot there's 2 Team Irises.
Yeah, there's a Team Iris, and there's a really long Team Iris name. It's like Failed Races by Team Iris or something. We'll catch up with them later today. But Rondinella sliding down to P11. It's not the ideal start, but
fantastic save though by him. He kept it out of the wall, and that was very sketchy. And I just want to mention something. I don't know if you guys have this problem as well, but you know, these guys are practicing for hours and days on end, getting the muscle memory right, getting everything right. I'd lose a little bit of it during the race. If it's wet, I'm right up on the butt of another car. I forget where sometimes the curb and the road starts, and I end up braking on the curb, and that causes a lot of issues for me during wet races.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you have to adjust, and if you've not really been doing that much wet practice, you're just probably just not quite across it. But I've just noticed there's medium rain in 30 minutes time, so I'm not sure what the Kunos weather gods have in store for this race, but right now it's looking like it's going to be pretty wet, and I think those who picked the wet tires to start might be feeling pretty good about that one.
And also depending on what type of setup they're running as well will make a big part. But yeah, you're correct with the
Aaron Lee already in front of Keys as well with about 2 seconds. So is Keys on the dry tire maybe? Or perhaps, as you're just alluding to, George, with a bit of a setup difference, maybe Lee has run with that hybrid setup and it's paying dividends where Keys could be on a more of a dry setup. Those do look like wet tires on Lee. Could we get images of Keys, please?
You're possibly correct, or Keys might have made a slight mistake.
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard to tell in terms of actually what tires they're definitely on. Probably in terms of slicks, because they kind of just look like tires to me. We'll see if we can get a replay if anything happened to Keys, because he's not one to make a mistake. We saw that qualifying lap. He did one. He had 2 laps to do it. He did it in one and did an absolutely blistering time. So we shall see. But as it stands, Aaron Lee ahead of Lucas Keys, 3.5 seconds as well, with Wear Out 1.5 behind, with Hamilton behind Wear Out. So really interesting start here. So here we go, having a look. This is, I believe, the pass that happened. I've been told that it's clean. So Aaron Lee just taking the long way around, sort of in the back straight up to that hairpin, looking down the inside, and it's just a really, really good car placement there from Aaron Lee. But I do wonder if that is a tyre selection thing that's happening with these guys. And if you're on slick tires in this sort of wet circuit, you're not going to fight anyone. I don't care if your name is Lucas Keys. And I'd say that that's what it is with this gap that's developing.
Yeah, mind you, if he's on dry tyres, then he's doing a very good job, because I guarantee you most of the field will be struggling to do that with these conditions at the moment, because it is still pretty wet to be even out there on slicks, and he is running across some of the curbs, so he's doing a very good job if he's on the dries.
Yeah, Glenn was just pointing out something on the HUD, was saying that Keys is on dries and Lee is on wets.
Yeah.
I think you can kind of see it from the body language, and you can also see, just looking down the field, I think you could pretty much see a split between probably who's on wets and who's on slicks, because we've done 3 laps and there's a huge gap already.
It seems like
in chat just confirming as well, Lucas is on dries, so that's a massive effort. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, John.
P1, P2, and P3 at the start, they're all gone from the top 8, it seems like. So it's possible that they were all sitting on dries, waiting to take advantage of that, because Nathan Monks, he had dropped to P5 or P6 by the time we were looking at Lucas Keys, and now he's completely gone. The weather app, 30 minutes, maybe he's in, okay, he's still in the race. I thought he would have pit for the wets already, because there is rain in 30, and you can only make up so much time on dries with a barely dry line.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sunk costs kind of thing, because the track is drying now and it's starting to come to you. So if you put the wets on now, is it too early and you're going to overwork them and they're not going to be absolutely ideal? It's something that I think you probably have to decide as the person in the car. But yeah, it's very tricky. It's a tricky start so far.
Bentley correct. Of Hignett, TC1. At least they're on wets, because I did see that Lucas, while on dries, was also on TC1, slapping the curve. Ooh, keeping the Bentley under control.
TC1 for Lucas might as well be TC10. Ooh, I think that's Niparis just picking up that Pirelli sign.
Extra ballast.
Extra ballast, a little bit of, a bop to the aero of that car. But Ben Vinton is moving up pretty nicely. But sorry, go ahead, George.
I'll just say probably he's trying to find some extra sponsorship there.
It is mandatory to have that Pirelli on the corner, so maybe they've just forgotten just picking it up after the fact, so they don't cop any kind of penalty. So,
I'm actually quite surprised with some of the skill level out there at the moment. It's been very good with the wet conditions. Minimal incidents at the moment. Yes, we've had some, but yeah, some of them are catching them, coming out of the corners, even though they're right on the ripple strip getting sideways. Some pretty good car control out there so far.
Yeah, I think it's been fantastic. I mean, like, what the first we saw a couple on lap one, but you're always going to have you can have incidents in the dry on lap one, especially at a circuit like Zolder, which encourages cars coming together. So I do think it has been quite fantastic. Regan
That was
Herbert,
a very,
though,
very clean pass by Hignett in the hairpin on Herbert just now, and it looks like Brenner's about to get another run down into T1. Herbert keeps it safe, though.
Yeah, Herbert just getting that 15-second invoice early on here, which is tough go, but there's a lot of time to make that up. Brenner is looking like they have the pace over Herbert. They're looking down the inside for this fast right-hander, and I think they've placed their car nicely just to pull right ahead. Bit of a slide there for Herbert, and that's move done. Nicely done by Brenner.
I just wanted to take a quick moment to introduce my cats who are currently climbing on me. I've got Samson, Belle, and Boogie, so if you hear me say any of those names, I'm referring to my kittens that are very affectionate.
Yeah, I've got my boy Cupie behind me. He's sitting in the windowsill. I don't think he'll be climbing on me. He's not quite like that, but yeah, we've all got our mascots. But so this car as well. I was, I don't know how to intro this story, but last night I was in bed and I was thinking about the last race out at Kota, and I was trying to think about, some of the stories that unfolded, and I believe it was this car, the number 8. I think it's the 8 laps down team. They had I'm pretty sure someone's wheelbase died in this team and they had to retire or something. Not sure if that was in quali. If anyone remembers that, I'd love to know. But yeah, so these guys, hopefully they have a bit of better luck this time. But we're looking back at that incident.
Lap
so
one,
a bit of a,
yep.
Bit of a tap, and it's a bit of a domino effect onwards. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fair penalty, I would say.
Trying to escape the crime scene.
Sorry, I can add to the story about Kota as well. I lost my steering wheel as well at Kota, so I drove a complete stint with no force feedback at all.
That would be really difficult. That would be really
That takes a lot of skill.
I don't think there was skill there. There was a lot of luck, but I did get it to the end, and I was able to get it going again on my next stint.
Yeah, nice. I mean, that's actually just part of it. It's like interesting as well, because obviously it's computer game racing. Like, you don't get as much as the mechanical stuff, but occasionally there is something that is a little bit like a mechanical failure in the car that really just throws a spanner in the works. We've don't worry about that one. Just witnessed another penalty come through for car 676. But right now we're on board with Matt Nipris, who is having to defend from Ben Vintner, but Ben Vintner is getting scuppered a little bit here by Hamilton ahead. So it's a bit of a three-way battle here as Vintner coming through. He's going to have the outside line potentially for T1, and it might be the ideal way to get on the inside of T2. But that's Ben Hignett behind, who's looking to get in on this action too. They're still side by side, but a little bit deep there for Ben Vintner. Too many Bens, I'm forgetting which one's which. But Hignett looking like he has all the grip on the outside, and I've spoken too soon as there's a bit of a slide there. And Nipris survives this one for the time being.
That was actually some clean racing. They all gave each other room. Hignett with a slide. It's just the track is dangerous in the wet. It's already dangerous enough in the dry, especially with you can send it down the hairpin and use racing rules to be side by side. But still, it's just a risky endeavor. It's overall very risky track for overtakes with the amount of chicanes and the amount of tight corners. Like, you've already seen people going too wide into the last chicane, last lap, people going too wide to the first chicane, people going too wide at too many places.
Yeah, I do think... Oh, sorry,
Go, Blake.
Oh, no. I insist, George. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, this track is extremely hard to overtake even in the dry. I mean, realistically, there's only one line. The chicanes make it very difficult. You have to wait for someone to make a mistake on this circuit, and if you get a good drive, then you can send it. And there's, like I said, there's realistically only two corners that is a realistic chance to overtake.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a lot of respect given between races going side by side because, yeah, it does. A lot of them start to really tighten up, especially the second chicane. It's not one that I would like to make a move as getting very, very close Nippers to Hamilton. And these guys just line astern right now for very speedy races. Hamilton just holding on for the minute, but yeah, there's a lot of respect and space need to be given to get anything done really nicely. I do think the last chicane is somewhere that you can, if you get a really good drive out of the second chicane, that's somewhere to definitely have a look. As we see a bit of an example here, giving each other plenty of space. It does make you really slow though when you are going side by side through those chicanes. As you see Hignet's getting a bit of a better run. It's not going to be enough to get through this chicane. He has to tuck back in because you slow down a lot through that second chicane if you're going side by side. But yeah, if you get a good drive out of there, coming up here and into the hairpin, that's a good place to make that overtake. Brownette in the 999 McLaren getting a 15-second penalty for a lap 1 collision. We've seen a few. They're still working through those in the stewards box.
Yeah, the other thing is going to be interesting to see the guys on the wet. I mean, obviously the track's gone to damp now. Sun's starting to peer out, so tyre pressure, you can see some of the cars are trying to find a wet line to try to keep those tyres in check. No rain forecast now. The rain looks like it's disappeared again on the radar map. So I'm wondering if people are going to start to suffer with tyres shortly. You can see one of the Fords going down the front straight. He's already going to try to find a dry line there, and we know how Ford likes to use their tyres at the best of times. So.
Yeah, I just noticed that the weather's changed. There's no, it was medium rain and there's no rain now. So, not sure. I'm being advised, my meteorologist is advising me there probably will be a short burst of rain in the next 10 minutes for that. So we'll see the track get a little bit wetter. Okay. I've gone too early on that forecast.
And that is a clean pass through the first chicane.
Whoa, Hamilton just lost 3 positions through that. Hignet's having a look.
Ooh.
Sorry, not 3 confirmed. They're going to be battling as they come into the second chicane, but he's just lost 2, and that is going to be 3 as Vintner just sneaks on through there. Hamilton, the big loser through that battle.
Yeah, there's just no line at all through the second chicane. If you're going to go too wide. So everybody has to sacrifice and shuffle in and make a little train to go through there before we head back to the hairpin as well. And I'm surprised we haven't seen that many risky overtakes yet in the hairpin. But that's also because this is 8 hours. It's not a 1 hour. It's not a 30-minute sprint race. So people are playing it safer, even though, you know, the incidents happened lap 1, which I do think it was fairly light in terms of what could have happened as well.
Yeah, we did see a few more penalties come in than we probably saw on the stream, but I think it was all right. It was all right, but yeah, Hamilton just struggling a little bit here. I wonder if potentially on the dry tire, the others on the slicks. I'm not really sure what would be the most optimal tire at this stage. The track is damp, so it's probably still wet tires. Excuse me. But Hignet actually a big winner through that because he was at the back of this pack about 2 laps ago.
It just has to be good car placement, good knowledge as well of the people you're driving around, where they're weak, where they're strong, and where you can see pattern recognition and just try to make a move. And the first chicane is such a sketchy place to try and make a pass, as, I mean, they're still using the curbs. They're not sliding out as bad as you'd expect. So, you know, they do have more grip, but, well, as I say that, there's some slip angle right there for the Bentley. But, yeah, they're still running into a puddle, it seems like. Yeah, there's still a puddle on top of that little hill. There's still a puddle over there on the way down. Have to see.
Yeah, just trying to keep an eye on the cars here. You can see the spray is definitely reducing out there. So, yep, they're going to be working them pretty hard. And the car controller, like I said, even in the braking zone, some of them are really braking on the wet line to try to keep those wet tyres in check. But, I think the advantage is going to start going towards the slick drivers now. The line's starting to draw out slowly.
Another stand down the hairpin.
Yeah, I think that's Sasha Death. They were way down the order, I believe. So they've made up a lot of ground, and I think that might be a bit of just the tire offset. Death probably on the wet tire, and I think Rondenella's definitely on the slick. So, I mean, that's your delta in real time. But nicely done there by Death and Rondenella, giving plenty of space to let that move happen.
We will see some positions change now as the track is in a status of damp and dry, and there will be a bit more rain from what my fortune teller has told me, and we'll have to see how that continues to deviate and dictate the sort of a racing on the field as we are on board with a Thircolini in the Porsche main.
Damiano here. I used that the other day. I thought of Damiano, but Damiano in the Porsche guy's car, the number 500, finding himself mid-pack right now. I don't know if Damiano would be crazy thrilled about where he is. The Pidgey Boys car, Matt Madden, stay tuned. Matt Madden will be in the booth a little bit later today, along with his brother Dan Madden, which won't get confusing or anything. Yeah, these guys find themselves in the mid-pack, definitely in a bit of a scrap here. There's about 7 cars line astern right now.
Another shout out to Bishop. If I'm not mistaken, he started 29th. Now he's back into 14th, doing a pretty good job there. And so a couple of guys obviously capitalising on that.
Is it this your car?
Maybe.
No, you got to do it. You got to do it. I mean, it's a good shout.
No,
it's a big.
It was
big,
more of a
big
shout out because obviously we did start 29th and he's into 14th, doing a cracking job out there, keeping it clean and not having any issues.
Whoa, just see pretty big whack. Sorry, 1 second there. Nick Brown with a stop go 10 for causing a collision. But as far what do you have the insider info there, George? What tires set are you guys on?
We might be running the wet tires on a hybrid setup.
They might be, allegedly. Cannot confirm.
No, can't confirm or deny that.
My legal counsel has advised that I don't comment on that. But yeah, okay, that's good. It's looking good for you guys. So yeah, there's that 10-minute shower. We've got a light shower in 10 minutes, as my meteorologist / John's fortune teller was saying, in about 10 minutes time.
Yeah, it's showing on the radar there. It should be here soon. It's going to make it interesting again to see if it brings back some of the wet tyres back towards the slick tyres, and it's going to make it interesting.
I mean, I am going to have to see, but that is a good performance from Bishop, managing to secure all those positions, because it's not easy racing in the wet, and definitely 10 positions is a very, very large amount. Maybe half of those was due to the other drivers being on tries, but the other half, you still have to really work for it, because overtaking and overtaking safely are completely two different strategies, and you can very easily wreck yourself, wreck the other person, just doing the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, getting 10 people is a lot of opportunities to make an easy mistake, and as I was alluding to earlier, there's a lot of respect has to be given throughout this track to get a lot of the passes done. So it's good to see that they've managed to jump up that many positions without incident. But we're just having a look now. Brad Cook and the Thunderstack Racing number 695 Bentley is all over the back of Keys now. We know Keys is on that dry tire. I hazard a guess and say that Cook might be on the wet. If we could get vision of that potentially, but Keys just under fire right now for that last podium position. I say all too early. Cook on the dry tire, actually interesting. Just has a bit of a pace advantage, just feeling really good in that Bentley right now.
Can we all just agree how ugly Keys' livery is? I mean, there goes Cook, sending it down the inside. They both have grip. They're both on the dry set. He's got the better Keys. Keys would have had the better exit, but Cook closed the door, blocked him. They're going to head to the straight. We'll have to see what happens at the chicane specifically, as Cook a little slidey. That's just the Bentley doing Bentley things, and the GTR side by side. They both have insane acceleration. The Bentley tops out, but this straight is way too short for Keys to capitalize on the top speed. Both bounce, both slide, both make it through, and it seems like there's a small gap now. We're going to have to see the braking of Keys into the second chicane, because there are puddles, as you can see, and they're both on dry tires. They're both on the chicane. I'm still shocked that they can drive like that, because I'm not a good driver. I can't do that, especially not even in the dries, you know?
Yeah, no, I couldn't have made a move like that happen. Just as that was also happening, current P2 Shane Warehour with a 10-second penalty for causing a collision earlier, so that's going to shake up that standing. Cook is 9 seconds behind right now. I'm saying that like there's not 7.5 hours to go of this race, but you know, all the little things, it's all the 1%ers that add up to that 100% at the end. So we'll see how that affects. But yeah, really nice move there from Cook, just catching Lucas Keys. And yes, that livery is a little bit shocking. I think the talent to driver versus artistic skill of livery is it's a humongous deficit for Lucas Keys.
Oh, no, I mean, that was intentional.
I know it's intentional. I know it's intentional, but
the best thing we can do is not show it on stream, because he loves it. This is the whole point of it. He's just making us cringe.
Is he mates with Michael Babb? Because that would make sense.
Well, that I'd say they're friends, and I was about to mention that's livery as well, Blake, as we're going through the chicane again. Control the bounces. Okay, we're good. I'm not sure if you... Oh, you were in the community race yesterday, right, Blake? Did you watch the Fadli Rahmat pogo stick Porsche bounce?
What? No, I was way down the back. I was shocking. I nearly killed the same person like twice. I didn't want to watch that one back.
Well, I killed 2 people. But what basically happened was Fadli had hopped in for the community race, and apparently, from what I've heard, he was actually trying out a motion rig at like another friend's place, and the chicane was so devastating to the motion rig would stop working after the bounce, and it would become like slow in response. And I've got a clip somewhere. I'll be sure to send it later on. But he goes over the first chicane, and it just bounces non-stop.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I think we saw someone in quali just absolutely, I don't know what you want to call it, take off, I would say, from the chicane. And I remember thinking, I think I posted in the YouTube chat, it's like, in real life, you would get injured from that, right? Like, surely, like spinal disc out of place or something like that. Because it was so abrupt. And just so much bouncing. Layla Bell 987 Mustang, the team
pretty sure it was the Iris
one. Yeah, it was Aiden Squires actually. Layla Bell copping a 15-second penalty there. JC also poked a bit of fun at Lucas's Keys livery and gave me a good laugh. Pretty much saying what you were saying in terms of we're gonna see him so much, and his livery is so garbage.
Oh, can we go back to that? Is Brownette out of the pits, which means it's possible. Yep. He served a stop and go. Can we possibly go back to the Rob Roy Racing Bentley? I just want to see the livery one more time, because that was very sleek, very classy. That is a lot of damage on the front of that. Oh, it's a Beamer. RRR. No, that's a nice astute livery. Quiet, classy.
Yeah, mate.
If you ignore the damage, it's a great livery. I'm surprised. Oh, go ahead, George.
It just brings out the contrast in the livery. It actually looks good.
It's looking a bit secondhand at the moment, that's for sure.
Secondhand M4 GT3, never raced, never once used, light, no damage.
Meticulously maintained.
I've always
no low balls.
Clean liveries. yeah, when it got a lot of splashbacks and a lot of things, and I've never been a big fan of them, but clean lines have always been something that I really like.
Oh, just on board with JC and the 919 Pidgey Racing Pink Aston Martin. Bit of a interesting one. JC probably a little bit of a skill difference between some of the drivers in here. JC obviously incredibly quick, and I believe we've got the Madden brothers in this car, or it might be the other Pidgey Racing car.
Here comes the rain, and the track is already greasy.
Ooh. But yeah, JC will be in the booth a little bit later as well. But yeah, we also see on the forecast medium rain in 10 minutes too. So we're in for a little bit of a wet stint. It's going to get that track nice and wet again. So anyone who's on slicks, I would imagine, would be coming in for wet tires now.
Dear cinematographer, can we get the camera back onto the number 9 Herbert? Because it seems like, you know, with the rain and with all the close racing that is happening between those four actually, because it's Nippers, Brenner, Herbert, Hamilton, that are all going at it. I want to see, and there goes Hamilton straight off.
There goes Hamilton.
No, they're going straight into the pits. Into the pits.
Oh, yeah. Looks like we're getting tire changes, because it seems like Hamilton and Brenner, they don't have any penalties, so they're changing tires.
All right. I just want to clear it up. In the Pidgey Racing pink car with Jamie Convoy is Dan Madden. So Dan Madden and Matt Madden are split between cars. So if you say Madden, you'll be correct every time. Adam Lewis rounding out the trio for that car. But just jumping back on board with Monks and...
Back to Jamie Madden.
Jamie Madden. No, we also see Rondinello's in the pits. We've got a bit of a pit dash happening here. I think, if you're on the slicks from the start, now's the time to get rid of it. So someone help me out here. On the 10 minutes, we've got the rain with a plus. That's rain increasing, yeah?
Yes.
So we're in for a little bit of a wet stint. I think the track will probably get all the way back to wet. Spicy start to this race. It's definitely a tricky start.
This has definitely been a race start for the wetters.
What?
You go first, George, and then I'll say. I just wanted to say a quick sentence, and it's you go first.
Sorry, I was just typical Kurnos. If it just sprinkles of rain, it will go to wet really quick, but then it takes the next hour to try to dry up when it stops.
Yeah.
And now I said this is a great start for the wetters, the people who are on the wet tires.
My God. John's going to be here for a lot of the day, so strap yourselves in. We see a big chunk of the field there in the pits. Thurcolini, Bell, Brooke, Oliver, Vu, and I believe Rondinell was already in. We see Lucas Keys in the pits as well. So yeah, everyone's just throwing in the towel on those slicks for the time being. Track has moved to wet.
It would be hilarious if the rain stopped and it just went completely dry for like the full stint. So everybody's on overheated wets trying to drive the whole time. And there is the 404 grip not found Porsche driving past with Danny Vu and that's a punch from Lucas Keys. That's definitely going to be an invoice.
Uh-oh.
That is just unfortunate timing, I think. They are a lap down, so he is blue flag, but that was a pit lane, Lucas. You can't hit somebody in the pit lane, especially not at Zolder.
So Lucas Key is just diving through there. It's interesting. I'm really curious to see what the weather does throughout this race, because at Coda it was dry, and then at the Bathurst 12 hour we had that sort of inception loop of like 45 minutes of like a bit of rain gets the track wet, and then it dries, and then it rains in 45 minutes. So I'm interested to see what it does. I'm hoping it doesn't do that, and I'm hoping it's a little bit more random. Like, I think even if it was dry for the rest of the race, like that would probably have been enough variation for me. We'll see what happens.
That was quite a bit of damage for the MRT Cowabunga BMW with Isaac Price Davies, who it was yesterday. They're classified as Pro-Am, and their driver Daryl. That's not how you pronounce it. That's just how I'm going to say it. Did a 27.2, which is pro class time.
Yeah, it was saying, one of his teammates in the chat was saying it was the lap of a lifetime. So it was a really good effort. Unfortunately, not able to replicate it. I think invalidating both of their top 10 shootout laps. But
I mean, I'd invalidate.
Oh yeah, like I mean, even being in the top 10 as a Pro-Am car is like absurd, and take a bow. So can't be too mad. But here we go with these guys in the 100 BMW. Ben Oliver just copying a 15-second penalty as well. It's been a little bit of a busy one in the first 30 minutes of this race.
I think that Pidgey Pink Racing has swapped out for Madden. That might be a different Aston, though. I just want to double check that with Glenn. There's Lucas jumping through the chicane, trying to make up a few positions.
So, Matt Madden in the 147 would be different to Jamie Convoy's. So they're both the Pidgey Racing cars. I think there's a pink and I presume that's the white one. So yeah, not sure if that's been a driver swap yet.
We'll see as they head into the second chicane. There goes the Pidgey Racing. Lucas has to yield and stay behind. If he's on wets now, he can definitely, as you can see, he is hungry and he is in a hurry to make up a lot more positions. But Lucas is now sending it with these fresh wets in the fresh rain.
Yeah, he's probably feeling
It's not Kyle on me yet.
If driving around on the wet on dry tires on the wet track probably just feels a bit crap. So it's nice to just be able to actually give it some gas. Just sending it straight down the middle of Matt Madden. No trouble there.
We'll have to see the battle that ensures when Lucas eventually has to contend with Jamie Convoy, JC, because they are both very good drivers. And I know JC, he doesn't yield. He likes racing. That's actually why he's paired with people who are in a different class than him, because he finds it fun and he finds it a challenge. And when you're at the top of the top, you have to find different ways to have fun. For Lucas, it's having fun by doing whatever he's doing. That's all I can say.
But,
Lucas.
And that's a Mercedes off. Bit of a dangerous rejoin, I'd say, right there, but there's nowhere else where he could go. You were saying, George?
Yeah, no, Lucas's challenge is always likes to have a couple other people in there and bring him up. He allowed me to help him out in the 12 hour at the Nordschleifer, and he finds it a challenge to drag people along as well. And he did help me with my driving.
Oh, that's a Lambo.
12 hour.
Yeah, I think Lucas Hayes, obviously there's only a handful of people on that echelon that he is in terms of Octane. Obviously not going to comment around the world, but he is at that very, very top level. So I do think at times he has to kind of invent his own challenges to make it interesting for himself. I know at Coda last time out, they started from the back and managed to finish, I think, around P8. Just inside that top 10, and I know a lot of the times in sprints he's just starting from the back or starting from the pits just to make it interesting. So it's fair play to him. We got
I shudder.
Really big battle pack here. But sorry, go ahead, John.
I shudder to think that, thank God this is digital racing, because if this was IRL, and you could just imagine the sort of suspension and body damage the cars would have from doing 8 hours of the first chicane.
Yeah, I think it's very, very lucky. I think you just could not be taking it the same way that you do in a sim racing game. We've got someone in here is a blue flag, because we've seen that blue flag waved. See if they get out of the way for these guys. It looks like, I think the Porsche between Convoy and Death would be a blue flag as... Yes. Yep, so that's Carl Johnson, a few positions down there. And I think that BMW might be in the same position in terms of being blue flagged, but we shall see. Thurpolini bringing up the rear of this little battle pack. We've got Brownette in the pits for a drive-through. I presume that's track limits because we didn't see that one flash up. So it's been a bit of a rough go for that 999 McLaren thus far.
We'll have to check in a bit, but just want to say, Callum Gibbons leading this little battle pack. Let's go, Gibbo. That was a flying Aston Martin. I just saw that in the background.
I'm sure Jan Tully's in the chat cheering him on. Probably the #1 supporter of Octane, or perhaps just Callum, but always here in the chat with her pom-poms. So
hi, Jan. Hope you're doing
big
well.
shout out to Jan. But yeah, I'm wondering if these blue flags don't get out of the way soon. They might be copying a penalty. We've gone through quite a few marshal stands here. We do see that Porsche get out of the... No, they're still in between Death and Convoy, so I'm not really sure. But Gibbons just defending on the inside there from Death and stops anything from happening there. But Death looking pretty racy right now. We see that Marshall waving that blue flag still. There's another one. They're in trouble if they don't get out of the way and if someone calls it up. Matt Powell just saying in the chat, ultimate Bentley sadness on the first chicane. So we'll see if we might get vision of that. First chicane.
The rain is coming down, there's hard racing going on, and this battle pack is definitely the one to watch out for, but Carl Johnson he's going to have to it's been over a lap now. He will have to move, even if the other cars won't really... Yeah, my brain's drawing a blank. Take advantage of the extra position, because, Gibbo getting a bit sideways right there. The GTR loves to slide. But yeah, it's wet. And the spray will definitely be affecting some people. You can see the tail end of most of these cars are now getting a bit angry as Bishop tries to send it down on Herbert. Reclines. For sins, not reclines.
Leads back. Bit of terror squad action. But Matt Powell's saying it's actually the last chicane, which, believe it or not, the opposite of the first chicane. So Glenn's been sent on a bit of a wild goose chase there. James Parker with a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 16. It's been a longer stint of rain than I probably would have expected. It's very, very wet again out there.
Hey, George, are you currently happy with the performance of your team?
Absolutely. To make that many positions up, he just got past Herbert.
Wait, yeah.
2-2.
He's opened up the door for the whole train to try and have a go as well.
Absolutely.
And Herbert keeps the position. Now, congratulations, you just cursed your own team.
Oh,
yes! No.
That's not how it works. You can't bait people into making a commentator's
We'll
curse.
see. We will see if that works or not. But
There's like 7 hours left to
that
go.
is a train. That is an
Something is gonna
absolute...
happen. Oi.
We've got a herd of drivers.
All for the job.
Oh, Thurpolini having a bit of a look on the inside. I think just a bit of a fake there to get someone to bite. That's interesting. We still see Carl Johnson in the middle of this pack, who is blue flag, but Carl's really quick. I don't think he's holding anyone up at all, so they might not call it, but it
might actually be safer for him to not move over with a how, because that could be unexpected with everybody just driving as hard as they can at the moment. So I think just to survive, maybe Carl has to just keep in line with them.
Yeah,
If
when you start sending it on people a lap ahead of you, it gets a bit dicey. I think it's not the easiest track to get out of the way for, but like down the pit straight you definitely can. But it's difficult because if he lets off, like you kind of have to let through that whole train. So I can see why, but it depends how you feel about it, if you're going by the book or what. But here's that ultimate Bentley sadness, a bit of a tap, and
That was a very strange flick to the right.
So I think the Wide World of Sports Bentley had a bit of a tap on the purple Mustang as it
Johnson
comes
just got a
across.
good run on Gibbons.
Yeah, see a bit of a tap, and they start losing control, touch the grass, I think, and then they start veering to the right, and it takes out. I'm not sure if that's Cook in the car, but that is the Thunderstack Bentley. So rough go there.
That is very, very unfortunate. You hate to be turning around, especially on a straight, but now we're back with the pack. Everybody's just ascending it on these positions. It has stopped raining. The track is still wet, but there is going to be, nope, the track has just changed to damp. So there's going to be a little bit more grip now. They're going to be trying to find the puddles again to keep the tires cool, because the 30 minutes, it's just cloudy. And they're going too wide, and there's a little bump from Sasha Death into Gibbons. Carlos has passed. Carl has passed. Now he's going on Herbert. Are we sure he's still in the same lap? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, he's clearly got the pace, so, and he's starting to get ahead of this pack, so I see why he's decided not to yield. Yeah, he's having a bit of a look here at Herbert, but Herbert a bit wiser to it. Whoa! There we go. But yeah, this battle pack, I think there's still quite a few cars in there that are technically last down. Herbert with a bit of a touch. Oh, no! Good turn two. Herbert just losing out massively there. Ay. That is a hard
safety
pill
car
to swallow.
That was rather unfortunate, but that was it was also an incident waiting to happen with how many cars, how hard the racing was, and just a sheer amount of volume of cars in just one sector alone.
Yeah, I think it widens out a bit there into turn 2/3, so it's kind of starts inviting a few different lines, and if you start making some mistakes, you've got people out wide and what have you. Bit of a rough go there for Herbert. We're out in the pits currently, and we've just settled down a little bit from that one. That was spicy. We see in the background, I believe that is Nippers, Keys, and Convoy, very tight together.
Going back to Johnston, I think that was fair enough. He's got the pace. He shouldn't yield, considering he can overtake everyone. He's overtaken everyone reasonably cleanly, and now he's starting to pull away. I mean, how else do you unlap yourself if you don't? I think sometimes sometimes the blue flags hinder the guys that are a little bit quicker because you just can't get past. And this way, I think it was fair. I don't think there should be any penalty or any issues with that. I think he's doing a great job.
So just looking back at this incident with Herbert, so Herbert gets very deep into the first corner. That's Johnson and Gibbons through. So he's quite got a bit of a narrow turn to make here and just taps the rear quarter of Thurcolini, but Death has nowhere to go. And then I think that's Convoy. I'm not sure who that BMW is. Definitely have nowhere to go and end up just picking them up. So yeah, just a rough one there. But yeah, I agree with you, George. I think by the book is what I'm saying is it's a bit spicy, a bit dicey, because technically what you're allowed, I think it's a lap.
2 or 3 laps.
You have to get in front and then you have to make that gap. But you're also supposed to give way within 3 marshals posts. But I think like everyone in that train, I think understood that Johnson had that pace. Like it wasn't like he was out of place in there. And with the track the way it is with 8 hours, like I think it's very fair. If you're not impeding to just continue on. And we see like Johnson got ahead, so no harm, no foul. But Convoy now having a good look at Nippers, and I think he's positioned himself very nicely here. Not quite ahead though, and Nippers still fighting back there side by side. It's going to be a drag race down the pit straight, and we'll see if that Mustang still has what it takes with that limiter on it. And it does not look like it does, and Convoy ahead of Nippers for now.
Brings a tear to my eye what they did to my baby.
Oh my god. Your American exceptionalism is not welcome here, John. That's all I'm going to say.
It's the only thing I have. Other than that, I'm just a Thai national. And I speak 2 languages. I'm pro-am. There's nothing special about me.
Hey, you have 3 cats. That's special to me.
Being a Seppo is my way of life.
Oh my god. Anyway,
no, that was
right on from that.
That was actually very clean of JC. It shows that, yeah, okay, the Mustang is lacking a bit in power now after the LFM restriction of 20%, but this track complements and rewards proper placement, because, yeah, the Aston now does have a bit more power than the Mustang, I'd say, but it's a twin turbo, it's still got turbo lag, so it's still not good acceleration down low, so it's really the proper placement during the second and third chicane and the hairpin that got him those positions.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to speak to how the Mustang is now. I have barely driven it before the restrictor. I haven't touched it after. I know Lucas Keys was saying that it's probably a better all-round car.
It is. It is much better now, actually, with the restrictor.
So, like the tire wear and this and that. Like, it's a better longer-term car. But in terms of, straight line speed and this and that, I'm not going to comment on that. I do think as well the Aston is probably quite a bit better in the wet than the Ford is before or after the restrictor, so I'm not surprised to see that happen.
Well, the Ford actually would be faster now in the wet, because the less power, less bop, you can get the traction down much better, because it's just not a rocket ship anymore. But I will say, yes, it has made the Mustang a better car to drive. It just loses that sort of just spaceship Mach 1, Mach 2 acceleration, and also the top speed. And it has slowed down a bit, but I think it's a beginner-friendly car as well now. It's always been a beginner-friendly car, but that's only because it made up for its flaws in sheer power.
Can you run lower TCs now than what it was before?
Yeah, because there's less power, so there's less grip forces tearing the tires apart.
Okay. I think for me, because I was like having a look at taking it this season for sprints, but I was sort of like, well, it's not exactly the most agile car. Then it not having like really good straight line speed, it's like, well, what's the appeal? Like, where does it find itself amongst the roster of cars in this game?
The bin.
Now, the bin. But we'll see. I know we've got a few people that are still running it, and people will run what they like beyond what's good per se, and I think it'll have a place. But yeah, it's interesting.
Shout out to one of the admins of OOR, Paul Kranich, also known as Pablo, for sticking with the Mustang even after the 20% restrictor. I, for one, am taking the Bentley for next season, just to try something different.
Did you pick the closest car to it you can?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Blake. Definitely not just the next best thing next to the Ford Mustang. Wow, George Bishop has made it all the way to 4th.
I do want to say anything because you didn't want me to give the comment.
No, I'm good now. It was just a test. Because it would have happened, a commentator's curse only happens within the first lap or two after you mention it, so Bishop has been keeping it clean. He's made up a fair few positions, and he's now leading Silver Class.
Woo!
Woo!
No, yeah, Bishop's got a very good head on himself. He knows when to push and when not to push and not to take too many risks. And our gameplay was, it's 8 hours. Don't make any mistakes. The more mistakes you make, the worse it is for you. And that's what's happened to us in previous sprint races. We've made the odd mistake, and that's hurt us. And we're just going to really try to concentrate to make is no mistakes. But you're always going to make mistakes, so we would just minimise them.
Now I just want to mention, Lucas did pit for fresh wets, and now it is now damp, no rain, sun's coming up, so we'll have to see. I don't think anybody would still be on the dries after the start, but it is coming up to 1 hour now, and we'll have to see. And there goes another Porsche passing. Tires must be overheating. There's still puddles on the track, but the track is definitely heating up.
Yeah, you can see the spray's definitely gone from the back of the cars now, and I don't even think trying to find a wet line now is going to help them. Just whoever hasn't pitted, who are on the wets from the start, they're going to be close to their pit window anyway, so they might even take it and get onto the dry tyres.
So Aaron Lee still leads us in this race. Just having a look, that's Tim Brook in the number 5 BMW chasing down. This was Nippers, I believe.
He's a lap up.
I'm wrong. But yeah, he's a lap up, so it's interesting. But there's clearly, this BMW definitely has the pace. Seen a few penalties coming through. Nick Brown got another one, which is pretty rough. Jacob Maggs in the 623 car with a 10-second penalty as well. Quite a few invoices coming through. Steve Lewis getting a 5-second penalty for dangerous driving. So that it's probably
that's a weird penalty. I'd like to see that, because it's always funny when you see dangerous driving. Yeah, hey, look, you didn't do anything wrong. It was just really sketchy, so we're just gonna hit you with a penalty.
It's like sometimes, you know, you rejoin the track and you do such a botchy job of it. It's like you didn't cause an incident, but you were very close to, and you can't let that go by, you know.
Well, a penalty for a dangerous rejoin would say dangerous rejoin, and that was just dangerous driving. So I hope, I hope our cinematographer Glenn Germain, thank you once again for doing this broadcast for us, for blessing everybody in the chat with this beautiful 8-hour race.
I don't know. I think our penalty system just says dangerous driving when it's a rejoin, doesn't it? No, it says unsafe rejoin. Well, there's a lot of big day ahead.
Okay,
And it's been 1 hour.
Sorry, I've got to head off because I might have to be doing the next stint. So I'll definitely be catching you later on. Keep up the cool comms. I'm enjoying it.
Thank you so much, George. Good luck in the car, mate.
Tell Bishop he's done a great job.
I will, thank you for that, and hopefully I can just match half of what he's done.
So, looking up the field, we've got Zach Jensen made up quite a few places after opting to start from the pits. 4.5 seconds. Jensen should be joining us in the booth after that stint, but we'll see. And then further up the field, Parker with Brickley close on the tail. They're both close to Salvaggio, who copped a bit of a turnaround earlier in this race.
Where's Cook as well? Because Cook also was spun on the back straight from the other Bentley.
See who's in Cook's car as well, because they might have swapped out at this point.
Actually, we've seen most of our top 10 fall back into the top 20, mainly just because of being on dries at the start of the race, which seems like it was the wrong decision. And, I mean, 30 minutes, it's still sunny and cloudy, so no rain yet. We'll have to see if anybody... The people who are the real winners out of this first hour are the people who stayed on wets the whole time, managed to do a full stint, and now can change to dries. But don't take my word for it, because Kunos weather, we all know how that is.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Brooke, just a little bit too speedy.
You're gonna have to give that position back, buddy.
Yeah, I think potentially. They had gotten ahead of Nippers there, but yeah, just a bit of an advantage from leaving the track, so we'll see what happens there. In terms of the Thunderstack car, it's Brad Cook and Chris Taylor. I don't believe we see either of them on our timing board, so they must be a bit further ahead, which is good news for them.
Yeah, we can see Monks, Salvaggio, and Rondinella were all in the top 10, including Jensen as well. They were all in the top 10, but they've fallen back mainly because of the strategy differences.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, I've lost my train of thought, John.
Choo-choo! Anyway, back on. We're on Tim Brook. The amount of Beamers, not that many, but there's one Lamborghini, H. Gray. We saw him. I saw he had a little snap oversteer, but he managed to save it earlier on in the race. But honestly, I'm starting to think the Lamborghini is sort of an underrated car. It has no top speed, but apparently it's very nice to drive, very nice to handle. And people say it's the better Audi. Now, I hope Saxon is not watching the stream. He's definitely around because he is Jaden Rondinella's teammate. But I hope he's not watching the stream. But I do not agree with what they say. I have loved the Audi. I drove it. It killed me many times. And I'm looking forward to getting back into it later when I have better equipment.
Yeah, well, I think the reason some people say it's a better Audi is I think because it doesn't do that to you quite as much. It's interesting. I started this game when I started like seriously racing, and pretty much when I joined Octane, I was running the Lamborghini, and I loved it. I loved it so much. But after driving the GTR for a while, as we see Lee just catching the back of this pack we've been watching for a little while. After driving the GTR for a bit, I actually don't really like the Lamborghini that much anymore. It's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit funny. And when you set it up really aggressively, I just found it like a bit awkward to handle. But yeah,
You should try the Audi then.
oh yeah, I mean I'm sure it's really similar, but it's
I wouldn't know because I haven't driven the Lamborghini, but as Spence in YouTube chat has said, Lambo is Giga in wet conditions, which is the opposite of the Audi in wet conditions. I will just say, but that is my personal experience, and I am not a pro driver. But I will say, me myself, I'm not good in wet conditions either. But what is a little love without a little pain, aka the Audi?
Yeah, I think from memory, it feels really good in the wet because of the I would believe it's the downforce, especially versus the GTR. Like it feels a lot more planted, whereas the GTR really feels like you're skating across the top of the track. But yeah, it was interesting for me to like go through that in terms of like car choice, because now it's like I don't think I'd even touch the Lamborghini again anymore. Yeah, Brad Cook, good recovery after that big incident we saw earlier. Currently P3, Hignett P2, and we were just on board with Aaron Lee, currently P1. So Lee took command of this race early on and has never looked back, which has been good for them, keeping themselves relatively out of trouble. Touch wood, touch wood.
Good thing I've got a wooden desk. And yeah, it's been over an hour. Now I do know that the Nissan, I'm pretty sure, has the biggest fuel tank at 132 liters, but he most likely will have to be pitting soon. In wet conditions, the cars do use less fuel because there's less power to put down, but he will have to pit soon, and he will have to swap out with one of his teammates. But P1 and P2 and P3, both Bentleys. Bentley still being a underbopped. As always, keep it that way, please. I want it for next season.
Is that the end of the thought, or you're not going to say more?
Nope, that's it. Just don't bop the Bentley anymore,
Okay.
please. Keep giving it negative 40 so I can actually do well in the races, because I need that handicap.
Just train, John. Stop relying on
I've had
bot
some
to save
coaching
you.
from Lucas Keys. You want to know what it's like getting training from Lucas Keys? You mess up and he says, don't do that. That's it. The worst part, it's true. You know, it's just... Anyway, back to the racing. So Cook, he's got a few blue flags in front of him. This is something we're going to be seeing a lot of during the whole race because Zolder, it's a short track. A pro time is a 27. Silver times are 28s, 29s. So all in all, there will be many, many blue flags. Hopefully not many blue flag incidents as what happened at Coda, because Coda is a big track and you see how many people were impeded over there. But it's also the fact that Zolder has so many lines that, like T1, T2, and T3, if you want to get the optimal line, there is no room for anybody else to be there because you have to use the whole width of the track. And because the corners are so wide, it's so easy to go too wide, sometimes even 3 wide into them. And you just have the false illusion of there being space when the optimal line gives you 0 space at all.
Chris, I think that's Chris Taylor in chat. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Saying Brad Cook is carrying a lot of damage right now. So we'll see. I'd love to know if you guys are going to opt to repair that, if you're able to tell me. But yeah, I noticed I was having a look through the results for Kota, and I think that most of the teams found themselves about 7 laps down from the lead lap. Obviously, that track a fair bit longer. It's about a bit over 30 seconds extra lap time. So I presume we'll see potentially like 10 laps down, 10 to 12 laps down by the end of the race for a lot of the field. That is Chris Taylor in the chat. Hi, Chris. But yeah, it should be interesting. We touched on it before as we were watching along with Carl Johnson, and in that discussion, where do you get out of the way? Like, it's not easy, quite a bit, without like sacrificing quite a bit of speed. It's Chris Taylor just saying that they probably are going to look to repair it, because it's bleeding too much time in the wet.
Yeah, it's a fantastic effort from Brad Cook with all that damage, especially. And you can see the wheels, he's starting to slide a bit more now, as he's still on the wets, I'm pretty sure, and he's got damage. And the track is no longer suited. There we go, another slide. A track is no longer suited for these conditions, for these tires.
Yeah, and you're just battling the car a bit. We see a few pit stops happening as well. So Bishop, we might see George, big old George, we just had in the booth, hopping in there. Gibbons in the 39 Pixel Racers car, and Sasha Death in the 200 Ferrari we were following along earlier. So we might see a few driver changes here. For the moment, though, Aaron Lee's just put a commanding lead through this first hour of this race. I think the split time is so large, we can't actually see what the gap to Hignett is. And then Cook as well is quite a bit back from Hignett with 19 seconds currently, which is about 50 from the leader. I've been told the gap between Lee and Hignett is 30 seconds. So good for you, Lee. Bad for my commentary throughout the day. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, now he's going to get up to the blue flags, and we'll have to see how the blue flags handle Lee, because in the best of worlds, they get off the racing line on a straight. But sometimes you don't always get that opportunity. And, there's Herbert in front of him, and I think it was another pink car. That's the other... Yeah, that's Jamie Conboy in the Pidgey Racing. I'm pretty sure that's pink, not blue. Yeah, thank you, Glenn.
I'm not sure which car is which. I just know it's a Pidgey Racing car. Glenn's saying yes, that is Jamie Conboy. Yes, that is Jamie Conboy. I'm glad Glenn's on top of it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know we sort of just touched on it a couple of minutes ago in terms of the blue flags at Kodar. There was a bit of a discussion had after the race, because there was some less than optimal blue flagging happening. I know there was quite a few teams that it was like pretty much their first enduro, their first foray into it, and then they weren't quite across it. So hopefully they've gone through the blue flag book and learned from their mistakes, and can operate a little bit cleaner out here today at Zolder.
With the blue flagging super lap of Carl Johnson, that was a classic case of believing in yourself and being able to put down what you could really put down, because that was impressive all in all. He managed to unlap himself while fighting in a 7-way battle going on Zolder, which is not an easy thing to do, not on this tight track in Belgium.
No, definitely. I think, massive belief in yourself that you can say, I'm not going to hold these people up and I'm going to get ahead of them and get away. So hats off to Carl Johnson. The track has gotten to the greasy stage, and there is, touch wood, no rain on the current forecast, so it does look like we've at least got a little bit of variation in this weather. Touching wood whatever superstition you believe, which is nice to see. It's good to see a little bit of, it brings the strategy into play, and it messes up people's planned stints potentially, which, I mean, they're probably not going to be happy about, but it makes it for interesting racing. Carl Johnson now on the back of Darth. Right, so it's Sasha Death and I think it's Chris Darth, which is not confusing whatsoever. But interestingly, Johnson was unlapping themselves with the 200 car in that battle pack before, finds himself back behind them again. Very nip and tuck. Layla Bell about 10 seconds behind them. I believe, yes, indeed, we have Aaron Lee in that Rockets Evolve 111 Nissan GTR in the pits. It looks like they've already done their stop, so away they go.
Is Aaron Lee doing a double stint, Mr. Glenn? Yes, Aaron is doing... We'll have to see if the name updates later on, but it seems like Aaron Lee is doing a double stint.
So we just see Lucas Keys ahead of him there. We saw so Keys pitted earlier to get onto different tires, and I imagine he would have put wets on. So Keys is probably going to have to come in. So I would say Lee is probably still pretty comfortably in P1. See, just ahead, I believe that's the Rob Roy car we were saying a little bit secondhand looking. The Mercedes having a bit of a look to the outside, but has to tuck back in for that chicane. We do see a convoy in the Pidgey Racing pink car coming in, along with a few other cars as well. We've got Niparis in the pit, Bishop in the pit. Bishop? What's going on with Bishop? Because George just left us to potentially get in the car a couple, 5 minutes ago now. There's something going wrong.
No, then maybe he just was using the rest of the fuel to try and get a longer leg on in the stints.
No, they're off and away now, so I don't know. Maybe I'm worried for nothing. I will say as well, this is an interesting pit lane, and you're really spilt out onto pretty much the racing line of T2, and not to mention the pit entry is hilariously dangerous, because the people that are entering pits are going full ball, while the people that are still racing are on the line to enter the pits and who are braking. So it's really, really dangerous, and I hope we don't see anything too crazy happen there today. But it's a long race and people get tired. So Cook's in, Keys is in, as I just said in my masterful analysis of this race. The other Pidgey car is in. So yeah, big shuffle around. Layla Bell in the Team Iris car. I think, is that Hamilton or the HPNT car in the background also in? So yeah. So I wonder if this is some of our people that... I know Keys stopped, but some of our people that hadn't stopped, and it's the end of their first stint, really. Hard to say. Too many people to keep track of.
It is an 8-hour race, and the enduros really bring out the most people. And I feel like, I was having a conversation with Mr. Michael Babb at Gorilla Snapper with the Tripophobia Porsche back in 2 seasons ago. And he says that he tends to enjoy the enduros more than the sprints, mainly because he doesn't have to commit as much time to getting a good result. Instead of having to practice every single week for the next track, he can just practice a week for one enduro, enjoy himself, have fun with friends, and call it a good effort and a good day.
Hold on. Hold that thought. I just realized that Peach is in the chat. And
yes.
They're not racing. The Kovacs purple car is not racing. After that absolutely masterclass at Coda, I'm sad. I mean, I'm sure. Okay,
yeah, Shady Samuel had a brake failure, broken pedals, so
right.
they just had to pull out at the last minute, which is unfortunate because that was the winner at Coda on their fuel saving strategy with the Mercedes.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. It's was literally like a hare and a tortoise story, the fairy tale, if you will. So sad to not see them out there. Sorry to hear that Shady's pedals are no good, but still plenty of good racing to be had. We're having a look at Ben Vintner just getting down the inside of that. I think that's the 100 BMW we were talking about earlier, with the Porsche guy's car behind. We're just seeing Ron Danella coming out of the pits. I wonder if that's going to be Hayes or if that's going to still be Rondanella. We also see Hignett coming into the pits. So everyone just getting in and out there.
I just want to say Lucas Keys has officially swapped out for John Hislop in the GTR, and Hislop has been a very, very good GTR driver for a very long time. And I'm pretty sure he only joined a few seasons back. We'll have to check later on as Hignett finally at his pit stop. We're still on board with Ben Vintner with... Wait a moment. Oh, he's in between a bunch of lapped cars. I was confused. I was looking at the timing board on the left, and I'm like, wait, where's Hislop? Yeah, we're missing a few cars. That's not a GTR. That's a Porsche. There they are. Yeah.
So they're on board with his lot now, and they're 777, 777, GTR. Been an interesting start for these guys. Obviously put it on pole, Lucas Keys did, but a poor tyre choice sees them a bit further down. I don't think that's going to stop them too much. Right now, though, Lee with a very commanding lead, and Hignett, we'll see. So we've got, yeah, I mean, Hignett's going to be well ahead of Keys. There's not even a challenge there. But these two guys were sort of battling for position. Hignett coming out in front of one of the Team Iris cars and the Pidgey. Is it Pidgey White? I don't think we've actually seen what that car is called.
Pidgey Blue.
Pidgey Blue. Oh, so it's Pidgey Blue and Pidgey Pink.
Yes, Pidgey Blue and Pidgey Pink. Less experienced drivers putting their hand and putting their honor, their skill in the enduro, which everybody's welcome to join the enduros, because it's a big event. It will give you a lot of experience learning to drive with other drivers on the track, communicating strategies, and also just the seat time is very valuable to if you want to increase your skill level within ACC.
Oh yeah, it's a real, you know, it's a whole other rodeo kind of thing, whole other can of worms. Yeah, it's a really, really great experience. To be fair though, some of these guys in the Pidgey team, I know they've been running academy for a while, but they are quite quick. They're not, you know, they're not that slow.
They're a different breed. Now my stream has frozen, so I'm not sure what your stream looks like.
Yeah,
no, we're back.
Good.
It's perfect.
all right, it's okay. It's slow.
Yes.
Yeah,
now,
some of these guys are quick. I have been vaguely advocating that some of these academy guys should have got the nod up a little bit ago, because some of them they're easy pro-am pace in sprints. Like they're too good.
I just want to shout out one of the academy drivers that I was driving with. Michael Clark is now genuinely like faster than me.
Yeah, Michael Clark is definitely one of them. He's so quick.
And we came from the same academy split, so come on, Michael. What did you do to get? So was it coaching from Lucas Keys? No.
He actually listened to Lucas Keys when he said, "Don't do that."
Yeah.
But we do have our next guest in the booth. It's Zach Jensen, who's just hopped out of the car, I believe. Zach, how are you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right. Happy the rain stopped.
Yeah, that was a tricky first stint to be starting off in. So did you guys jump back in the pits to swap your tyres? We were wondering that.
No, so we were having a conversation about that. Being dead center of the pack, it was like, if there were people on dryers on a wet track, who knew what chaos could unfold? So we went, we'll start from the pits, see if we can avoid the chaos. And unfortunately, there was, one spin.
Oh, there was a couple of incidents, but yeah, I'm not sure that translated exactly. So what tyres did you start with in the end?
I started on the dries. We had, because we sort of, obviously the radar was like, oh, it's only going to rain for a couple of minutes, you'll be fine. And then the rain kicked in again, 20 minutes, half an hour?
Yeah, you weren't fine.
So, I mean, looking at things, I think by the time we came into the pits, we were back where we qualified, so it wasn't a horrible loss.
No, like it definitely was alright, but it looks like the wet tyre was probably the choice to start the race if you could have managed that sort of drier stint between the rain. But yeah, it's a very, very tricky start to be sure. We just see Ben Vintner getting past that BMW. So how did you feel about your first stint? Was it good? Was it bad?
It actually felt alright. I only had a bit of pressure loss because of the cold tyres, but apart from that, it actually managed it quite well.
Yeah, nice. Aaron Lee with the fastest lap of 31.5. Yeah, we got McNeil and Chris Darth pretty close, a bit further down the pack, if we could get some eyes on that. We also see Foster with a DT, presumably for track limits or a pit lane infringement. But here we are. We also see Taufik in the HPNT car that Hamilton was occupying earlier, just ahead of these guys. So quite a few quick operators through there, and I think that Mercedes is someone a bit further down, so they're going to have to look to get out of the way relatively soon. Let's say get swamped by some of these very fast drivers, and they do get out of the way for Taufik.
Sorry, I just had my cat is attacking my microphone, and big bounce from the Ferrari. Chris Darth manages to save it, keeps it on track. Woo! Yeah, that's one of the biggest things about the Zolder chicanes. You have to take the chicanes if you want to like go fast and get a good time. Except if you take it wrong just once, it can really send you just into the wall completely. Anyway, hope you're doing well, Zach. It's the first time we're officially speaking, but me and Zach have been racing. Last season, we were racing in the Audis together, and he was doing fairly well in them. I was not.
I don't know. I saw the Indianapolis performance. McNeil just getting a little bit wide. That's going to let Darth just get way ahead. That blue flag is ahead too. But yeah, sorry, Zach, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Indianapolis performance was more just a drift session to have some fun.
Yeah, you showed up for the drift event and didn't realize that there was a GT race happening.
But yeah, no, the Audi was a surprise to race with last season. Obviously, being the only one at the end of the season for Split Red who stayed in it.
Yeah, it says a lot, doesn't it?
I mean, I think Gormley made the right decision in changing it. Definitely, you were struggling quite a bit.
Oh yeah, it was just the Audi. I feel like it's a very high skill cap car, and there are random chances for you to die with it. But I was having so much fun when I drove it well. It was like a flow state, and it was great. But I did have to change to the Aston just to try and not get a race ban, not get a quali ban.
Yeah, it was definitely that sort of feel. Like when you were in the groove, the Audi felt amazing, but being out of it, it was very much. Being out of the groove, it felt a definite handful.
Yeah, I can imagine. So, especially there was a few pretty technical tracks through the middle of the last sprint season that I don't know if I would have enjoyed being in a car like that. It's pretty unforgiving from what I've heard. We just see Herbert. The timing tower just updated to show that he'd gotten past Rockford. I don't think we saw that directly on screen. We've still got, I think that's the Oz team car ahead of them. He's probably going to have to get out of the way again. It's a little bit rough going for these blue flags, but they're managing pretty okay thus far. Rockford as well with Lewis just behind in that Aston Martin too. So battle's developing. Herbert's just getting down the inside of that blue flag car. It's giving him plenty of space and pass through nicely. So take notes if you're unfamiliar with blue flag technique.
One thing
I believe that's the second Mercedes on the grid. They've not been having a good time so far. Currently dead last.
Yeah, well, the Mercedes is not an easy car to drive either. I've tried driving it a little bit, and it's tough. And I'm sure it's easier to drive with the fuel-saving power map because, less power, easier to handle, which is what the winners of the last COTA event did, the Kovacs Racing Purple, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
But just in general, the Mercedes is... I'm not sure if it was just me driving. I had a Hymo set up from one of my friends. Sorry, yeah, I had a renamed setup. That's definitely not Hymo, from one of my friends. And it was just so unstable for me, I couldn't drive it.
As we saw that Mags is finally in for his pit.
We also saw a bit of side-by-side action between McNeil and Carpenter there. McNeil ending up the better off party through there as they went through the first chicane. Yeah, I've actually been giving the Big Merc a go because I just like to try new things. It's interesting. At some tracks it's felt kind of garbage, and other tracks it's been a really fun time. So we'll see what I end up picking for the next sprint season. It's an interesting car to say the least.
Yeah, I've definitely heard nightmare tales of how difficult they are to set up as well, and very much interesting to drive.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said. Some of the tracks that I was finding difficulty at, I think I was just pretty much using the basic aggressive setup. And where it felt a bit better, I was using like a go setup. So there's probably something to be said. Perhaps it is very setup dependent. But Hislop, we were just talking about Hislop in the 777777777 GTR with the fastest lap. So we're in the 30s now with a 30.89.
I just want to mention as well that we've had some driver changes now, and just before Hislop, it was also Saxon Hayes in the GTR that had the fastest lap just before Hislop just took it. So now we're seeing some fast people put down some incredibly fast times, because starting for Hislop's team was Lucas, but starting for Saxon for Skill Issue Racing, Racing, yeah, Raisin and Grapes. No, but starting for Skill Issue Racing, it was Jaden Rondinella, which is silver class, but still less skill level than Saxon Hayes. That was just their own tactical decision. I'm sure they were doing it for fun. But now that Saxon's in the GTR, they can start putting down some really fast times. And same for the P2 before. Nathan Monks has swapped over to Tim Gobe, also known as Gabi, in the GTR, currently in P17. Unfortunate, just on the drives at the start of the race, we were talking about the strategy before.
I mean, to be fair though, the track has dried out like immensely. This is pretty much the driest it's been. So in terms of the time speeding up, obviously that's a really, really big factor. Yeah, I did just notice that about half the field is actually 2 laps down. So just beyond Brenner in the 988 Mustang. Oh, no. Why is it? It's moving down. So Billet is now the 2 laps down car. Not really sure what's going on there, but yeah, the field is already separating itself a little bit.
We've got a new fastest lap for Thunderstack Racing in the Bentley, Mr. Chris Taylor. And oh my god, yep, the track is getting drier as we speak.
It has indeed just turned green as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's also, again, touching wood, there's still no rain on the radar, so the variable nature is living up to its name thus far, which is nice. I'm pretty sure Glenn and Matt and probably Paul were just probably sweating a bit about the weather after the last couple of enduros. So it's nice to see that it's a little bit more varied. We have Gabriel Salvaggio, our leading Merc, I believe. Might be talking smack there.
Leading of 2.
Where's Vintner? I think Vintner might be. Oh, called it too soon. No. Vintner's up. Vintner's in 3rd position in the 90 Sofa King Slow entry. So yeah, our 2nd place, but they're in the pits now.
You can just say it's the livery on the Mercedes. It makes it look like not a Mercedes. As we can see, bounces again through the first chicane. Aaron Lee still in P1. Werau still doing very good in P2. It's been over an hour. I'm surprised he must be double stinting, just like Aaron Lee is, because they're probably just in the zone and warmed up and ready to go. Vintner P3, Connor Hind P4, and Hislop P5. So that rounds out your top 5 for you guys watching.
I think Warehouse had quite a good start. I believe they jumped up quite a few positions from the beginning. Did cop a penalty, but it's not slowed them down whatsoever. Zach, what car are you in?
The 666 McLaren, currently being driven by Rusty Hopkinson.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not in the top 23 right now, unless I can't see. No,
but he is 24th.
Oh, he's just off the thing. Saxon Hayes actually quite a ways down there too. Jacob Foster, stop and go 30 for causing a collision. That is very big. And Connor Hind just setting a 30.3. So time really are ramping up now. Did we see that collision, Glenn?
I'm sure it'll be on replay. I just want to say, I think the fastest lap is tied right now. I'll have to check that as well.
Literally never happens. 147 was the car. Ben Hignett just tooting his own horn in the chat, but he absolutely can, because that Ben Vintner livery is gorgeous, and I have said it, and I will continue banging that drum.
And Aaron Lee has finally cracked the 130s. We are now at a 29.6 for the fastest lap.
Oh, it just keeps coming though.
It just keeps going.
Squirrel with the fastest lap right now, making up for that takeoff in qualifying. Good stuff, Aiden.
The track is definitely getting faster.
Yeah, for sure. It's it's literally fast now. This is a pretty good looking car as well. I do like this one.
Oh, yeah. I can't remember who's done it, but they did a fantastic job for all of the Koala boys for their liveries.
Tony Spence in the chat just saying Vinton is up 15 spots and Where I was up 11. So that shows you what I'm going to go out on a limb and say that correct tire choice does for you from the beginning. Really, really paying dividends for them.
Oh, absolutely.
And we see this battle pack happening again. We've got Darth from McNeil, from Carpenter, and Herbert looking to get in this action. Herbert carrying a bit of an invoice there. A lot of curve for McNeil, but the speed is absolutely there. Darth probably just not quite on... Whoa! That was interesting, but McNeil is through all before the chicane even happens. So thank you very much for coming, Chris Darth. McNeil taking his lunch money.
Well, one of the things about the Mustang, one of the biggest pros about the Mustang is that it's a heavy car and it has always been very good at taking the curbs. And that chicane is perfect for the Mustang. I only know 2 cars that can take that thing like well, and that's the Bentley because of how big and heavy it is, and the Mustang. And the Ferrari just hates curbs, so it makes sense for McNeil to try and pass there. As one of the other, I think that's Pidgey Racing Blue, goes into the pits again.
We just see Aiden Squires with back-to-back fastest lap. So Aiden turning it on here for Zolder. Just being informed, I think that Pidgey Boys pit was a drive-through being served. But yeah, so McNeil comfortably ahead, already 7/10 from Darth, and then Carpenter close behind as well as Herbert.
Now, I just want to say, this is not related to the race at all, but on the start-finish straight, I just realized you can see the reflections of the cars on the glass sort of plastic wall in between the pit lane, and I just want to say how far graphics has come, because, you know, I was born in 99, I grew up with PS2 graphics, so...
99 must be nice.
It's always funny when you say stuff like that, because we literally have a whole segment of Octane dedicated to people over 50 racing. Yeah. So you'll be like, whoa, 99, you're pretty young. And it's like, well, they'd call you young as well.
I'm supposed to be a functioning adult, and I'm barely functioning, and I'm not an adult, so...
Aiden Squires, again, it's just absolutely turning up the heat. Another fastest lap. I also noticed Ben Vintner now very close to the back of Wear Out for that second podium spot. So things are heating up a bit again.
You want to know what the worst part is about Club 50? All the people in Club 50 are faster than me. It's just skill. It ain't age. So really, you can join. Don't let your advanced experience in life stop you from having fun. Buy the wheel. Holy moly.
So that's exactly what I was talking about with that pit entry, where you're coming into the pits and you're maintaining that speed, but anyone on the racing line is still, they're braking early, and it's just absolutely clobbered the back of poor Brenner there. So,
yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah,
race director,
the worst part of this track.
Yeah, our race director would have told them about that, and that drive-through, I presume, is the comeuppance for that one. So, yeah, that's a lesson.
Oh! I am going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, the Mustang's super good at curves,
I was going to say, I think it was,
That, friends, is how you curse somebody.
Hey, that's probably our first curse for today.
Yeah, it is, and it was so specific that, you know, I cop full responsibility for that.
Also have Scotty Rochford and Lewis behind McNeil, who are currently fighting for P13. Well, Lewis has gone in well deep.
Yeah, Rockford just capitalising on that one. I also see I think that's Connor Hind in the Bentley who's taken over
Scotty comes
for Hignett. Sorry. So Scott Rockford in the pits, yeah, and they're coming up on the back of that pack now. McNeil really lost out from that exploration into the grass, about 10 seconds back from this pack that he was ahead of, and it's 3 positions down. Salvaggio setting the fastest lap now as we are joined by Nathan Monks from the Tented
That's another
Motorsports
spicy chicane.
DTR. Nathan, how are you doing, mate?
It could be better. The weather could be completely dry, but I'll allow it for now.
Yeah, you guys lost out pretty hard from the beginning. Did you run dries straight from the start?
Yeah. Our plan kind of hinged on how long the rain went after the session switched over. But
Yeah.
I adamantly believe the dries would have been the best choice if that second damn rain cloud didn't come over.
Yeah. I think we sort of learned that the wets definitely were the choice for that first hour. If you were one of the people that took wets from the straight beginning, I think you won big time. You see Wearow at the top and Vintner actually, they're up double-digit positions from the beginning, I think, having made that choice. So bit of a rough go. We saw you guys, struggling a little bit for grip, particularly at the beginning. How's Tim doing?
Tim's doing great. He's got the easy stint now. He's got the dries. Hopefully it'll stay that way. He's doing well. We've got no track limits as far as I know of yet.
You didn't hand it over with 3 for him?
No, that was Jaden Rondinella that did that to Saxon.
I think speaking of, Saxon did get the 15-second penalty for a collision, I believe.
Yeah, that just popped up sort of just as you joined in. So rough going there for Saxon. So it's interesting you bring up Saxon. I mean, I believe you guys are mates, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a really, really great battle all the way through the 12-hour at Kota between you guys. So is that your target, staying ahead of those guys again?
Most definitely. Every time I thought I was clear of them after a good stint, because we were offset by a few laps, we'd either come out ahead or just behind, and then it's just a train from there. So it was back and forth incredibly through the 12 hours. So if that happens again here and we lose out again, I'm flying to Thailand and I'm speaking sternly to Tim Gobe.
It wouldn't be your fault. It's obviously Tim's fault, right?
The 8 hours of Saxon.
The 8-hour flight to bully Tim.
As we see, Vintner is figuring out what Warehouse's had for breakfast.
And that's
a new way of saying that.
Yeah, Connor Hines. That's not Connor. Wait, is that Connor Hines? No, Connor Hines isn't. That's an irrelevant.
No, that's not. Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. You guys, you and the skill issue car are just so evenly matched on pace. You guys just find yourselves wheel to wheel like all the time. It's really interesting to see. You guys have been separated a little bit this race, but I do expect you guys to find each other again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate how the weather played out. It didn't end up really meaning much for quali. It was more of the tyre you chose, so the gap I thought I would have disappeared immediately.
Yeah, but I was talking to Saxon a little bit this morning, and he was like, "Oh, they're a fair bit ahead of us, so I don't know how close it's going to be, if we're going to be able to catch them." And then all of that prediction just went out the window. Yeah,
most definitely. The tyre difference between cars, they did have a bit more of an issue because they were closer to the pack, but yeah, it was touch and go for both of us with close calls and almost death multiple times. So yeah, it'll be very interesting.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Nathan. Happy to have you back again later on if you wish to report on how Tented is doing. But yeah, wish you luck with the rest of the race.
Most definitely. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you. So just having a look at Wearow, absolutely defending his pants off right now against Vintner. Vintner just all over the gearbox, all under the wing, all up in the breakfast. Was that the saying, Zach? That's a new one to me.
He's sniffing what he's figuring out what he had for breakfast.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it's very, very, very racy here right now. As we see that Pidgey pink car, question mark. I'll get it right one day. Ahead, a little bit of a blue flag. Could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works here.
Alrighty, I am back. Sorry about that. I had to negotiate with the cats for the real estate of my mouth and the microphone. Now that they have decided to let me go, I can come back and commentate on this race for P2 and P3, which it's just, now we get to see the real pace of everybody. Now that the track is optimum, the tires are dry as well.
Still early in the morning, so the temps are probably pretty cold, and obviously it's been raining, so definitely cold. So it's gonna be quite fast now.
My cats have broken the negotiation.
The ceasefire has been breached.
But it's really interesting to see, you know, Eric Scarney in the GTR. There was a lot of GTRs in the top 10. There's a lot of GTRs overall at Zolder, which is a surprise. And but yeah, it seems like the most popular car for now is the GTR. After having the last season and the Coda as well. Coda Saxon, the Skill Issue Racing, was in the GTR, but I can't remember if Nathan Monk's team was in the GTR as well. There's the flashing for the blue flag. There, Shane, where I was asking the Pidgeys to move over.
No, so the tented guys, they were in an Aston Martin last time out. Like 90% sure. So it's interesting that they've switched their tool set as well. As that's Ben Vintner getting a pretty good run through there, but I'm not sure if there's going to be a look to be had through the second chicane. Just pulls in and a bit of a touch, and luckily where I was able to keep it on the level, not off kilter, but might have copped a bit of a speed ticket there through that chicane, because he did end up having to cut quite a bit of it. Salvaggio taking that fast. Sorry, that was a little while ago. Apologies, but yeah, a bit of contact there.
Especially on the especially on the rear quarter panel, on the rear end of cars. That's a very dangerous tap to get, especially if you're mid-corner. Very lucky that Wera was actually still going straight at the time, so he didn't get spun out.
Yeah, I think it's one with the physics in this game, it can really just like send you like spinning. So lucky for them. Nothing too crazy happened there, and they're able to continue this fight for the time being.
As much as we make fun of ACC physics, I've been to some motorsport racing events now, and I have seen that they really do behave like ACC physics. I've seen one car go straighten out, go a little bit on the green curb, and just spin out completely, even though the car was moving straight.
Yeah, I think it does well in that regard. I think probably the worst physics thing is the sort of side-by-side tapping, because they really like clatter together like, I don't know, like marbles. Like they bounce off each other really bad, whereas cars in real life, they really like
there's a little give
to each other in a way. I think like because the car, like especially when it's like very side by side, like if it's not a high velocity side impact, like they just sort of like push rather than like bounce. That's probably the biggest thing I would say.
We have, was it car 100 is in the pits, I think. Looks like they had an issue.
Car 100, that was our Cinderella Pro-Am team in the top 10, was it not? With, is it Daryl Newton? But we do have our resident premier rookie of the year, Dave Stevenson, hot off a lovely qualifying commentary performance earlier this week. Dave, how are you doing, mate?
Afternoon, or still good morning, everyone. Yeah, we're absolutely fantastic. I've been tuning in and out all morning, trying to be with the family a little bit, but I'm just getting set up, getting the YouTube chat popped out, and looking forward to the next hour commentating on this amazing race. I've seen some crazy conditions and looking to speak with you to get me up to date a little bit more with some of the action that's been going on. But looking forward to the next hour.
Yeah, it's been a pretty action-packed race thus far. So the only person who's had it easy going is Aaron Lee up in the front. Lee started P5 and just wiggled their way up to P1 really quickly and has never looked back. And there's a pretty significant gap back to P2. P2 and P3, Wearow and Vintner both took the correct tyre choice and find themselves up double-digit positions from where they started. So that choice really, really paying dividends for them. That's who we're on board with now. Probably some of the biggest losers, no offense, through the start of the race is the Tented Motorsports guys who we were just talking about, Nathan Monks and Tim Gobe, as well as Saxon Hayes and Jaden Rondinella in the skill issue GTR. Those guys taking, objectively the wrong tyre at the beginning of the race, find themselves falling many positions, double-digit positions even.
And Salvaggio do an absolutely brilliant overtake into this final chicane.
Marshy and Nick Brownette just having an absolute shocker thus far. That's another drive-through for a collision. Oh, Marshy. Big shout out to Marshy. Lovely bloke.
Big shout out, but that car has had an absolute mare of a race today.
I've been interested to find out and speak to you guys about the starting tyre, because I had absolutely no doubt that we were going to be starting on wets, and to see so many cars start on the dries, I thought that was a very risky play. I know, it didn't look like it had much rain on the radar, but I just thought, wow, there was so much water on the track. The proximity to those cars at the start of the race, I thought, wow, that's a very, very risky play. What were you guys' thoughts on the first kind of hour with that tyre choice?
It's definitely the wets was the one to go. I know it started wet and wasn't raining, but the track was still quite wet, and then that extra shower, it went on quite a while. So if you're on wets, from the get-go, not having to pit really, really saves you a lot of time, because I know some people started on dries and then went to wets after that deluge, which was probably the next best choice. But yeah, definitely starting on the wets. I just have to apologize. Sam O'Brien giving me a little correction. I've been pronouncing our P2 driver's name very, very incorrectly. It is Fadidu, not Wearow. So really, really, really off the mark there, and I apologize for that one.
Wait, what was it?
Fadidu. I think it's a Kiwi name.
Where's the F?
So, yeah.
This is what I'm being told.
I think it's like the WH, yeah.
Yeah, remember, it's been anglicized. I presume it's a Maori name.
Our phonics needs some work.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabriel with another clean. Oh yeah, that will get. That was
clean.
At first, it was
that
clean.
was a send.
Then Darth turned it around, bang, right into the back, tasting what Salvaggio had for breakfast.
Ay.
It's also a big recovery drive from the first 3 laps, isn't it? So
absolutely.
far, doing very well. I think that's been 2 or 3 positions in the last 2 laps alone.
Marsh with another 15-second penalty for a collision on lap 62. What? Those boys are not having
What
fun.
has Marshy been up to? Because that's shocking.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
So,
Too wide into the first chicane. Yep, that's
too wide. Not slowing down enough.
yeah,
that is unfortunate. I don't think that was intentional. I think that he just missed his braking marker.
Oh, of course.
Marshy's a nice guy. Yeah, he's not
he's definitely just missed it there. It's definitely not intentional.
I think it's that, and then the way that those curbs work, it's just spat his car back out.
There's nowhere to go with someone beside him. He's just going to end up because they're they're going to try and turn in. They don't necessarily know that.
Oh please!
That a car is coming through at the speed of light. So
that chicane, man, I'm telling you. When you least expect it, the great equalizer.
Vintner's gotten past Fadadu.
Ooh, nice. Good on you, Vintner. He's been all over the back of him for quite a while now. So finally able to get through.
Can I just call him Shane? Because I look at the name and I'm gonna mispronounce it, so I'm just gonna call him Shane. Shane, what an absolute mega drive already just from the beginning, and into a double stint as well, managing to get up to P3. So, Vinter, congratulations on making it past. Shane, still amazing drive.
And still almost a 6-second gap to third. Gap to fourth. So, yeah, still can hold his position very well and just get into the flow and see if he can go with Vincent now.
We're on board with Adam Lewis in the Pidgey Racing Pink. This team has Jamie Conboy in it. And Tim Gobe in the Tented Motorsports GTR is finally caught up and is looking to make a move sooner or later. Now, Salvaggio still does have the fastest lap, but right behind him, Darth. Well, not right behind, a second over now. It's going to be difficult for Tim, especially in the GTR, I'd like to say. We'll have to see how they proceed, as there's Lucas Keys as well. So blue flagged into the first chicane, so Tim had to leave a position for that, and he's definitely lost a large amount of time.
Yeah, I think that's Hislop's in that car at the moment.
Yeah, the baby car, the worst car.
It is.
Leave it
absolutely
to
disgusting.
Keys and his buddies to have some of the most rotten liveries I've ever seen in the front runners.
I will say, I've seen Hislop's other liveries. It's not this is all Keys. This is the cost of racing with Keys. You have to drive with one of his liveries, and let me tell you, not good.
Well,
I mean,
at the very least, you're never going to miss it.
At this point, I want to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, yes, blue flags for Hislop. We'll have to see how they manage this. I mean, the safest place would be the straight before the first chicane, but we'll have to see if that's going to happen or not. Because if Adam Lewis does give way for Hislop, which we'll see in a moment, Tim will have a very, very good run on the Aston Martin. And
Yeah, there it is.
Tim's using the slipstream. And, oh, wow, that's good defending from Adam Lewis. He's trying to get in between them, and he successfully defended from the first chicane. We'll have to see how they handle going into the second chicane and the sectors behind that.
Yeah, Adam, part of our Pidgey Racing team, so he's definitely replay.
Oh, no, Marshy, don't tell me.
No, this is not a drive-through. It's just a 15-second.
Okay.
But it seems... Yeah, okay. Okay, Marshy, we're going to...
I'll take that over him plowing into him to go into the pits for his drive-through.
Okay, we've had our fill of incidents, Marshy, so... Thank you very much for the content. Please, for the sake of the other drivers. Nah, Marshy's a great guy. I love him. He's also... I don't know if this is a nice thing to say to an Australian, but he's the most bogan-sounding guy I know, and I find that endearing.
I mean, the funnier part is he's a Kiwi.
Wait, Marshy's a Kiwi?
Yep.
What? I didn't know this.
But you've basically just insulted his entire person by calling him a bogan.
But he's nice, so he'll take it. And
Yeah,
look,
he'll throw it back at you.
Exactly. If you talk shit, be prepared to get shit on as well. Well, no, actually, no, not like that. If you send it, you can take it. That's the rules. I'm not sure why I said the other one.
Never change.
I don't think I can. I've been like this for years. Finally, it's good that we're seeing some action now.
What do you mean? We've had action all morning, mate.
As it's come up, the Academy Series starts in just over 2 weeks, or just over a week.
First
Yeah,
race,
get
Paul
you-
Ricard, so we can't wait.
At Paul Ricard, there you go.
Yeah, it's gonna
One
be
of the best
fantastic.
tracks in the game.
I can't tell if that's said with a smidge of
Oh
sarcasm.
no,
or if
genuinely,
meant
it's a fantastic
legitimately.
track to race. It is horrible to hot lap.
Yeah, I
thought
think
exactly the
everybody
same way.
agrees. Yeah. Except now, whoever's in the Mustang won't be able to utilize the long straight.
Oh, you got him started.
I'm done.
You got him started.
Actually, you know what? I'm curious.
Oh,
Let me go look at LFM.
him trying to
restrict
send a pass down the inside doesn't make it stick, unfortunately. But I'm sure he was also trying to be safe. Is that going to be another attempt? No.
No, I think this is going to be a hang around as it's a lap car behind, so that's not in this fight.
Herbert in the pits once again, possibly driver swap. I wouldn't think damage because it doesn't seem like they've had any serious crashes since the first hour.
Also, welcoming to the booth, Matt Madden.
G'day,
how are you
everyone.
doing?
No, mate, you're fine. I am good. This morning's stint was certainly one for the books for me. We kind of banked on a bit of rain early, and were able to rely on that. The little extra spit of rain, about sort of 15-20 minutes in, also kept us alive. So yeah, really good fun out there this morning, if not a little bit slippery.
Yeah, definitely. So wet tires from the beginning for you guys?
Correct, yeah. The only way to be, I think, this morning, we didn't have the gonads to put on the dries. We could see that a couple people had them on. But the couple that we're currently watching here, these guys started with it as well. Our boy Adam Lewis has just jumped in and is laying it down for an AM driver.
Yeah, the wet tires are definitely the tire of choice for the beginning of this race. But for now, I will be saying goodbye and handing over to you guys. So best of luck. Enjoy the racing as we see Lewis going toe-to-toe with Tim Goeb. And I will catch you guys later today.
Ooh, little bump. And I will also be saying goodbye for a little break.
And as will I.
Or is it all? We will carry it. Zach, can I just pick your brain for 1 second? Did you guys start from the pit lane for a particular reason?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I thought I didn't know if it was an issue or malfunction. I didn't catch it before.
We were about P20 from qualifying, and we decided, with a wet track that has no rain, people could have been on dry tires. Who knows what could have happened? We decided to start from the pits just to avoid any potential carnage, and there was just not enough carnage.
I actually thought it was very safe. I thought exactly the same thing. There was a couple of little slight incidents. Here we go now with a little replay here.
As we see Ankin, I believe this is for his unsafe rejoin.
Oh.
What happened?
All I can hear is
Spun
Mitchell
around.
Hobbs, who's run the Academy Series, screaming, "Hold your brakes."
Hang on.
Oh, it hurts to watch.
Yeah, that's painful. And that, I believe, is the reason they got a stop-go 30.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, we'll
gentlemen,
pop that on the wrist
leave you to it.
Rejoin there.
I'll be back later.
Thanks,
Zach. Cheers.
Stint, if you jump in the car very soon. But while we're on board with Mr. Adam Lewis, both Matt and I are part of the Pidgey Boy Racing team, and we're still currently in the Academy Series. So if you're on YouTube chat, help us out with a little bit of information with some drivers that you might know or you might see, any cars that you want us to focus on, give us some stories. But more than anything, Maddie, I want to talk to you a little bit about stint number one. As you just said before, stint number one, you're ranking it up there with your stint at Silverstone. Adam Lewis, 10-second penalty, ignoring blue flags right there.
No, Mr. Lewis.
The Lucas Keys lap where he was behind for potentially more than 4 corners. But yeah, Matty, give us a bit of an update and a bit of a rundown on your first stint driving from deep in the field, I heard.
Yes, it started out right up the back there at a solid 35th place, which is pretty befitting for amateur level drivers, I think, at one of these events. Somehow managed to just survive a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, drove around it. I'm going to say for an amateur driver, I felt like I drove the pants off the thing, but I think if you're anything around that Pro-Am or Silver class, the pants would firmly remain on, and it was just a clean, solid stint. Managed to survive. I think we owe a lot of it to the fact that we started on wet tyres. And then I also feel like we're running a cheat code of having the one and only Jamie Comboy, JC, sitting in our voice chat, coaching us through today, whilst simultaneously driving. So got away with a bit, had a couple of really close calls. What's that say?
Jamie's part of this dark blue car, is that correct?
Yeah, that's spot on, mate. So he got them into an incredible position after the stint this morning. I think they came into the pits sitting about 9th. And then Adam has just chucked it on, and now we've got dry tyres on, and he is pushing. It is.
And I can't believe the ice cold veins that he must be going on right now, because he's had Gobi behind him for at least 10 laps coming up, and I'm just loving every minute of it that us Academy drivers are sticking it to these guys that are in sprint series for a little bit.
Correct, mate. I think Gobi's got a bit of a bad knack for it. I held him up for a good couple of laps at Coda there at the previous Enduro. And this time around, Adam seems to be giving him a bit of trouble. But I'll tell you what, Adam's never played much soccer in his life, but if he was anywhere, he'd be in the back line on that defense, mate. He is an unbelievable driver from that defensive position. He is so difficult to pass, particularly at a track like this.
Replay
now, watching a replay just here.
Liccolini.
Oh, the slight tap and slide. Oh. At least we're not looking at another situation.
A 3-car pile-up just there, because even the car in front was very close to the...
Oh no, we're still spinning.
Full throttle.
Flip it into second, please. Oh no!
Oh no!
We're off.
Have we just done the biggest curse?
Oh,
I mean,
goodness
is that the second
gracious.
curse for the day? I think that might be curse number 2 for the day.
Yes, I did hear the earlier one.
Oh no, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis holding on so far. I'm sure there'll be another penalty for that, but we'll get another look at it maybe a little bit later on.
Would love to see
Dave,
how that transpired, but yes, go for it.
Yeah, mate, from your eagle-eyed perspective, obviously normally you'd prefer to be racing in one of these events. From this morning, having that overarching perspective, kicking back, watching this as you're plodding around Sydney doing various jobs, how's it looking so far?
Well, I think it's very interesting at the top of the poll here. Mr. Aaron Lee double stinting. I think that's probably one of the smartest moves they could have done this morning, just with the mixed conditions. Keep him hot. Let's just roll through it. What have we just gone under 6 hours remaining? So, you know, we're a quarter of the way through this race already. So, you know, whether he gets back in the car this afternoon or just hands over to his teammates, I think that's a really interesting story to be had there. I think the Hislop Lucas Keys car coming back through the field after, I'm not sure if they started on dries, but you know, dropping a fair bit of time, and then the Slambo Vintner battle in P2 and 3. I know that's kind of cooling off a little, but we're interested to see how, you know, the dry pace now kind of settles down with oh, here we go, replay, last chicane
on the replay.
We are not looking forward to this as a Pidgey Boys racing member.
Gobi's gone for the big move, the big send down the inside. You've got to wash up a lot of speed here. Oh, and he's held it, but then just slight nudge on the inside there.
Just got to give him a little bit of space there, Mr. Lewis. I think the parcel is cleanly done. Yeah, he's got to just give him a little bit of space to turn in. Understand that he's going to have to slow down to make that apex, and he's just trying to carry the speed through. And it's bit him again, as probably another penalty's coming this way, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for that.
Completely understand rubbing is racing, but that is a full-on shoulder massage. We've gone well beyond the boundary there, with just under 6 hours to go in this race now.
The worst part is I feel like Gobi's probably going to be catching him in a rate of knots, and the red mist is still descended over the eyes, so I'm interested to see how that transpires as this next half an hour comes through.
It has to be, it's one of those things where you can really not be someone that drives through your rear vision mirror, but if you've had a tangle with someone, you see them coming back through the pack again, hunting for you, especially as an amateur driver or a silver as Ads is driving today, and my goodness, you definitely feel the pressure as it's coming through.
I saw some blue flags flying there again. I'm obviously not, it's for Aaron Lee, here he is behind.
Aaron Lee surging through. Look at him go. I have to say,
it's Nissan passing Nissan. That's a weird one to see, but
Nissan on Nissan action. Having watched Aaron go through the qualifying the other night, my goodness, that was we spoke to him after. That was his first ever top 10 crack at the shootout as well. I think it's pretty safe to say there would have been some shaky hands and shakier knees on that one, but brilliant work to him, and I think it speaks absolute volumes of just how good he is at the moment and how switched on he is, that he is still right up here at the moment. I think I've just seen a Belgian flag on his bonnet there too, maybe a little bit of a custom Zolder livery. We don't mind that at all.
Well, I know Aaron's quite a modest guy, and he always says, I'm not the fastest in the team, but it'll be interesting to see how Brian and Luke in the Rockets Revolve team kind of carries this momentum on. I know he's going to be passing it over to someone in the lead with a fair gap, and that probably relieves a little bit of pressure. But it'll be interesting to see who they put in the next probably half hour, 40 minutes. I'm not too sure how much fuel they've got left. If someone's in the chat, we can roll that through.
If we're looking at strategy now, in the next 30 minutes, we now have rain coming back. I feel a bit of PTSD coming from the Bathurst race earlier this year. This is going to be an interesting play now. A lot of these drivers are about midway through their second stint. If they started on wets, some of them will be a bit patchy and all over the place, but we're going to see some interesting strategic moves here, I think, as we get further on.
Chat that we following on from qualifying, get your cup of teas out. Tell me what tea you're currently drinking, because it is cooling down, if not heating up at exactly the same time. The track temperatures slowly coming up, and we're getting these fast times coming through, and it'll be brave to see how long people want to stay out in with some slicks on, and whether or not they want to pit early to just get onto the wets. But yep, some rain coming in the next 30 is definitely going to spice some things up. Tune Drift got some coffee, all right. Only one coffee for the day, otherwise we'll be up all night. I know some people are doing the iRacing Spa 24 after this, and I would love to see who's doing that as well. But it's going to be a long day for some people, especially in the lovely hills of Belgium.
Absolutely, and it's going to be different kinds of days depending on where all these drivers are coming from. I don't know how you're doing, Davo. I am freezing in my house at the moment, but one man I know that would be sweating beyond belief is Aaron Lee, based up in Cairns there as well. So not only has he got the pressure at holding the pack, but he's also probably steaming up. As we look here, Aaron Lee swinging it through those turns. I tell you what, as an amateur driver coming into this, the pace level and the difference that I see between what we're doing and then what the silvers and the pros are doing is just insane. It's always wild to think you cap out, you think you're driving the absolute wheels off the thing, and then all of a sudden there's another second for someone ahead of you that they just find time everywhere, and that sort of naturally leads into the Lucas Keys conversation. Before I joined Octane Online Racing, mate, I didn't think aliens exist, but I'm a true believer now.
There's a few of them out there. Admiral Name just in the YouTube chat, that quali lap that he put down, qualified P9 in the normal session, and then goes out second out, puts it in the top 3 was absolutely crazy to see, and put so much pressure on him. But as I just mentioned before, Gobi's back on the rear bumper of Adam Lewis again. I'm interested to see if this battle's cooled down, or if this is still heating up. Another blue flag there, so whether or not they can cleanly get through this battle again. I know Gobi tried to use the Lucas Keys blue flag before, and it was well defended by Mr. Lewis, but again, these blue flags that pop up, and how efficiently you can keep your race going, and also not hinder someone else. But
particularly a track like this,
I can't believe how tight it is. I thought this is such a fun track to do plenty of laps around and halt lap, but with almost 40 cars on track, it's definitely congested. You look at the track map and you see some gaps there, and you're like, God, I'd love to have my car in there. Gobi on the inside, here we go again. No, backs
here we
out.
go again. He's just showing his nose, reminding Adam that he is well and truly there. Just keeping him on his toes, but if anyone's going to be cool, calm and collected, it is Mr. Adam Lewis. I've just checked my ACC Drive, mate, which is running with my team in the background. Rain is coming in at 24 minutes from now. We don't have the next weather break after that. Light rain, so we'll have to wait and see where we end up. Speaks volumes of the people that are going to have to hold on.
Yeah, they're going to say you're brave throwing out some extra information there. People might not have that information, so I think you should be keeping that to yourself. I know Jacob Foster currently in the car in the AM, and absolutely murdered a purple Mustang before. But that information might be key to keep you guys closer to the front of the AM or Pro-Am race that you're currently in. Bad exit off that
Here we go. He's coming around the outside. Oh, they hold it, and he's done it. Look at that, and what a way to make it stick. all the pressure on Adam Lewis there, who I'm gonna guess he might have just had to hold up just a touch, purely so that he could let Gobi go through.
I've never seen Gobi give someone so much space around that.
Mate, he's, yeah, caution has definitely not been thrown to the wind under that move.
Are we still
Now we've
dealing
got
with blue
a nice
flags? Is he going to get another penalty here for blue flags, Mr. Lewis? These are for you, mate. You need to try and get some space rolling.
Need to move to the side. Roy Antkin now with the 10-second, not boding well for the amateur guys today.
Come on, guys, we know better than this. I'm pretty sure Roy's one of those people to actually be complaining about blue flags in an AM race, so...
Oh! We're back to the crubbing is racing. He's held on 2 wheels at the time. No!
No! Backer in the wall.
Backer in the wall. It's no good. There's a lot of activity.
Glenn, can we get off this car? I'm starting to get embarrassed with the finish.
We need to go somewhere.
I don't want to be watching this. I'm getting flustered. I'm starting to sweat here.
It's like a train wreck. I can't look away. My goodness. But Adam Lewis somehow keeps it on track, keeps driving his way through the field.
Mate, the aerodynamics of that car is getting worse and worse. It's getting squarer and squarer every lap.
Driving straight through the field in front, never around, always straight through. My goodness, but that Macca, I've just seen it just behind him, is hot on his heels again. Hopefully didn't pick up too much damage off that wall knock just before.
I would love to hear what JC has to say about this right now. I'm not sure whether or not he's going to be cool, calm and collected, or he's going to be absolutely blowing up in the Discord right now. But I would love to be a fly on the wall with that chat going on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we switch here, Avaggio. This is, I have to say, this is one of my favourite liveries in the field at the moment. Oh, this is Tofik. Sorry about that. I'm looking at the wrong places.
Oh no, sorry. I thought he had a black livery, but that was in the community race before.
Yes, yeah.
Porsche, so yeah.
Just these colours, the light blue and the red. Might have actually, because he's throwing down some times. You got to wonder what would have been out of kilter at his place the other night when he was worried about that rig. It's sort of one of those things you want to jump behind that seat and feel more at home than anywhere else. So to feel uncomfortable, especially at the pace that these guys are going through, you'd have to be a little bit concerned. But at the moment, it looks like he's still throwing some good laps down. We've got a car Merc there, hot on his tail. Now, Dave, we haven't really talked much about the fuel strategy today. As an Aston driver for this race myself, we don't really have, to my knowledge, a great deal of fuel saving, at our fingertips. But the Merc, having seen the way that was driven at Coda, there must be a play here where you can get in, kicking around that 5 pit stops. What do you think?
Well, I'm also thinking if it was a completely dry race, I think that potentially could come into factor. But with these rain delays, not rain delays, but rain stints, the fuel saving kind of sorts itself out a little bit in that regard. They're not quite driving as hard. The revs are a little bit lower. They're maybe taking an extra gear off the turn to try and reduce some wheel spin. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. I think that'll be a post-race probably investigation for a lot of us. Whether or not the Merc can make it. Saxon
we've got a new fastest lap
down as the rain's going to start coming down. He's like, well, let's just use all the tyre while we can, and put these laps down. But for Stefano, chasing down Tufik and putting lots and lots of pressure on. But these guys are quality sprint series races, so a car in the mirror just does not bother these guys at all.
Does not bother them. It's worth noting as well that Saxon Hayes has actually been out there for almost an hour now, so he's throwing those lap times down on some pretty worn out tyres, which is scary to think about just how fast these guys are going to get once we get a brand new set of rubbers on and then jump in for our next stint.
Well, it's going to be whether or not it's going to be double back-to-back rain, or if it's going to stay dry and they're just going to tough it out for 10 minutes with a bit of a shower. But you're exactly right. I think as this race develops, a bit of fatigue pops in. It's like, well, do I do a double stint and stay warm, or do I get out and get back in later on?
Yeah, that double stint
I know we were
is...
talking about it with the Academy Series Enduro, and all the sprint drivers were definitely heavily against the double stint, and here we are, just all of them doing it. So there's a bit of hypocrisy going on. Is that what it's called? But yeah.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do, I think. And to come back, mate, call me Tim Daly, because I'm coming in, or Tim Bailey, rather, coming in with the Daily Bailey. We have sun hiding behind clouds, so we're going to be dry after that 18-minute rain shower that we're expecting. So from 18 minutes from now, we're going to have a little bit of light rain, and it should clear up by the time that we get to 30 minutes. So you got to think that you're staying out on those slicks. It's light rain. We're not expecting too much after that. It should be drying out. You got to think that that's the play.
I think, based off a little bit of recent experience that you and I had at Hungaroring last season, where Hobbsy threw out a 10-minute rain shower, and you and I both stayed out on slicks. I think we greatly got some good track position and stayed out. Didn't have to pit in that short race, but here we are back on top. On board with Tim Goby again.
Here we go.
And, is this another race for position, or is this a blue flag? Nope, Squire's 3/10 behind, so it is, yeah. Squire's has been throwing some fast laps down, so whether or not this is going to develop, or just doing some laps, and these guys are just waiting and waiting for their time, whether this rain's going to come or not, so interesting.
Austin McNeil there in car 700, way out in front of him there. We've got 28 seconds between 11th and 12th place, I believe, is the last I saw there. So Goby's got a bit of work to do to catch up to the pack. And it's got to be said, I don't know how you're supposed to catch up all that time. Just try to gain track position here. You've got so much work to do. Every single car you get around, it feels like a labour of love.
I was actually thinking about Squires behind him, isn't it?
That too as well.
Yeah. So I think that's what the position's for.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, as a Merc gets out the way very well. Adam Lewis, let's take that lesson as a nice little one to get a blue flag and don't get a penalty. That Merc got out of the way, lovely.
Look at that.
Is that a Mac or a Ferrari jump coming back on through? Oh, Squires.
Oh, we're going to get really tight. We've got my teammate there, Jake Foster, in the white Pidgey car. And he is holding up a bit of a train now. This is going to get exciting as we see the tail wagging there from the Mustang of Squires.
Yeah, down the inside, I think Gober giving him some space here. Yeah.
Very clever there from
Mr.
Mr.
A smart move. I think Squires fastest at the moment. I think he's just trying to understand his race and just keep marching forward. And again, Goby's behind another Pidgey Boys racing car. Let's go.
There we go. Yeah, he's going to have some trauma and PTSD from that one, mate. As we see Mr. Foster.
That Pidgey car.
Look at that. Mr. Foster cleanly letting the blue flags go. Mitchell Hobbs, if you're on the stream and if you're listening, you better believe it. We've learnt a thing or two about blue flags in these academy races, mate. We know what we're doing now for the most part.
YouTube chat coming in again. Just P5, swap for position.
Whoa, let's get a look at that.
Stefano just got
back
past
on our...
Opik. He was looking very, very strong in that Merc. So, already gapped him. So, as I said, he was looking very strong. I think Tufik may have just gone, yep, let's race for the next 5.5. There's a car on the side of the road again. It is a car.
We've just seen him going off everywhere.
Yellow flag going slow.
Go through. We're looking for some action. There we go. And this is an eclectic livery, I think. Car 999. I tell you what, like I was in the driver's seat this morning, Davo, and I saw a lot of notices coming up about car 999. Definitely some activity, a few penalties. I think there was a drive-through at one point as well. These guys have had a bit of an interesting race, but I got to say, it's an interesting livery. But I'm a fan of the purple wheels.
Yes, initially, I'd love that a little bit closer. Look at this.
Look
what
at
is
this.
going on? Is someone in the YouTube chat? Let me know what's going on with all that livery going on. I'm not too sure what all the boxes are.
Wow,
are they games or are they just gifts? They might be
I think they're different gifts. Goodness me, when you can't carry a soundboard out onto the racetrack, at least remind
I can see
everyone.
a Halo helmet there. I can see it. Is that an Aya Stark in there?
I think so as well. I'm seeing Patrick Starr in a cowboy hat.
We're off. And we're off. Oh no!
Man, you've got the Steelers following people. Bad luck for him, mate.
You can hear us. We don't. You mute us. You should not be able to hear us. Don't let us put you off.
Goodness gracious. There we go. Car 999 all over the track at the moment, but steadying things as we go. Now, the McLaren here, Dave. I know that you're sort of maining the McLaren at the moment. Geez, it must be a fun little car around here, particularly in the first and third sectors. I really think that grip, as we go and hop the chicane bravely in the car that's nearly allergic to them. I know we were talking the other night and you sort of mentioned that you just felt absolutely glued to the track, which as an amateur driver driving an Aston Martin, I cannot relate to that feeling for Sector 3.
Yeah, it was part of our chat over the last couple of days, wasn't it? It was, you guys, struggling a little bit with the Aston, a little bit of a happy tail, and I was like, mate, I was driving the McLaren for just 15 laps just to try and get a little bit more familiar with the track as the race was going to come up, and mate, I was loving it. Yes, the curves were a little, adventurous sometimes.
You didn't need to carry an EpiPen around if you hit one of them. You were a bit allergic to them. I get that.
But I got through the second chicane, and it was just glued to the track. Over the back section where the high aero came through in that sector 1. I was loving it, and I was definitely highly disappointed that I wasn't going to be racing today in this car. But I'm glad to say, yep, I've changed to off again.
Brown, it's not loving that turn. Hey,
that's two laps in a row. We've gone a bit deep in turn 1, so you readjust the brake market there.
Exactly, bring that brake marker just a little bit forward and aim for that apex is what we've sort of found works for that instance.
Again, like with the ACC leaderboard.
Oh, we're off again. We might have some rear damage or something that's causing that car to lose all its traction. It's the Macca, for Christ's sake.
I think
we've got to stick to the road.
The marbles. Yeah, I think he just keeps driving the marbles and just needs to settle it down here for a couple of laps and get those tyres back under control again, I'm sure.
Yeah,
unless he's
maybe
got a low left rear or something like that with jumping some curbs. But back to the Macca. Now that I'm going for a Macca main over the next couple of seasons, I'm kind of hoping that Mazzano with those high curves and especially around here doesn't pop up, because that won't be very fun.
Absolutely. Now, Dave, while I've got you, one thing that I sort of wanted to chat through now, and for everyone that's sort of listening in, this is a first of a conversation for us. I don't think we've had this. Dave and I know each other for quite a while now, so we've been driving in this Academy series as well, and we're sort of on the cusp of moving up into that sprint frame of mind as well, as we push up into what will be amateur class there. We're going to do one more season in Academy, I believe, is both of our plays. There's definitely a lot of experienced drivers on the stream here now, but there'll also be probably a few Academy drivers or newer drivers starting out. How do you think your frame of mind is going to shift from being that Academy driver, the no sort of series-long challenge, purely just that race by race? How are you going to approach sprints differently? Are you going to have a different sort of practice regime, or are you sort of still flying by the seat of the pants? What's your mind doing?
If anything's to go by, I'm going to be trying to learn from these two on screen, because this is some great racing. I'll get back to that in a second, but look at these two going. I think this is the 4th or 5th corner that they're going on.
Scarny just giving him a bit of room just there.
I think Salvaggio's in the black Merc.
Absolutely.
Still on the recovery path. Spinning out or getting taken out in, I think it was P5 in qualifying. But
Sure.
That was, mate, if anything's to go by, that's exactly what I want to learn this season. That door-to-door racing, trying to step up. There it is, Thermaltake ACC Sprint Series starting 23rd of July. I think the Academy Series is starting the 22nd of July, the day before, and hopefully I get to do some commentary with the Thermaltake Series as well. And thank you so much, Thermaltake, for coming on board with OOR, because great sponsors. And I said, there was maybe a little discount code, but I know they're definitely giving some high quality stuff away for our Sprint Series drivers this year. But looking forward to trying to do some more practice with the Sprint Series drivers through the week. I think talking to a lot of them after our ACC Academy Enduro we had, also our Academy Enduro we had, they're so open to helping us, be around them during the days that they're practicing as well. So I think that'll be the only thing I change in terms of a weekly schedule when it comes to practice. But really, maybe just concentrating on one car for the next maybe 6 months. I think just try and be as fast as I possibly can. And have confidence in the car that I'm going to, because I think the last 3 Academy Series I've changed a car every single time, and going back to the Macca now, I think it'll just be settling myself down, really working on that racecraft. As the stream can probably see, we're maybe a little bit sketchier when it comes to racing around other cars than these sprint guys. There's a lot of these guys on a lot of laps for a lot of years, so I think that's the main focus more than anything. But what about yourself? Because I know both you and I are probably in the last season of Academy.
Yeah, I think you've captured it just perfectly. And I think we've been up the pointy end of Academy for the last couple of seasons, and definitely the racing gets cleaner and the tensions get higher. So I'm really looking forward to carrying that over. I think more than anything else, the fact that it runs for a long series and there's points attached is good. You can sort of keep track of it. And I'll tell you what, this, as lame as it sounds, maybe it's like a weekly sport. You sort of jump in, and this is the thing. You got a season-long race to the final there, and the fact that we have amazing sponsors like Thermaltake coming on board, and I'm a huge Thermaltake fanboy. I've got an entire Thermaltake system pretty much sitting right here beside me. Lovely RGBs glowing back at me. I just think the fact that OOR has that partnership, it really makes this, it means so much to the drivers that are doing it. Really gives you something fun to chase, and it definitely gets the heart going for sitting in my home office.
I'm not too sure if this is a pass that's already been made with Darth, or no, there we go. There's a car in between them, maybe with the blue flag. But I know this gap was down around 0.5 of a second, but now it's just exploded out to 0.8. So I just need to make a little bit of realization of what's going in front of us right now, whether or not Chris got past Clarkey or not. But the Thermaltake stuff coming on board, and you spoke about it the other night. Yeah, I was like, you were so excited that Thermaltake come on board, because you're a bit of, as you said, a bit of a Thermaltake fanboy. That definitely going to be taking advantage of this great relationship that they've come on board with OOR.
Absolutely. So thanks so much for everything that the Thermaltake team is doing. We're watching Darth just drive really cleanly here. Tell you what, it's really impressive watching the Ferrari just dive through those turns and hit those chicanes pretty much head on. Having driven the Ferrari at Coda, mate, the fuel economy in this thing is absolutely incredible. So as we lengthen it into the race, I definitely expect there to be less pit stops here. Obviously, we're still looking at that rain, which is now due in 10 minutes. But the MRT in the moment team seems to be driving the pants off that Ferrari as well. We're also seeing Taufik here. I'm pretty sure he's a Ferrari main. Absolutely knows and loves the damn thing. And it's good to see it working for him here now as he surges through the back, but is also visited by an old friend of ours, Adam Lewis, on the rear.
Yeah, I was looking at that previous battle, and there was actually a blue flag in between the two cars, so that's why that gap was going out a little bit. So maybe we can jump back on board when that Clark and Darth battle maybe heats up again. But back on Tufik here, just again, lovely laps, Ferrari main, so just something that's the lounge chair, just jumps in every week, knows that he's going to be fast in that, probably got all his setups ready to go, doesn't change anything, just knows the laps that he's got to do, and does a very good job doing it. Oh no.
And we have a penalty. That is my man Jake Foster behind the wheel of the car. 147, 10-second penalty there for causing a collision. Not quite sure what's going on there. That might have been a couple of laps ago. Maybe we'll get a look at it in a little bit. But as we see Adam Lewis pulling into the pits now, and I'm going to be a little bit biased here, but what we're going to see is my younger brother Dan Madden jump in behind the wheel here. Now, a couple of things on Dan. He's an academy driver, but has also been, come to be known as a bit of a clutch king, mate. He's put down some ridiculous qualifying times before, thrives in the moment. So we're about to see him come out and hopefully do some damage on the field and throw that silver car back up the ladder there.
I mean, as well, I just feel like this is a very risky play, putting a new guy into a car full fuel and with some rain coming on board. Yeah, like I just feel like it's just really risky right now. Obviously, if you've got to pit, you have to pit. You're going to run out of fuel. Like, I completely understand that, but it's it's on us right now. And the leader, Aaron Lee, coming in the pits.
Hey, look at the man himself taking that pit exit. Pit entry.
Straight onto Mr. Diggles and getting him in this chat, because we have coming on the 95 laps straight mark. That is 2.5 hours of Mr. Aaron Lee in the driver's seat. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say about his first stint. I'm sure he's absolutely over the moon. Yep, here we go. Dan Madden out of the pits. Let's see where he's got a little bit of traffic coming up on him, and maybe he can just slot into this little gap here.
It's going to be tight this turn.
Yeah,
he's let him go. Good man.
He's got a little bit of space here. He's got the Shell Helix Bentley now, rather than the Mustang from Coda behind him. Let's just see if he can settle into a little bit of a rhythm. I know he was very happy through the week with just some of his pace. So, as you said before, a bit of a clutch king. So, hopefully this rain can come down and he'll just happily go on his way. But, mate,
he is on drive, as we've just had the confirmation. My goodness. So what we're seeing here, so I can actually get a bit of insight again. I know that we said we'd try and keep it limited as to how much information and secrets of the trade we're giving away, but I can tell you that it is going to rain lightly in 2 minutes, but then in 14 minutes it is going to dry up completely. So it's an interesting play going out there and staying out there on fresh dries. Let's hope that he can hold on to that A track position and be the bloody steering wheel at this point in time. As we're seeing Luke Johnson here.
Sorry, Luke, yeah.
Jumping in and throwing it into rhythm. You got to think you'd be definitely feeling the pressure having Aaron done the first 2 stints, and now you got to come in at that position number 2, having dropped just a little bit at that stop, and now holding that position. It's going to definitely be a bit of stress on him there, no doubt.
Just checking Aaron Lee to try and get in the chat with us right now. So I think that's a highly regarded interview that we can try and get on board with all of us. So hold on here with us a couple of minutes YouTube while he potentially goes to the toilet and gets a drink.
And definitely wipes the sweat off him as he experiences that lovely Cairns winter. I can see as well that Hind has actually only pitted once, so he should be going in very shortly. He's been out there for 1 hour and 16 minutes just at the moment, which means
there might be a bit of fuel left there, so I think that's a smart move. If he can stretch this, yeah.
He's in the Bentley, and I think he's going to be able to stretch it out until that rain hits and they can assess as they go. If they're running ACC drive, they'll know that the pit, so that the rain is due in just a couple of minutes' time. As we see there, someone go flying around Dan Madden. We've got Talfik going round the outside, burning through. And here comes the rain. As it jumps down, we're going to see cars start to slip and slide all over the place as this place turns into an absolute ice rink.
It is not light. It is heavy out the gate. The heavens have opened.
Goodness gracious. Look as we go. Dan giving some nice room.
Oh, look at that TKR kid. Just put the lights on for us. Yep, we know it's raining.
We know it's raining, mate. Thank you so much for reminding us. And we've also seen, we've got a little bit of a change in weather, mate. In 10 minutes time, we're going to have some, I think we'd call it rain plus maybe, but that's definitely going to be a little bit of a heavier downpour here. How are you feeling about Pidgey Racing's decision to stay on the slicks there, Davo?
I still think that's the right move. I think maybe the time, if you can just tiptoe through this for 10 minutes, see how it goes. With the track drying up, we saw how important, the right tyre choice at the right time was to be. Connor Hind coming into the pits at the same time.
As we see. There we go. End of a really, really good stint from him, holding on to that first place as he enters in there. But Luke Johnson, just coming up the rear, and he will be overtaking while he's in the pits there. Look at everyone pulling in, no doubt.
Blake and the guys in the commentary blocks had made a very astute call at the outgrid there, where the yellow Pirelli are the slicks and the non-stickered tyre or wet. So we'll interesting to see.
We've got some wets on Talfik's car.
And
that's a great
what that tyre choice is, and that's a great graphic that we can actually keep track of.
Look at that. We are on wet tyres. I wonder where his head's at, knowing that it's going to downpour just shortly, but 10 minutes it's going to clear up. 695 is on wet as well. Chris Taylor Another man that we know from the Academy Endurance race. He definitely helped our man Ben Simpson out there and got him through the race there. Definitely taught Benny a couple of things. As we look here, we've got some cars on dries, some cars on wets.
That had a little mishap through the first term, so maybe we get Mr. Law on as well and see what he said after he was pogoing through the first chicane. Another wet driver. Interesting.
And have we seen, is that a double stint pulling from behind here now? Or are we dealing with a leaderboard that's not updating?
Yeah, we just need to get through this first sector where we can get some names ticked over. I think that'll...
And he's on dry. Mr. Keys coming in and on dry tyres. I tell you what, I had him surging up behind me at the end of my first stint, and it was terrifying watching him basically run this as a drift race, throwing that rear out, getting it in. Look at him just holding onto the curve there in the dry tyres as well. So impressive what this man can do. I don't know if Dave, you've had the chance to actually chuck a sneaky. Oh no, Jake Driver, a second penalty for dangerous driving on lap 83. Hold it together, man. You've only got a little bit of time left in your stint. I can see you on the side of me.
They might have seen, so that was a fair few laps ago. So I know the stewards probably have their hands full at the moment. There's a little bit of carnage, so they want to make sure they get all the correct calls. But yeah, Lucas here on dries and just throwing the car around, not worrying about white lines, not worrying about ripple strips. It's just full send. Let's get to the lead.
Not even worrying about those tyre pressures either. I can't imagine what it does to you mentally looking at those ice blue tyres. But it just seems that Lucas is impervious to being affected by such things in that bright pink livery. So I heard you and JC talking about this the other night as he wags the Nissan's tail onto the main straight. My goodness gracious, do we have some racing ahead of us here.
Imagine what Luke's going through in the lead. It just been you know, as Aaron said the other day, first time in the top 10 shootout. This is probably their first time in the lead of an enduro series race as well. You know, yes, they are high quality drivers, but being just given this monster lead, how would you go about trying to keep as you go switch position between Spence and is that Holmes,
and that's
the Bentley, yeah. Oh,
Holmes is coming up on Spence there. We're going to see some wagon here as we look for a way to pass.
It's a slick versus wet tyre situation.
Let us have a look as they go past. We've definitely got one car on wets.
Whoa!
As we slide out around the corner there. We are in for a bit of a battle here, folks. Okay, we've just been given confirmation that Spence is
has to be
on drives. Look at them go. Holmes on the wets as he goes sailing through there.
Oh,
it's really
deep.
Whoa, he's hold it.
Hold on. So that's a Bentley in the top three. Currently have Nissan, Mercedes, and a Bentley in the top three, and a Macca in a pit four. There's 4 manufacturers in the top 4. I love that about racing.
You gotta love that, mate. It speaks volumes of the BOP. I know people have their opinions on the balance of performance for different cars and everything, but to have the top class of drivers here in OOR, all in different manufacturers, all sitting in the top 4. Look at that. We got a Nissan, a Merc, a Bentley, and a Macca, all in the top 4, and we can see a Ferrari down there in position 8 as well from Hamilton.
I'm interested to see how long this rain lasts, because if they're caught on wets for potentially another hour, does that hinder them for needing to have another pit? Because I think that's just the smartest move, isn't it?
I would say so. I'm just reaching over to my ACC drive so that I can get a look at that weather update. So in 6 minutes, the rain is due to stop, which we can see on the screen here as well.
And look at the cars already just trying to make sure they can keep their wets nice and cool, just to make them last a little bit longer, trying to find that extra little bit of dampness down the straights, not going the normal line that we classify as a normal racing line, trying to make sure that if they can keep their wets for a couple extra laps as this track dries off, really trying to take advantage of that. there it is, the Helix Bentley just driving down that side there. See it just along the white line, keeping those tyres a little bit cooler as this track's potentially going to start drying off as the rain starts to ease off in the next 10 minutes.
Absolutely the smart play there. Speaking of smart plays, we've actually just had Mr. Saxon Hayes jump into the commentary box. How are you, sir?
Oh, yeah, all right, mate. Pretty sweaty. It's been some tough conditions out there.
Absolutely. How you feeling? How have you driven so far? We saw that you actually had a purple lap for a number of laps there. Really, really bloody good effort there, mate. How you feeling?
Yeah, mate, it's roller coaster. Bloody accidentally took out a car. Probably that would have been captured a bit early. It was completely my bad, so we got 15 seconds. So I kind of saw red and kind of helped me for the next 60% of the stint. And then, yeah, coming around T2, I can't remember who the car ahead of us was that went onto the grass, put the anchors on, rightly so, which then meant mid-corner I've got to do the same, and just spun out and lost all the effort that I'd put in, pretty much went away. So we're back down in P20.
Battle, by the way, sorry, Saxon. We've got a 3-car battle going on the main screen. We've got an insert here with even more battles going on. Mate, did you jump out of the car, Saxon, or how long have you been out for?
Loopy literally got in last lap, mate. So I jumped out, left it with him, and came in here to help with you boys and watch the great racing.
Mate, you've got out at exactly the right time.
100%.
All blame has been taken off your shoulders. Yep. Look at these guys just struggling on slicks, and the car in wets just sails by at the moment.
It's
I think that was 3-car battle. Crazy.
Yeah, I can give it to you from the pit wall. It's the tough decision because the rain's not sticking around, so it's like the start of the race again, where it's unless the rain picks up again, if you can drive through it on the dries, you're going to come out better. All the people on wets are probably going to have their tyres balloon out and will need to pit again. So yeah, be interesting with the variables on what occurs from there.
And that's exactly the call that we've been umming and ahhing about for the past 5 minutes is what do you actually do? You look at the long game, you look at the short game. Are you trying to be safe? Are you trying to make it a little bit risky? Are you trying to make up some positions? Or do you trust the driver that's in the car to do their job well? And that's exactly what we've been speaking about the last 10 minutes, because that's what makes motor racing exciting.
100%. That's as much as we babble on every time and whinge that we want to dry race. It's made it interesting. All the front runners and all that went on dries. Even Lucas succumbing to people on wets coming out because the 30-minute rain that came out of nowhere and caught us with our pants down. It's also probably put the stewarding team, from what I could see, needing a few extra beers and that to get through all the reports that are coming through. But yeah, it's mega fun.
Yeah, the last half an hour, those stewards have been very busy. I think beers will be on them for the next little bit, or beers are on us for them for the next little bit, because they've had their work cut out. I think as those driver swaps started to come through. Oh, it's big dive.
Starts to have a look at the 9 White World of Sports car. I can hear JC singing the song again. Look at them go. Now, tell us, Saxon, what did you guys go for? You put dries on, I'm guessing, by the way that you're talking about your upcoming strategy?
Yeah, we first stint dry, and then this stint we're currently on dries as well, as Loopy is absolutely tippy-toeing around.
Yep.
Just got to hold out. It's probably going to be another, I'd put an estimate on 5 to 6 laps before those dry runners, and what a send. Coming down to the airfield. Leaked the stamp on that one, my God.
Wacko. I'll tell you what, he made that stick better.
All the time.
Not without some great attempts at a bit of a mind punt there. I don't know if anyone else saw the wiggle just before he threw it down the inside. We've seen a little bit of opposite lock stuff going on from different cars here.
We've got Lucas Keys only 1.5 seconds behind P4 at the moment as well, hunting that car down too as well. So I think the confidence of certain people in certain cars at certain times, they're either just trying to find a little bit of track position, or they're just biding their time to go, yep, cool, no mistakes. It's still just over 5 hours remaining. Let's just bide our time and race at the end, maybe once it all dries up, because we saw how fast those times started to come down. And we got another Lucas Keys mind punt. That's the first thing that Lucas always seems to do, is like, let's just see if we can get other people out of my way first, and then we'll
absolutely let them make the mistake.
Yeah,
goodness gracious.
Here it
Lucas
again.
is
Here it is
right
again.
on the bumper. But Spence holds his line, doesn't even need to defend, just trusts his own instinct.
Just drive on the drier line, Spence. You know exactly what you need to do. There's nothing to be had in driving and trying to defend on the wet line right now.
There we go. Lucas Key's going to throw it down the inside. We know he's on dries. This is going to be a tough one to hold. We watch that tail wag a little bit, but he hangs on. There's a bit of an over-under situation.
Well done,
This is
Tony.
going to be a really interesting next couple of turns here. As Lucas goes down the inside again. He's holding it. He's going to run out of room.
Job done.
Job done. Absolutely. Look at him go. Tell you what, Spence did all he could there, but there's only so much you can do when someone as fast as Keys is on your tail. Mind you, Spence is just having a little bit of a look down the inside here and see if he can return the mind punt.
That's a bit cheeky.
Keys holds it.
That's
Bit
a
cheeky.
Spence. Shake my hand. That was great. I love a good mind punt. Yeah, if anyone deserves one, Lucas probably needs it. He throws out way too many.
Living in his head rent-free, perhaps. Or definitely trying to.
We've got a 13-second gap to P3 for Lucas there, so we'll see how fast that comes down as this track dries out. Hopefully those times become a little bit more consistent. But yeah, 13 seconds, now 12 seconds straight out the gate, yep. And that's nothing untoward for Lucas Keys. He knows his job, and off he goes to get to a position on the podium, actually. It will be his next goal.
Been meaning to ask, how's the old Madden brother going? How's their race going so far?
Yeah, mate, Dan looks like he's doing pretty well. He's sitting there at 21. I think he's just made an overtake on Brenner. Not sure whether that might have been a pit overtake or anything, but he looks like he's sitting 3 laps behind 21st place now. So we may have actually had an incident there. I'm not quite sure. But I'll tell you what, I spoke to Dan just before he jumped in. He's based in Hawaii, so he's just come home from a full day of work. And he's jumped in front of the PC after having a quick shower. And he's ready and raring to go. Anyone that's seen Dan drive around, we know that he definitely loves to throw it down the inside and put some moves on. We could expect some big things here, but I think what needs to happen at the moment is he just needs to hold on what he's doing and keep pushing his way through, try and catch up to that 20th place just there. You know him well from having helped out with the Academy series there, Saxon. I'm sure that you've got a few things, a few sort of opinions and thoughts on Dan's driving. He's definitely pushing up the sprint series in the next couple of seasons. Definitely not this one, but probably the next. How do you think he'll fare up in that scene as we see the Bentley just throw it down the inside there?
Yeah, firstly, Matt and I believe he'll fit in well. There'll be a bit of an adjusting period. Academy to sprints is a lot different aggression. It's not licking a stamp from interstate. It's more, mind punts, things that we see in this enduro. There's a bit more tactics that go along that can throw you off your game, and he should be all right. I mean, it's for the enduro for today, I believe he's got JC in his ear, so the only thing he's got to worry about is pit entries. But other than that, JC should be giving him some good tips. We'll watch here of just the blue flags coming into that fast right that just make things awkward and dancing around as Brad Cook's just trying to weave his way around. And there he goes. The late line that he sifts through. No issue.
And also keeping Hamilton at bay behind him too. I just think about, you've got to get the past the blue flags. You also got a guy rapidly coming up in your rear vision mirror at exactly the same time. And are we starting to get a bit of a crossover here again? I think these dry tyres are starting to warm up and come forward. Interesting to see the next 5 minutes unfold as the times start to cross back over and we start heading closer back down to that 1 minute 30 time frame. We're currently doing 135s, 136s, and as the dry tyre comes back closer again, and that's that changeover period where it's now that 132, 131 mark. The dry tyre was the right tyre to stay on.
Yeah, starting to hit that crossover point probably in the next lap or two. It's still a bit squirrely in some spots that we see them slide and having to do a bit of a tank slap out through from turn 3 there. But I'd say that we would be getting to that crossover very point, and we'll see which one of these two boys likes the new conditions as they are riding each other down into the second chicane.
And how good
riding each other and riding the curbs.
Double flames down the side.
Paint it red and it will go faster. Look at him fly through. And look at the Bentley just munching those curves too. I got to say, that's the ultimate must be nice for me as he just goes around. Brad Cook goes around a blue flagger there. Soaring down his
Ferrari.
Hamilton hot on his heels as he comes into a very heavy braking zone here. And accelerates out cleanly. Hamilton staying behind, but I think there's going to be a bit of door knocking going on in the next couple of turns. I think I'd be feeling the pressure if I was in the 695 car at the moment. Just had some people in the YouTube chat.
That car. Oh, talk about some error.
Congratulating Spence on not battling with Johnson and sorts as he's gone through with keys. Sorry, as he's gone flying through. Let that 777 car on its way. But I think we can also, Warren, I think we can agree that the attempted mind punt from Spence there was well worth a crack for the 420 car. Just trying to give Lucas something to think about.
Yeah, it's 100%. I mean, why not? He's literally just been riding your back bumper for 3/4 of a lap. You might as well give him something to look back on as well himself.
Absolutely. We've got Henderson here throwing down some pretty clean laps in a really good looking car, mind you. It looks like he's actually got Gibbons hot on his heel there. Gibbo in the number 39 Nissan. Tell us, Saxon, you're in the Nissan in the Nissan today. How does it go at a track like this in these sorts of conditions? I know it's an absolute powerhouse, loves the straight line speed, and also tends to have a bit of a happy wag. And so I think we just watch Cook just maybe invalidate on that corner there, but still holds it together. How's the Nissan going in conditions like this at a track like this?
Yeah, it all comes down to the driver. If Keys is quite showing that if you've got that throttle application right down smick, the car works absolutely operational. If you're someone that doesn't really have that confidence on the accelerator, it's got a lot of torque into it, so once you accidentally kind of do a little bit too much noise, that rear does get very loosey-goosey. So yeah, it's fine if you're in the zone and you're locked down, but as soon as you lose a bit of confidence, this car definitely doesn't help you with it.
I would absolutely believe you on that. I have not yet driven the Nissan myself, but it matches pretty much what everyone has said about it. It's a bit of a beast, but if you can tame the beast, then it definitely works in your favour here. So we're watching some really, really good racing here from both Cookie and Hamilton as they're just sitting on each other, going through, not appearing to lose too much time in the battle, which is good. I've noticed as well after a couple of stints this morning, that a few people putting down some pretty slow laps where they enter into battles, letting the field behind them catch up. We're just watching here, Hamilton sticking his nose in and out, just letting him know that he's there. Cookie's definitely got that on the back of his mind. And Saxon, you've definitely got the some information about the sprint drivers and the pro drivers, especially that Davo and I don't have access to. Who's your pick here in the Cook versus Hamilton battle? Or as we see Squires get a 10-second penalty, lap 10.
I think if you've got the Boatley ahead, then he should be able to hold him off. The acceleration off the line is incredible. As we're starting to switch into that dry lines, these two pro drivers have done this course time and time again on the dry, so they'll know what it's doing. So I think we'll kind of, unless it's a blue flag or a car as we just watched there comes out there and changes the dynamic, I think we might have Hamilton looking at the back of that car for a substantial point. But again, one little slip up, the Boatley's got to take the first chicane pretty heavy, so that brings a risk reward factor. He could absolutely put himself off, but yeah, I think they'll not really change for the next few laps.
As we watch Cookie just hop different lines there, possibly just trying to live in the mind of his competitor behind him. Also probably chasing a little bit of wet line here, as I believe he's on wet tyres. It's hard to see from here. Watching him hold it off.
Still doing 34s. So.
Still doing 34s. So yeah, definitely experience that as the track moves to greasy. We're approaching some green track conditions, as we're not expecting any rain in the next 30 minutes, which I'm sure a few people would be delighted to see. But as you said, Saxon, it looks like Brad Cook's here. He's got his Coxman license. He's commanding that boat as he throws it through that first chicane. The Aston does not have that, not without taking flight anyway. There's definitely can go nose to the sky if I try and take that right-hand curve just a little bit too tight.
So we're starting to see that trial. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
That's all right. I'm not sure we're allowed to say that word on stream, mate.
I'll stay away from that one.
With the wing on the back of that, mate. Yeah, he's hoisted the sail. He's trying to get on the distance, but Hamilton behind him, just forever, right within striking distance of any mistake, and he's through. But absolutely, as you said before, great racing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not the wet tyres are coming from pit sooner or later. But Dan Madden, here he is, pitting probably for some dries. There it is.
I think so. I think that's the play. My man Jake Foster there coming in. We have a 55-second penalty. I believe we are required to serve there in the Pidgey Racing blue team. But he will also be pitting and putting our man Ben Simpson in the car. Yet another academy driver going out there and giving it a red hot go today. We're also watching Hamilton come in for a pit. We're going to be throwing on some dry tyres now, no doubt. As you can see, the different markings there on the wet too, Davo. We can see that yellow and red mark as opposed to the standard Pirelli. We've also just had confirmation from the one and only Mr. Aaron Lee that he will be jumping into the commentary box in just a few moments, so we can get inside the head of a killer and find out just how hard it was to put down that early morning double stint and hold that lead, which he's done so well. We should be seeing him jump in just a few minutes.
Got P3, P4 battle on the screen right now. That 13-second gap has come down very fast, and I think the right tyre to be on slicks is now the call to be made. So those guys that spent the 10-15 minutes tiptoeing around in the wet, now it's time to really switch on and make the most of it. As these guys that did put wets on will have to come and make that extra stint, and all of a sudden
Lucas Keys goes side by side, heading into the first chicane. They're neck and neck, and he makes it through by hopping the curb as he accelerates away cleanly. My goodness, the things this man does.
With the Ferrari behind as well.
Incredible.
Is that Ferrari in there a backbucker, or it's someone that's kind of stuck in the mix of all that? Green of Garth, I think it is. I think we're kind of absolutely seeing the crossover point, and I think now we're going to see probably that purple kind of shift over to Mr. Keys shortly, now that we've got the dry run coming pretty close up to it. We are crossing into Greasy. It shouldn't be too far when we get the fast track and those times start plummeting down. As we see Holmes and Cookie in the pits at the moment.
All coming in for some fresh boots. Right? He's dropped now. Keys and Johnson. Johnson has been out there. Let me check how long Johnson's been out for. He's been out there for 26 minutes. Lucas Keys has been in the car for 22 minutes. I'd say without a doubt they're probably both on dries now and just trying to stay out there and see this stint through. There'll be some pretty intense battling going on between positions 1 and 2 just shortly. The 111 and the 777 will be following that action as it's happening in front of us. As we see car 69 there.
Double distance first and second. Come on, guys, get another car up there.
Get another car in there. Get the manufacturers involved. We see Jonesy, number 69, going to the pits there. Watching Brad Cook again, coming smashing out of the pits there on a fresh set of dries, no doubt. I'm trying to figure out who that car is hot on his heels. One of the few Fords in the race today. You got to think, Dave, with the additional restrictor that went in, I know that hurt a lot of feelings, but I'm sure that a few people would have deviated from choosing the Ford as they originally intended to actually intentionally drive something else that wasn't restricted.
I think this is probably a good little shakeout for him. With the sprint series obviously coming up and the guys starting to think about selecting their cars for the next season, an 8-hour race is probably a good way to shake it down and go, yeah, cool, this is still a viable car in ACC, let alone OR, but also their sprint series coming up. Whether or not they're thinking about using that car as a main for the next season, I think 8 hours in the car is a great time to work that out. So I'd be doing that if I was going to be able to do anything.
I mean, don't discount Squires came in P3 at the end of the first qualifying stint in the pros, so the Mustang's still got absolutely that pace in there. Might not be the straight line dominance horse that it is now, but still showing that it's still got a bit of pace under those wheels.
Luke Johnson back in doing a 132 again, so yeah, his pace is starting to heat up again as the track keeps drying out. You know, the air temp back up to 20 degrees, track temp 22 degrees, hottest of the day. You know, as we get to 10 a.m. in-game race time, these cars are just going to keep getting faster and faster. And whether or not the Kuno service throws some more rain our way in the future, obviously those types of fickle things will come on board. But yeah, Johnson's still doing an absolute great job out in the lead. And I'm sure the heart rate definitely starts to come down as he just starts to be a bit more comfortable with the track conditions.
Probably relishing the fact that it's the first part in his stint that's dry and not having to deal with wet. He's probably having a great time at the moment.
Absolutely, coming out at the best time of the day, arguably. Sun's out and shining. We've got a greasy track that will be drying up steadily as we go. There's that excellent looking 9 Wide World of Sports car comes sailing through. Got to be one of the best on ground today. As we are joined by the one and only, no doubt tired and exhausted, Aaron Lee. G'day, Diggle. How are you, mate?
Yeah, just a bit tired. I think it was 2.5 hours straight driving, so yeah, little sweaty, especially up here in Cairns.
No doubt, mate. And you would have been feeling a little bit of pressure there at the moment. I know I spoke to you the other night and you said that it was your first top 10 shootout, which you absolutely just outclassed yourself. I mean, it was so good watching you fly through that, mate. You put down such a good lap. But how was it sitting in that driver's seat, throwing down that double stint to start and holding on to first place there as well in variable conditions? How'd it go? Talk us through the stint. Tell us about your approach. Give us everything.
I think we just got extremely lucky with the right track call. We decided to go with the wet tyres for the race start, which it looked like most of the people around us decided to go with the dries, and it seemed to be the perfect call. And then after that, we got a good lead, and it was just a matter of keeping it on track and just not doing anything silly. Did rack up 2 warnings though over my 2.5 hour stint, so that's not good. But we'll cross that bridge once we get to it, once we go on. So we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully we're not in for a DT.
I'm interested to see how many people have those track cuts. It's the part that being in the comms team that we don't get a chance to have a look at who's on what and how many track cuts everyone has, because I know that some of these guys push the limit every single lap, and surely sooner or later 4 of those are going to pop up and you're going to get a drive-through off the rip, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, especially around that second chicane. It is very easy to cut too much through that second area and then just rack up a track warning. And yeah.
Like, just give us a 5-minute chat about your livery, mate. Let's give us any shout-outs you want to have there.
That would be all Luke Johnson. He's the man who does the Cowsonic livery. Normally we run the light brew Cowsonics. This is a little bit of a little alternative version. But yeah, I got to give all the credit to Luke Johnson for our liveries that we get for the Nissan. He's always got a good one on hand.
Is it, it might be a little bit of good luck. You might not be running the dark one for a little while to come.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is, the livery. But hopefully now we just got Luke in the car, so if he can bring it on with the wet track, dry tyres, we could be on for a good position here. But we're not naive to know that Keys is also extremely quick, so we'll be following what Keys is doing throughout the race as well.
We won't be denying that, but you've jumped out exactly the same time as Saxon Hayes in the chat as well, and just the ability to put the guy in and then go, yep, you deal with the next level of wet weather. I think you've done yourself a really proud job there, mate, so you should be really proud of yourself.
I'm very happy with how the mornings turned out, and I think that's me actually done for the day. I've done my stints. I think it's up to the boys to bring it home, and full confidence they'll do really well.
Wow, and you
check beer crack and off you go.
Yeah, pretty much. A bit early for a beer. I think I'll celebrate with some KFC for lunch. We'll chuck the beers at about 4 o'clock.
Bird.
Or 5.
No, you're an athlete.
I'll just do your dirty bird order there, mate. Give us what's going to be coming in hot at your house.
Got to go for the zinger box, just a straightforward zinger box.
The staple choice.
As far as I'm aware, KFC don't make anything else. It's just the zinger box, and sometimes the occasional zinger stacker if you're mighty hungry.
Yeah.
Only controversial point, mate. What drink you going with it?
We go on the Pepsi, of course. Just gotta, not the Pepsi Max. I'm sorry, but the aftertaste of the
Aggressive
Pepsi
choice.
Max.
You're gonna throw out my boy Mountain Dew? Oh, come on, mate.
Look,
He doesn't
we
need to
had
be
a
all
good stint, so
jacked
we
up.
don't need to worry about health at the moment.
And he doesn't need to be all jacked up on Mountain Dew for the afternoon. What?
Sorry, go again, Matty.
I just said he doesn't need to be all jacked up on Mountain Dew there for the afternoon. As we see Gibbo hanging on there in the 32 Nissan, look at him swinging through. So Aaron, you've got a quiet afternoon. Are you having anything to do with the 24 hours at Spa, or are you steering clear of that one?
Oh, I have no idea yet. We'll cross that bridge once we get to it. We'll see how many drivers we got going. I'm more than happy to fill in if we need some drivers and we're a bit short. But yeah, cross that bridge once we get to it.
Got Squires chasing down Gibbo, is that right?
Yeah, that's 100%. And as we've been having a great chat with Miss Aaron Lee, it's gone from greasy all the way through to optimum. So now got these boys that should be putting in their best laps and really showing what type of pace you can achieve with a full tank of fuel on this track, especially with Squires right up the back of him now as they come into the last chicane.
I'll let all you boys. I'll let you boys all get back to the comms though, doing a great job, and I'll jump back in with my teammate, make sure he's doing all well. And thanks for having me, all guys.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Aaron. Great
Cheers.
drive, mate. Great drive.
Thanks very much. Catch us all later.
Catch you, mate.
Yeah, just in this main screen here, the green Aston looking real racy. Is that just to try and get his lap back, I think, maybe, more than anything?
Could be unlapping himself, really just throwing it around there. I guess as you're unlapping yourself, you've really got to make yourself quite known to those in front of you. Show a bit of intent, show a bit of direction, and really just stand behind your own flow. Look at him going up the inside here. This is going to be another tight one into this first chicane as he comes and just pulls in front of that purple Mustang. Hard to miss the purple Mustang, but definitely a good one to get around. My goodness, as he goes sailing through and takes that chicane really, really cleanly.
Still on the Jacob Foster doesn't know what a purple Mustang looks like. Still a straight murder. That is murder of the day so far.
Yes, we can't confirm if Jake might be colourblind or not. Maybe he can't see the colour purple as he went sailing into the pit lane earlier this morning and just gave I would say more than a gentle nudge to that purple Stang there.
I see John jump back in our comms chat. So yeah, great to have him back on board with us. I know we had a nice little hour off there, so John, you're obviously more than welcome to jump back in with us. But yeah, you joined the comms track, so I get to hear his dulcet tones coming through very soon. But yeah, this Aston is just pushing through the pack and not taking any prisoners.
Dulcet tone. Thank you very much, Davo. That is the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me in my life. No, that's just in OOR. But yeah, I had a bit of a sandwich. I played some Elden Ring Night Rain real quick with Michael Babb, who I was in a team speak with, and we were just watching the race in the background. Now, Kafil Slady, quite a fast driver, also quite aggressive. He's won a few sprint races, and his main car is the Audi. I've seen him drive the Ferrari a few times, so I am slightly surprised to see him in the Aston. But he is a very aggressive driver, and he always tries to put down the moves, as you can see, straight through the first chicane. And Gibbo knows it too. Gibbo gave some extra room on the inside just to make sure there was no contact.
To see if Squires try to take advantage of that as well, because that's the race behind is actually a race for position. So, as the Mustang just tries to step out on him again. But yeah, Elden Ring and a sandwich. That is quite a hour off. How do you have much time to play much Elden Ring? I'm not too sure, because isn't that game take hours and hours?
Oh, it's the newer one that just came out, Night Rain. It's a lot shorter. It takes about 45 minutes if you even get the full run. If you die before you mess up, it's 30. But no, it's just a quick time off. I was watching the race. I was in the team speak as well of Nathan Monks and Tim Gobe. And Tim Gobe losing his shit all the time at just bad mistakes.
Adam Lewis? I was going to say, was that Adam Lewis?
No, actually.
It was for a fair while, and yes, there was some interesting.
It was good battling, but it was also just some unfortunate nudges here and there that caused him to get slightly angrier. But no, him and Toto are a very good match together, and that's why they managed to do so well in the Coda Enduro also.
Yeah. It's interesting to see how many people have changed teams or changed cars or changed or stuck together since Coda. So I know there's been a few driver lineup changes. And,
yeah, because
something that doesn't ever happen. Sorry to cut you off there, but we have a dual fastest lap with P2 and P5 both set in the 12.710. Never happens, as we all know.
Down to the 1,000. Unbelievable.
Come on, Holmesy. Take it out. Take it out yourself.
Sorry to cut you off, Golly, but yeah, you're 100% right. It's Toto and
that's completely fine.
Gobby changed back to the Nissan. They felt a bit hard done by with, I believe they were in the Aston for Coda, weren't they? You can correct me on that one.
Yeah, they were. And that's another thing. I've seen that Toto and Tim's chemistry is very similar to yours and Jaden Rondanella's chemistry as well. It's just sort of accepting that there will be mistakes, but you just keep on pushing through.
Yeah, I still love Loopy, even though in the first 17 minutes of the race he clocked up 3 track limits. It's the tough love you've got to give them.
Yeah, and you will be receiving that hospital pass shortly, I think. Closing the loop on a conversation we had just a moment ago about Jake Foster possibly being colourblind and not seeing that purple. I've just been informed that he actually is a bit like a bull, and purple could have been his trigger colour. So we're going to have to watch out for that 147 Pidgey car in the Mustang for the rest of the race. Anytime they go and tangle, Jake's just going to see red or perhaps purple in this state. Listen, fellas, I've got to drop out for a bit as I'm going to get ready for my next stint. And amusingly, the other day I actually had some builders at my place cut through my fibre to the premise cable for NBN, which is possibly a brief anecdote, mate. So I went outside. There was a poor 16-year-old apprentice standing there holding both ends of the separated fibre to the premise cable, wondering what the hell he just cut, thinking that I'd laid down some Christmas lights, amusingly, in mid-July. So I'm going to drop out, say good day to the NBN man, which is currently doing the Lord's work outside the front of my house. So hopefully I'll be back on near gigabit down by this afternoon. But I'm going to drop, and I'll leave you in the very safe hands, everyone on the stream, with Davo, John, and Saxon. Thanks, boys.
Thank you very much.
As this race is coming through, just want to shout out to Mr. Warren Baker, #1 contributor on the YouTube chat. So if anyone else is listening, get some more chat going in that YouTube chat. Love hearing what you guys have to say over there as well.
Alrighty, so we still got Johnson in P1. That's the team of Aaron Lee. They're Rockets Evolved. Then we got Keys and John Hislop in P2, Rashuti P3, Spence P4, and Jolmsy P5. So that hasn't changed much. Mega Drives once again from Shane. And yeah, we'll have to see how the race evolves. But as we can see, Ramez, P7, Hamilton, Ramez, and Cook all fighting. Gibbo finally up there from the latter stages of positions. Squires, P10, and Monks, P11. So it seems like everybody sort of found their pace now in the dry track, and all the positions are coalescing quite smoothly, as opposed to what the disaster of the first hour of people being on dries when there's just far too many wets.
Yeah, 100%. We've got, we saw Hamilton did the undercut on Cook. It's worked out perfectly. He's gained those positions. He's now on a fly with the fastest lap, 2 tenths clear of the previous. We've got Squires that is setting in 10th, but he's got a nice little 10-second penalty assigned to his name as well. We've got Monks with this battle with him and Gibbo. He's starting to come up to the rear of them, so we should have a little battle pack going there. And we're kind of sifting through where everyone's getting into that midway point where there's gaps forming and everyone's just trying to get into a groove and over the course of the sit try and claw onto their next competitor and just settle in for the next little portion.
Yeah, I just want to... Oh, that's fairly impressive. Lucas is now 12 seconds from the leader.
Gained 12 seconds.
I see, I misunderstood my fortune teller. So, thank you, Glenn. So, he's picked up 12 extra seconds from Luke Johnson in the lead. So now he is 47 seconds behind the leader. So that Rocket Evolves GTR doing very well as opposed to the baby GTR, which I hate to see. And I hope it doesn't show up again. Like, I love you, Lucas. I love you, Hislop. Why? Just make something nice. I'm talking about the livery. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm talking just delivery. Excellent drive from both of them. Excellent drive from Luke Johnson, P1, P2. Just, okay, Glenn, change. I don't want to...
As we see the disgusting livery pop up on our screens as we talk.
Glenn is now torturing me, as we also see their thermal take, 700 thermal takes on the spoiler as well. Liam Hamilton has stolen the fastest lap once again.
I was going to say some devastating news. The car 500 has been withdrawn from the race in the YouTube chat. Yeah, some internet issues. So yeah, Jack Miller, Josh McLaughlin, Damiano, unlucky guys. That's some terrible news. I know whether or not you was having a great race at the time, but yeah, you know, those internet issues, those pesky internet issues, and sad to see another Porsche not be running around today.
That is very unfortunate indeed. Thank you to their team for participating and making the Zolder Enduro what it is. And yeah, just call it immersion for mechanical failures, because shit like this goes wrong all the time in real life as well, in real racing.
Correct. And well, lads, I've got some life coming up in the next 15 minutes that I'm going to have to jump off this amazing call. Hopefully I can jump on a little bit later. But guys, thank you so much. Thank you, YouTube, for helping myself and Matt as commentary, freshies. But no, thank you everyone. And guys, have a great call. Everyone have a safe race, and love to see you guys and be around you guys much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining, Davo. Great on your debut last Thursday as well.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, just to expand further on mechanical failures, I was actually with Tim Gobe. He works at a race team, and they were working on the Mustang. It's the only Mustang at the Bangsan Grand Prix. And long story short, both races got P1, both races mechanical failure. First was the fuel sensor failing, messed up the air-fuel ratio, completely killed the car. And second one, a brand new fuel rail was installed at 4 a.m. the night before, courtesy of Tim. And then the fuel rail busted during the race as well. So both DNF races, especially when it was P1 in the GTC class. So it was just unfortunate, but that's just a part of racing, part of life, and part of this event too.
The same way we come into the race, we've got both Rashudi and Spence were in the pits. We've got Cook now getting up to the back of Ramez Samuel. Squires is still sitting behind Gibbo in about within half a second. So we're going to have some interesting battles come up on here as Cook's just starting to send those little mind punts through to Ramez there just to let him know that he's there. Just keep him honest.
Cook is a fantastic racer, and so is Ramez. But this is always so... It's sketchy to me because my skill level is not good enough to do any of that.
It's all with time in the seat, mate, as these two have had plenty of that as we come up into the first chicane. We're still pretty close. You'd be pretty energetic if you wanted ambitious to set it up in the chicane, but he's still giving him just that nose just to pop up in his side view mirrors. We're still within the 0.5 as we come down into the second chicane. If you can set this up, Cook's had a centre few down indoors. He has another
he's
look.
Really, yeah.
It's cost him a bit of time. He's probably, unless Ramez has a little bit of a wiggle, he's probably lost his ability to send it down into the hairpin, which he's done a few times this race. I would have thought that would be his moment that he'd want to look to strike.
This is generally one of the best parts about racing, though. It's just non-stop. Hopefully, it's always non-stop action, especially with these two very high skill level drivers, and also the amount of respect they have for each other, because you don't necessarily try to pull dirty moves on any driver, hopefully, but just giving them space and knowing where they're gonna make a move. It's so terrifying. Like this right here, sending it into T1 down on the inside. Let's see if he makes a stick. He's got the room. He's side by side. That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Oh man, I'm cursing stuff today.
And I'm solely blaming that on you, and that will be sent up to the steward's box for a bit of a review. But I think Cook might be in a little bit of a naughty for that one, as we still the same battle pack. Swires has lost a bit to Gibbo, which has now got Toto having a bit of a look, and as he has a big look down in the back chicane, but backs out of it. But I'd say, what are your views on that one with Cookie there, Gormley? I think there might be a bit of trouble coming Cookie's way.
Definitely, because that is the opposite of what I was talking about respecting and giving each other enough room. But, you know, that's the second curse I've done tonight. The first was talking about how the Mustang handles the first chicane great, and then just to see it off the chicane a lap later. Yeah, wow. I'm Magic Powers today. Back on the main screen with Aiden Squires being followed by Nathan Monks. We'll have to see if Monks, if he wants to keep it safe or if he tries to make a move, because there's still 4 hours and 40 minutes left. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes, past 3/8 of the way into this event.
Mate, if you can continue to use those powers, I don't want to be biased or anything, but if you want to say, you know, Monks is doing really well and all that, that would be handy for myself. But as we come down to the second...
I mean, let's be honest, both of you did not have good starts. Both of you did have not good races either, but the first part was just strategy and unfortunately Kunos weather. But other than that, it's hard to kind of say who's doing fantastic, who's doing great, because everybody's just putting in their 100%. As we're getting a slight accordion here, we'll have to see if Monks is planning to send it down the inside again on the back chicane or not.
Yeah, as he comes in, another big wide look.
Yep, he's just edging his nose in there.
I know we're saying that the forwards copped a 20% restrictor there, but I'm not really seeing the GTR pull too much of it. Might be maybe because of the slipstream from Gibbo, but it's not really gaining down the straights I would have expected with that little limiting factor. It does show that, you know, through the corners, it is handling pretty well, and he does gain a bit from the GTR, which is a bit understeery, I'd say, in this portion of his stint. As Gibbo up the front also having a bit of a swiggle, which is keeping Squires very much in the mix of his rear bumper.
Yeah, well, with the 20% restriction on top of the GTR's power, that actually, it definitely made it a better car to drive and a better car to handle, because you can't just rely on the power. Ooh,
as we see, Brad Cook did cop that 15-second whack for that penalty on Amir Samuel, which is kind of what we expected on that one, but yeah, fair whack of 15 seconds on that one.
Yeah, it was nothing too bad, but it was definitely contact, and that was, I'd say that was deserved in terms of just, it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, 100%.
As we're continuing, the Mustang is most likely a better car to drive. It is faster at some tracks now, less fast at other tracks, mainly Paul Ricard because of the top speed difference. But other than that, I hate to say it, Mustang's probably a better car to drive now for beginners and the like.
I wouldn't have a no. I'm not touching that car with a 10-foot pole unless it's, you know, starts with Audi and ends with Audi. But as just asking Glenn if you're still there, mate, can we get a time check between P1 and P2? Is he still chewing that time down, or are we still, maybe Luke Johnson starting to normalise that as we're coming into the dry? Shoot out another 9 seconds by looks on that one, as we've got Toto pretty much absolutely just actually touching Squires there at the rear as he backs out of the move into turn 3 coming up. If he can try and hold, but no, that's
wow, yeah, just
absolute amazing turn 3, and see you later. He's going to have to send that one back to the coach to realign on that one.
Yeah, just a slight tap of the brake for Toto. You can see how much he lost from that, from the Mustang.
Got to give it a moment here for going. It's just giving this the absolute action shots as we see that there's a 4th car coming up to the rear. That looks like Mr. Carpenter is now starting to look into this battle, which are coming into a bit of a 4 car, and it's going to add some dynamics there because Toto's not going to have the flexibility of free air behind him. If he makes too much of a mistake on one of his moves, he's going to have to start looking in his mirrors as well.
He's going to have to start driving defensively while trying to overtake Squires, and that's a big problem, because if he gets a bad send, he's losing the position he has. If Carpenter can also capitalize on losing said position too.
Yeah, absolutely. As we then come down, Toto is again right up behind Squires. It does look like in that sector 3, Toto is able to get up to the back of him, but just through this bit more, you know, technical, a bit more reliant on the grip. Squires does look like he's able to kind of just do enough to pull away to hold him off down in that first chicane. you're definitely, unless something goes wrong, not going to make a move into Sector 2, being that first and second chicane. So Squire's doing enough, and even though he's holding off Toto, he's still keeping Gibbo within half a second. He's still getting that nice little, you know, essentially DRS or the whitewash through, so he's doing bloody well.
Yeah, I think another reason why the Mustang's performing so well here is mainly because of the less ballast and the better traction from not having, you know, like 7,000 horsepower straight to both rear wheels. But yeah, I'm happy to see so many GTRs, and so there's only 2 Mustangs over the whole field, but I'm happy to see at least there are people still driving the Mustang even after it got choked and put down.
Be very interesting with the upcoming sprint series on how many continue to hold their loyalty to the Mustang, and also coming into the next ones being Kailami.
Yes, was it 9 hours of Kailami was next?
Yeah, I believe so.
And you've managed to reel in JC on the one track he hates the most for an enduro?
Yep, signed him up before he looked at the track, and there's no takeback. So unlucky JC, you were locked in, held by contract. So nice little pickup for us into round 3 as he's kind of just dancing around on AC. A lot of iRacing that we've seen, but yeah, it'll be a good pickup for us, I think.
Are you still planning to take the GTR for Kailami?
For us, yeah, so GTR all the way through to Silverstone, where we will be bringing the Audi into play.
And hopefully I will be joining when I get my Moza and I get, you know, better at driving.
Yeah, well, definitely need to put an interview and an audition for you, mate, on that one, but we'll see how we go down the track on that.
That's not a very nice thing to say to a friend, but I completely understand. No. You've seen my record with the Audi, but yeah, just this 4-way battle pack is still going on. Looks like Gibbo's caught up to the next car. I'm not sure if that's blue flags or not. Nah, it is. It is the Ferrari of Liam Hamilton, so he is a lap up.
Yeah, as we've got essentially looks to be on that track map there. L Hamilton's coming up to a little bit of a chain of blue flags there. Let's see how well he can sift that through. We'll keep an eye on that one while we've just got this battle pack just continuing to fight. We've got the blue flag that's pulled across nicely. Hopefully stays there, as we've got some flashing there just to make sure that he knows that there's 4 cars coming through, not just the 2 that he might think there is.
Yeah, there was an incident at Coda, I remember, a similar scenario. We'll have to see how the blue flags ahead also dictate this battle we're currently watching.
Absolutely. As I'll just leave the box with you for a second there, Mr. Gormley. I've got to check in with my driver and see how his stint's going, just because we are alternating. I don't want him to kind of lose out, and I'm not ready for it, so I'll be back in a second.
No problem, Saxon. Now, as I'm sure already everybody knows, Saxon is partnered with Luke D in the, what number was it? The 888, 777, 111 GTRs. Something's going on. I need to have triple digits in my, well, I already do have triple digits in my number, and I'm still shit. Anyway, we're just gonna keep watching On Board with Monks and the Squires battle. Oh yeah, Maddie. Yeah, the restrictor, honestly, it turned the Mustang into a better car. It lost a few tenths at overall tracks, but it's a much better car to drive, much better car to handle, and with the less bop as well. It's just all around, yeah. There's not much I can say about that. I still miss the rocket ship power of it, but it just goes to show it's not the rocket ship power that makes it the car that it is. It's the drivers. And all these drivers in this Enduro are very, very talented and putting their skills out there on display for... There's no prize. It's just bragging rights, which obviously it's always fun to have bragging rights, but it's the experience that is the most fun, in my opinion.
Alright, I'm back. As I see Peach there saying that you would be allowed to drive with for Silverstone Gormley, just not allowed in the team speak.
Understandable.
Probably a good shout for
yeah.
Peach.
I've got a muzzle on for the whole team for the whole race.
As we still coming across with this battle that just won't relent. As again, we've got the Sprint Series getting nominated 23rd of July with the lovely new sponsors Thermal Take there, which the great gods of Glenn and Parra have been able to arrange for us there. With some bringing back some staple tracks as we're just watching. Monk's still just in the hunt. But what's your views on the tracks coming into the sprints there, Gormley? You looking forward to them, or?
I'm looking forward to them. It feels like this next sprint series, with how popular the tracks are, we'll see a lot more traffic. But because there's Silverstone, there's Spa, there's Hungaroring. I'm not sure how popular that is, but there's also Monza, which I absolutely hate and everybody else absolutely loves. There goes a slight situation, but everybody seems to have made it out alive. That's the McLaren of Bishop and Sicanius. George the Greek.
I don't know who that car is there, but he did have a little bit of a trip to the sandbox at the last chicane there. Got able to gain back on the track with no issues, which is good.
How's Loopty doing? Is he all right? Because I know he does fairly well under pressure, and I've seen him. I've been in the team speak with him when he's made mistakes or when other people have made mistakes and incidents happen. He keeps his cool pretty well, doesn't he?
He's just, as I was just kind of watching him, Atkins kind of relentless to give that place, but I think we're gonna see them He's going to re-race him down into the first chicane. This is going to be interesting.
He's seated the position, yeah.
He's been all right. He's being a fiend for track limits, as
We've got some rain.
Me that we're back to 3 track limits again, so right on the cusp for another drive-through, which is grouse. I love starting a stint with 3 track limits under the belt.
That is a surprise rain that I didn't even notice until just now. Somebody's been doing a rain dance in the stands of the Zolder track.
Yeah, and just like the course of this entire day, it's not a full wet stint there. It's just holding out for a short little bit, which puts you in a hard place of, do I switch and ride it out with the wets, or do I just drive through with the dry? I'd say that unless you don't have much confidence, you'd be hanging it out with the dry and just trying to drive through it.
Yeah, from optimum to fast to greasy in less than 30 seconds. This is where you have to realize, crap, I'm on dry tires, I can't use the chicanes, I can't use the curbs, and I'm still fighting for position.
100%. This might have spiced up our little 4-car battle here on where we start losing those very safe, reliable drive standards now to slice and dices. It's gone back to greasy. Everything starts going through. You've got different vehicles that have, the Aston in the back there is probably starting to, chant joys there because it can handle the wet a lot easier than these other 3 that are coming through. You'd be able to correct me wrong, but Ford's not too bad in the wet for memory, but the GTR has a little bit of its struggles because of the torque coming through that rear tyres.
The TC on the Ford is actually fairly good for the wet. It just hates turning, but that's before it was with the added restrictor. So now, with the less power, the TC should activate less and the Ford should handle better without the extra bop as well. So we just have to see the performance of these Fords during this race as well, but it seems they're performing decently well in terms of their drivers too.
Oh, as Webley gets a stop-go 10 for causing a collision. That's no small whack.
That's a fairly big one.
I think we
it
missed
isn't
that
a stop
one.
and
Do you
go.
remember watching that one?
No, I didn't see that. Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay soon.
The great Glenn to track back on that in the next coming laps to see how he came about getting a pretty big whack of the stick.
It was either they determine the severity of the penalties depending on the situation, and also sometimes depending on how much the other car or the victim, how much it had affected them during the race.
As we're starting to see cars going off into the sand, track conditions are getting a bit more difficult as it's now back
as the Mustang. Whoa, that's a little slide from the Mustang there. You can sort of see now that track is still greasy. It's not damp yet, but people are struggling for sure already.
And I'll use this time now while we've got a little bit of a breather coming to the last chicane to welcome Blake Griffiths, who's back in the box, I believe. Welcome, my friend.
Oh, hello. How are we doing?
All right, we're watching a bit of a four-car battle here as it's all starting to get squirrely out into the last chicane. We've been watching Gibbo, Squires, Toto and Carpenter for the last, what would you say, Gormley, last 8 laps at least going at it?
Yeah.
Not being able to make the overpass?
Yeah, bloody, these guys I feel like they've been rough and tumble throughout the whole day. Nathan Monk's just giving a little bit of a flash there. Did you guys, I think that we're talking about that Webley stop go 10 incident?
No replay yet, but apparently from Mr.
Hitting the race leader?
Yeah, apparently it was a race leader incident, so that would definitely cement a big whack.
Yeah, we've got Peach in the chat letting us know that the leader lost about 10 seconds due to that incident. That would probably be the reason why it's been upped in severity.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but it's a fair one, as you see. Squires just getting pretty deep through there. Could invite Monks to have a look as we come up to this hairpin, especially if you're going to start doing a bit of left and rights with the rear.
As we've got Squires now with a DT for track limits by the looks of it.
Oh no, that cut just absolutely killed them.
Monks is definitely cheering right now because he doesn't have to fight with such a... It's a tough car, and not just that, but a tough driver, especially in these conditions.
As he serves it immediately.
Now we can see some GTR and GTR action as Monks tries to close the gap with Callum Gibbons right in front. Gibbo!
Something that looks to be... We had essentially a minute gap from P1 to P2. That little incident has definitely helped Keys. We're down to 14 seconds on the clock between those two. That's probably going to start coming about the next few laps. We'll have to start having a look at that. We're back down to damp, so it's getting even worse. There might be a few that might be looking for the old wets, but you just got to drive through it because it's looking on the radar there. That goes back to dry for the next 10 to 30 minutes. What are your thoughts, boys, on that one?
Yeah, I think you have to stick it out. It'll make you feel good in the immediate situation, but you're going to lose out over the long term, I think, if you swap to wets now. You're ordering yourself another pit stop too early.
I have to ask Saxon, how much is left on Lupti's stint?
He's sick of you.
About 15, 20 minutes. Thanks for the
4-hour mark.
Tell me how you really feel, Gormley, but I think about another 15, 20 minutes.
No, I'm just trying to calculate the weather times because it will stop raining hopefully soon, but just the rain will stop. It's still clear until the end of Luti's stint, in which you will jump back in. And if it continues raining, will you swap to wets or not?
Oh, it'd have to be raining for the next. It'd have to be a decent portion of rain. I think it'll just be. As we've just seen, a bit of a collision there. I believe that's Spence.
That is very. Yep.
Oh, that's.
So that's the Webley incident for the Go 10 on the leaders there. That's pretty rough. It just feels unnecessary. Like you're just doing yourself so much damage and getting a penalty like that. That's the lead car. You got to be careful.
Yeah, you're a lap down, and it's tough, especially a slight tap on the back mid-corner with a wet track. It's just a recipe for disaster, and that's exactly what happened to Johnson.
Going back to finish off... sorry, then I'll let you go again. I would, going back to your question, Gormley, I'd say that I've been getting all the dry stints, and I hope that continues when he hands the car over to me.
Yeah, I think you'll be in for something greasy-ish, but you won't be suffering the slicks in the wet, that's for sure. So getting off a little bit easy there.
No, that's still really funny.
Still a bit of time on his stint timer, so we'll see how it goes. But as we see Lucas on screen at the moment,
So what's
GTRs all lined up.
what's been the story since I've been out? I've been out about 2 hours or so. I see the 111's still ahead. The 777 in second position there, 1 lap down, which is no, they're not 1 lap down. That was just looking at the timing board at exactly the right moment, only 8 seconds down. I see Hamilton's a little bit further down. The 69 Bentley's still doing really, really well. Anything of note happen?
So you had the great double stint from Aaron Lee.
A slide from Lucas.
At the start of Johnson's stint, about a 60-second buffer to Lucas, which is he's absolutely chewed into. Hamilton kind of got caught a little bit behind Cook, but he went in for the undercut, and it's paid out absolute dividends as he's now back ahead, set the purple lap. We had car 90 with Spence put on a great drive, even gave Lucas essentially a bit of a hard time and made him work for it for just shy of a lap, and even gave him a little nose poke for his efforts to say, hey, thanks for the racing. But outside of that, we've had pretty much toss and tails. Gibbo down through to Carpenter, and just before when we saw Squires had the drive-through, they've been fighting at it for a large portion. We see Lucas slide and there, and then gets let through by, I believe that would be the car of Chalmers. But outside of the top 10, there's been a lot of chops and change with, drive-throughs, penalties, pits change, but the top 10's kind of relatively starting to normalise a little bit. I think that's about what I've done from this stint here, unless you've got more, Gomley.
No, it's just mostly people exchanging positions slightly here and there, some incidents, but other than that, it's been relatively clean. I managed to curse somebody else again, Blake. It was very funny.
Yeah, I did sort of see that. I have had my iPad sort of like across the room just to keep an eye out. So I did see that immediate cursing. You're doing well today, mate.
Yeah, I'm really hitting our curse quota as Keys passes Gibbo finally in T2.
Is that T2 and then 3, or is that 1 corner?
I call that 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah. It's a really interesting complex, that set of corners.
I believe the track map's kind of got, like with Austria, where that what's not a corner is counted as 1. Between T1 and 2, it's kind of the same here. We just treat.
Oh no! Ramez has picked up a drive-through.
Oh, that would be through track limits.
Yeah, that's rough going. I think a lot of people are going to be looking down the barrel of a drive-through at some point, unless you're playing it very, very safe. We see Aiden Squires just serve that penalty.
Lucas is on the grass. That is very unfortunate for Ramez, because he'll most likely lose roughly 5 to 6 positions for that. Aiden Squires is now in the pits as well, possibly swapping drivers, because he's been driving fairly well too.
And we're now kind of seeing in the background of Luke Johnson's picture there, that car of Lucas Keys starting to make his way into the picture. I'd say the blue flags is kind of going to give him a bit more of a reprieve for a little bit longer, but I'd say he's coming up at a rate of knots at that point. Gap's down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's a menacing picture if I've ever seen it. That horrendous pink and orange GTR starting to appear in your rearview mirror. Something like the Jaws theme. Yeah, something like the Jaws theme playing. I hopped back in and John was already talking about the Ford restrictor again.
You want me to start again? No.
There's nothing more to say about it. Wow.
No, I'm done. For
Not
real.
Really.
Yeah.
No, so...
Oh no! P1 has picked up a drive-through as well.
What? Well, there goes that battle that was imminently happening, I guess. I didn't even hype that one up this time. I'm not even taking the blame.
Well, the track is still damp. A dry line has definitely started forming now, but it just seems like too many people were trying to push too hard. Got a couple of DTs. Ramez is now serving his drive-through. He just went into the pits. Johnson has to serve his drive-through within 3 laps, otherwise he's going to get a massive penalty. Or a disqualify. I forgot what the rules were. And he's going in right now, as we see on the bottom right on the secondary screen.
So that will put the 777 GTR into the lead. Menacingly so. The pace from this car has been unreal today, even throughout the start of the race with the slick tires on the wet track. It was still quite good. So looked for Lucas Keys to put a big gap here onto Johnson if Johnson's able to hold on to that P2.
I do feel for them. They've put in an absolute stint. They've got a lap clear of P3, so it should be enough of a buffer to hold into P2. But it's a bit sad that they can't have that fight for P1 to hold it for as long as they can and maybe hurt Lucas's race. But I do feel for them having to do that drive through.
Yeah, definitely. That's Johnson isn't actually behind Hamilton there, is he? You said he's a lap ahead.
Yeah, correct. So Hamilton would be, I believe Holmes is a lap down, and that's in P3, so he would be blue flag for Johnson.
Okay. Looking down the order, it looks like Aiden Squires has hopped out, I think, for Layla Bell in that 987 Ford. I will double check our event list, and Brennan Webley picking up a 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin as well, so it's gone from bad to worse for them.
At least it wasn't an incident.
Yes, that was Layla Bell swapping in for Aiden Squires in the 987 Team Iris Mustang. Really good stint there, I think, for Aiden. He was setting, especially when the track started drying up, he was pretty much the fastest on the road. So he can kick his feet up and feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah, 100%. It was a great drive. Again, another unfortunate point of track limits being the bane and catching them out as we see in still a bit of a slip and slide there from Holmes's car, as we're still in damp, so the dry tyres as he's letting Lucas through. I'd say that we're just needing a few more laps before it gets back into greasy and those dry tyres start actually feeling like actual dry tyres and not just, essentially you're riding on ice blocks.
Yeah, so that's put Holmes and the rest of the field 2 laps down now from the top 2 cars, which is pretty interesting. At Coda, I think at least near the top 10 are all on the lead lap, so a bit different here. I would imagine that's due to the shorter track length that we have at Zolder. It just gives more opportunity. Well, the lap is quicker, thus there's more lapping happening. But interesting nonetheless. So we're only about to be math not mathing. We're getting close to halfway through.
Yeah, as we've got Kafil Slade dropping into the back of Holmes. He has unlapped himself a couple of aggressive moves to get that unlapping done before. So will he do the same with Holmes, or Holmes just looks at it going, I've got a bit of a gap, I don't need to put the risk on it and just let him through? I think we'll probably get a bit of an answer to that by the end of this lap as well. Kafil goes a bit wide. As we come down into T3, it's enough of a gap, he's lost the back of it, so maybe Holmes is starting to pick up that pace enough to hold his own. But yeah, you might have missed that a bit play. We had Kiffield, I believe, on Cook and Hamilton. I might be wrong, but 2 aggressive moves to unlap himself. He had an absolute rapid pace at the start of his stint.
Oh yes, right. Kafil Slade in the 8 laps down Aston Martin. I was like I don't know what I was looking for a different car there. Yeah, so that's
KFC Audi.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's what I was looking for. But yeah, very, very racy. They've been quick. I know they suffered a few problems at the last time out at Kota, but looking pretty good today. Currently sitting P16, so probably not quite the result they're after. I know they copped a couple of penalties early on for some lap 1 and 2 incidents. But yeah, thus far looking good.
I must have missed something, because when I just turned back around, Cook's got a 15-second penalty. Was that for dangerous driving or a small incident?
Honestly, I thought I was looking at something else as well. I thought that was from earlier and I hadn't seen it. But Holmes getting around that blue flag pretty easily, but Slade, not so much, has to tuck in behind for the first corner, but around they go. Interestingly, when I left that's that Rob Roy racing car, I believe.
That's
they
the
had that.
BMW.
They've opted not to fix that damage on the front, and that they had that very early on, which is intriguing to me. I mean, I'm not an endurance racer, so Saxon, maybe you can speak to this, but I would have thought that over the course of 7 more hours that you'd probably opt to fix it.
Depends on the level of damage. There's like a crossover point where you can kind of drive with it. It doesn't affect you too much at all. You know, you're talking like tenths, so you know you have that much variance with the variability of the weather and everything. You just drive on essentially, but there is a crossover point where it's hurting you enough that you're now like, okay, we've got to get this fixed because we're now hurting ourselves too much. They're probably, if they're driving on, I would say that they're probably just wearing it and saying, look, we're only losing a tenth here, so we'll just keep going on with it.
Yeah, it's a bit hard, obviously, in this virtual race. It's hard to actually quantify the damage visually, because a lot of damage just looks like the hood popped up or the diffuser like scuffered. So when I see the hood popped up, I think for me, I'm like, oh, it's a lot of damage, but perhaps it's not as much as it looks like.
Also, it might just be who knows, ACC doing things where they actually did fix the damage, but the damage is still showing.
Oh yeah, that's true. There is the spectator thing. I think that was to do with the distance of the car to where you're broadcasting. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, because I know that was a big thing for when we did the Nordschleife Enduro. There would be damage that was fixed and you wouldn't be able to know.
Yeah, sorry about interrupting, Saxon.
Happy for your input.
Tell them how you really feel. Luke Johnson in the pits after serving that drive through a couple of laps ago. We'll see if Johnson's... so Johnson took over for Lee, yeah?
Correct, yep.
So I would imagine this is it for Johnson, no?
This would be single stint, because Lee was saying in the interview before, you two might have missed there, so he's done both his stints. He did a double, and that's him for the end of the day. So
yeah,
he might have another stint going along. It's roughly about 6 pit stops across the course. So I'd say either he does a double like Lee and then leaves it for, I believe, was it Kong for the last 2, or they might do a bit of an alternate for you. But Lee was saying he's done and dusted. He's going to kick up on the couch and have a zinger box and watch the rest of it.
And not have a beer.
Sounds like a pretty good plan.
I can't say anything about drinking because I don't drink at home. I'm a social drinker. So I have alcohol here for my mom when she visited me 2 years ago that I haven't drank because I just don't drink at home.
Very fair. I think, honestly, you get a bit older. If I had a KFC Zinger box and a beer, I would feel downright sick for the rest of the afternoon, I think. So I wouldn't do that either, personally. If we look down the field a bit, Nathan Monks is very, very close to the back of Callan Gibbons, a bit of a GTR derby, if you will. These guys sending it through the first chicane. It could also look along Danny Vu, very close to the back of Bishop. Probably stick with these two guys, as this, I believe, is our silver podium places, P2 and 3. They also have... who's in the car now? The 111. So it is Kong. Luke Johnson has handed over the keys to Brian Kong for the time being. So we'll probably see Johnson a little bit later. But yeah, these guys need to be. They want to battle, but they need to be careful because there's a car a few laps ahead in front of them, and Carpenter actually is part of this kerfuffle, if you will.
Harfuffle.
See how this battle kind of goes about. We've got the added dynamic now with Kong in the front there as he's warming the tyres up. It's his first stint, so there's got to be a few laps before he starts getting in the groove. We've still got those 3-horse fight of Gibbons, Monks and Carpenter still going on, but equal machinery means that you've got to just outright outdrive the car ahead. I'll have to probably leave myself there, boys. I'm getting the word in my ear that Looped his stint's coming to a close pretty soon, so I'm going to have to love and leave you.
3 track nuts.
Thank you for the time. I might see you a bit later.
Thanks so much, Saxon. Good luck, mate.
Thank you very much, Saxon. Hope to see you again. Alrighty, maybe we'll get Loopty in here. Now that Loopty's taking a sabbatical for like 1 hour or so. As we're still on board with Gibbo being followed closely by Monks. They've been at this for about 12 to 15 laps now. My memory's not good, so don't quote me on that. But it just goes to show how tough it is to overtake other people who are in a similar pace bracket to you. Like, you have to be at least a second faster in pace to be able to overtake them easily. But if you're within like 5/10 of each other, man, it is a battle and a half to try and get in front of some people. It's either you force a mistake or you just outdrive them.
Particularly as it pertains to two of the same car. Like, there's no, like, all the strengths and weaknesses overlap, so you're not taking advantage of anything anywhere. The only thing would be like tire delta, but yeah. And you know, these guys, they're so good, they're very rarely making a mistake, and you're probably not going to like fake them into a mistake.
Yeah, like the community race last Thursday in the M2s and Porsche Cups, I completely shredded my tires trying to catch up and pass Mr. Ryan Anderson in front of me at the time, and I ended up just destroying them in the later half of the race, and I just couldn't brake where I wanted to, couldn't brake how I wanted to, and that was just bad tire management on my end, because we're in the same car, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think I probably did that to myself as well, because I found myself braking. My braking was just horrendous by the end of the race. It felt like it was another 20 meters needed to get the car pulled up. Interesting driving those M2s as well, but I've really not been doing a lot.
You just see, they have the same power, they have the same weight. Don't know if they have the same fuel. It's all down to three things. You've got the driver's skill. Next, you've got the tire management, who has the fresher tires, or who has the tires with less graining or less wear. And next, how much fuel is left in either tank? Because if they have a offset stint timer, then that will also go to show there's less weight in this car, there's more weight in that car. As we're on board with Austin right here, Austin Carpenter from the US, America, not driving the Ford. Nah, I'm not.
I really appreciate you clarifying America after the US. I was really confused. But Carpenter, with a really lovely view of this battle we've been on board with between these GTRs.
As we welcome Saxon back into the comms booth. Is Loopty going for a double stint?
Yeah, I came in, was like, mate, you got 5 laps. What are we doing? He's like, I'm doing a double. Leave me alone. I was like, rightio. See you later.
He's in the zone.
He's absolutely locked in.
Yeah.
Nah, that's fine.
Yeah, pretty much. I was like, oh, sorry, I came into your box there, Loopty. I'll leave you be.
So he's feeling good?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We also have the one and the only Jamie JC Convoy. Jamie, how you doing, mate?
Sorry, I just got here. Whose box are we coming into?
Did
I hear that right? Is that obviously clearly not what I thought it was? Sorry, apologies. I might still cut it off my little stint. Got a little dirty. Sorry, Glenn. Sorry, everybody. Hello. Yes. Very good first stint for the Pidgey boys, and we're going along very nicely. How's the commentary booth today?
Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. It's nice and clean until you showed up.
Shit, sorry, I'm sorry.
Nah, all good.
No, I've been throwing some innuendos here and there. You guys haven't picked it up yet. When I go and watch it back, you'll see mine.
We'd just be ignoring you, Gorley, to try and keep it clean, brother. But that's gone right out the window with JC's entry.
Yeah, look, I think you'll just like put one in there. JC like sledgehammered the door down with that one. So there's no ignoring it whatsoever.
Rain in 30 again too, by the way, just while we're gobbling away up here. This bloody weather today has been spot on. What an absolute banger of a set of weather settings we've had, because it has been on and off, and it's just making it so hard to nail down any sort of strategy. It's really got the abacus out for a lot of these teams, and it's making it a lot more fun to drive around Zolder. So another rain burst coming in half an hour, just as we come back to an optimum track now after the last one.
You know what that also means, Saxon? That means that Lucy's getting the shit tire and shit track thing again, and you don't have to deal with that.
Oh mate, there's no takebacks. I could hear him in the ear going, I just heard saying rain in 30. Do you want to hop in? I was like, nope. You signed yourself up, buddy. I'll see you after the next stint. Well, I got you, JC, mate. You've only just entered. Give us a little bit of a layout in the land with your teammate. How's it going?
Oh, no, as I said, we're cooking along beautifully. The boys are driving along very nicely. So both Pidgey cars had a good start to the race, and then one of the Pidgey boys had a few issues where I think you were involved in it, Saxon, where you came along and punted him, and then he had to go into the pits to repair that. But when he was on his way into the pits, he hit someone up the arse on the way to the pit lane. So we're very lucky he didn't get disqualified for that one. We got to stop go 30 instead. And then he ruined his pit stop, so he had to do a drive-through as well. It just all went to shit after you hit him, so we were blaming you for that.
Was that down into T1?
No, it was on the back straight, I think. I actually can't remember where it was. But actually,
no,
it might have been
I had
on the way
one
to
on
the
the
first chicane.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I did look at that and I went, oh boy, that's well on me. I kind of over-squeezed, so I do apologise for that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I think I gave Loopty a bit of a boot at some point when he was on dry tyres as well, so all's fair in love and war. But the other car's going very nicely. We're sitting in P23 down the bottom of your screen there, the 919. So we're going along all right. And as I said, the academy drivers that are in these cars are extremely strong in terms of their consistency. They have driven very well all day long. As I said, very tough conditions to be handling between the wet and the dry and the transition and all that. And the blue flag's going along nicely as well. They're learning to navigate the traffic. So, very, very proud of the PG boys and how they're going. And, of course, they jumped up in the commentary box earlier too. I think Matt and Davo joined you only a couple of minutes ago and left, and they're doing very well.
Yeah.
They're in now. They're doing well.
Yeah, no, they're great commentators as well. Pretty good drivers, great commentators. Happy to have them in. They did a really, really good job.
For the first time ever was actually singing Dan's praise. That was the first I've heard of that in the commentary box there, and giving him the chip up that he's ready for sprints as well.
I think they're almost all ready. They're all saying, oh, no, we need to do more academy, but no, they're all very quick and very consistent. I would be shocked if they did any more than sort of half of this academy season before jumping up to sprints. But they all did the Bathurst endurance event, and they all did the Coda endurance event, and it went off without a hitch. So they just got to get the confidence to get up in the sprint series, and they'll be tackling the midfield pretty shortly, I think.
Alrighty.
Yeah, definitely. I think are they just a bit timid or something? Because they're good. And there's an AM class for a reason in sprints, And I think some of them are faster than that as it is. So I definitely think they should take the challenge and plunge in. But sorry, John, you were going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, as we officially tick over to past halfway of the 8 hours of Zolder, I will be leaving the comms box, and I will leave you guys in the hands of the lovely big hands of JC and Saxon.
All right. We also have Zach Jensen in the booth jumping in after his stint too. Zach, how you doing?
Hey!
Hello. I guess welcome back, Monza, with this wet weather.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I have one more thing to say. Fun fact about JC, do you still right foot brake?
I do still right foot brake, yes.
That's because he's got big hands and big feet, guys. I'll see myself out.
Oh, good lord.
Just trying too hard on that one there, Golden.
I thought I brought it dirty.
You tried too hard, Golden. Get out of here.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, shut up, Hobbit feet.
Left in disgrace, John Gormley.
All right, let's clean this up a bit, shall we? Get into some racing. Pete Chalmers here, by the way, in P18, chasing down that 9 wide World of Sports Bentley of Michael Merritt. So it's a good little battle developing here. Hopefully they can tidy up. Oh, he's got a nice little run here out of the last corner too, as Pete Chalmers. Pudley's going to investigate the outside run into turn 1. If he can get the Bentley's legs down the straight there, though. Way too strong, so he slams that door shut. But it looks like Pete's got the pace here over the next couple of laps. Might be able to make a move.
Yeah, so we're jumping over. There's a few hands in this cookie jar there wanting a piece. So I'll let you run with this one, Blake. Off you go.
No. Actually, I think for the time being, I might step out. I think you guys have got this under control. So best of luck. Keep going. I'll see you lovelies later.
Thanks for your time up in the box, mate, as we've gone down to the first chicane. Still, that Bentley has that legs down the straight, so I've maybe coming out of the back of the second chicane down the hairpin might be old Petey Chalmers method of madness to get it done. But we are seeing a few cars in the back there. While we are now on an Optimum track going into the sand on the T3, I would thought we'd be cleaning that one up a little bit. But as well, leave it over to you boys.
Yeah, probably might have to wait for the rain here because that Bentley looks particularly strong in the dry. It's just got such good legs down the straight as the Pidgey 919 jumps out of the way for both of them on the back straight. Some excellent blue flagging there from Dan Madden. Yeah, I think obviously the Porsche very strong in the wet. He might have to wait for the rain to get this moved up.
Although the Bentley's no slouch in the rain either.
OP vehicle, potentially?
Nah, give it a restrictor.
That's it. How are the Fords going? Are there any Fords out there? I think there's a couple out there that are driving around with restrictor. Yeah, there's one in the top 10, so they can't be going that badly. Austin McNeil currently up there. I think they started 21st or something. Did McNeil and Nippers in the 700 MRT car, so they're doing along. They're going along very nicely upside the top 10. They are in your picture-in-picture. They've got another Ford right behind them too. That Shell Helix. Smokestack, actually I think they're Smoke Dome or Thunder Stack or something this round. They've changed the name a bit.
Thunder Stack, yeah. Thunder
Stack, yep. So they're going along, 2 Fords in a row there, the MRT and the Thunder Stack. So the Fords aren't going too bad. It doesn't look like the restrictors hurt them that badly.
No, around here, the restrictor's probably not the worst thing in the world.
One thing to note as well, you had Squires that was up in the pack of the top 10 as well, but caught himself a DT and a bit of also had the 10-second penalty hanging over his head as well. So they've got Layla Bell now stepping into the box with a fresh set of no penalties hanging over his head, and they're down in 14th, so they're doing all right.
Yeah, that's not too bad after all the penalties. So yeah, they're going along nicely. What about you guys? You are car 888. Where are you? P15 at the moment. So Lukey's going along all right there, having started in the top 10. So you've drifted out a little bit, but you're still in a strong position for the rest of the race.
We've had a bit of a mare. Lukey in the first 17 minutes of the race clocked up 3 track penalties, and as you know me, JC, I'm no slouch when it comes to track limits. So I immediately on my first lap got the DT and had to serve that, and then copped a bit of a whack when I unfortunately took you boys out down into the first chicane and had the purple lap for a little bit, but kind of caught a car into T2 at the wrong time when they're going off the course and pumped the brakes and spun out, so I lost all my hard work. And so it's kind of just been rolling with the punches from bad to worse to now trying to get it back.
Well, if you've had that kind of day and if you've had that kind of day and you're still in P15, then it's really not that bad. You've got a long way to go, and sounds like you got the pace, so hang it in there. Yeah, Biggie, how are you guys going?
We're probably not. We're probably a little behind where we're sort of hoping to be, but for a pit lane start, it's not a horrible effort.
Oh yeah, I heard you started in the pit lane. I saw your car stopped in the. So was that by choice or?
That was by choice. I mean, it's Zolder T1. It's basically as bad as Monza T1, just a little bit slower. So, you know, there's always that thought of, is there going to be an absolute car park at turn 1? We were mid-pack as well, so we're like, you know what, pit lane start, why not? And
yeah, fair enough. So was that premeditated, or you just got on the grid, saw that it was raining and thought, you know what, that'll do us, we'll go back to the pit lane? So when did you make that decision?
The thought crossed our mind about 20, 30 minutes left in the practice session, where we saw that it was going to rain, and it was like, okay, well, it's going to be most likely still a bit wet by the time the start rolls around. So it's like, if people are going to be on dry tyres against wet tyres, there's going to be cars all over the shop. So nice. I think once it hit.
Sorry, mate. Nice run here from Webby. I just want to watch this for a bit, because these two drivers here have been in the wars a little bit today. Webley already with 15 seconds of penalties as well, so it's not the first time he's had the stewards looking over his shoulder. And Ramez as well. That Mercedes has got itself into a bit of trouble earlier today too. So this little battle here would be definitely one to watch. Just hope they can keep it clean as they navigate their spaces.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously the 420's been very unlucky after starting being P2 by the first round of stops.
So you're right on that one. The question I had for you, while we've got this little segment of a battle coming into the last chicane there, JC, you started on the wet side, I believe. What was the thought process behind that one?
It was a wet track, Saxon. So we thought we'd start on the wets. We just thought that was the play because it was wet. And I mean, we were super surprised to see so many people start on the dries because it was obviously very early in the morning and the track temp was still very cold. Webley is all over the back of Ramez Samuel here. This is just, he's going to go around the outside of turn 2. It's going to take a fair bit of grip from the McLaren to get this done. And in fact, it wasn't there. You can see he almost had it and then it just stepped out on him. So he had to recover it and lost a bit of momentum. But he's still side by side here as they go around turn 3. And he's just been squeezed out into the dirt a little bit unfairly there by Ramez. I think you would probably call that a racing incident. He did his best to give him room. It was just the tiniest little nudge out. But yeah, the stewards will have a little look at that, I think. But I think he should get away with that one, Ramez. But a good little battle there, side by side throughout the first sector between Samuel and Webley. Very nice. Yeah, it was. I was surprised to see so many people on the dries, mate. As I said, like 7 o'clock in the morning, 15 degrees track temp. And it was already wet. Like I thought this is clearly something you'll need to start on wets. And then we got lucky, of course, when we were sitting on the grid and we could see that there was rain coming again. So we were like, well, it's just, yeah, definitely a wet tyre start. And as I said, surprised to see so many people on slick. So that really worked out for us. We went from P35 to P6 by the time I pulled into the pits. And then we got lucky with the weather there as well, where we just drove through you know, a little bit of extra wetness onto the next set of tyres. So we've been unlucky since then with the few of the weather changes, but I think it's swings and roundabouts, right? Everybody's had a bit of luck today and a bit of, you know, so we're seeing rain in half an hour and now it's gone. So there's going to be another burst here of 5 to 10 minute rain showers, and that's going to mean that everyone just stays in the dries.
Ended back up on Lupti. Sorry about that one. Lupti was hugging it on to Ramez and trying to unlap himself, and Webley's gone, thank you very much, I'll take that. And he's back up behind Ramez.
Yeah, he's got the bit between the teeth, does he? Webley's clearly got the pace. I think probably a little bit quicker than Ramez Samuel at the moment, but yeah, he's got to find a way through. He's got to find a way through cleanly on what is, yeah, a very tight, notoriously hard to pass on track.
Going back to what you said, we were the opposite. We were one of those mugs that had dries on there at the start. We thought that from what the original radar would say, that it would start holding off and dry, and it would just essentially for the entire course of the stint it would come back to us, and then race start and we see 30 minutes that it's going to rain again, and we just went bugger, essentially.
Yeah, that rain came up before we pressed drive though, so like you had time to see that.
Yeah, unfortunately Lupti saw 30 seconds, hit drived immediately. Didn't hold out to the last little ports, and that what kind of caught us napping.
Yeah, I think on our end we just kind of missed the fact that was coming until like we were already out in the field and we're like, oh, there's more rain coming. So we were kind of, yeah. Admittedly, it wasn't a horrible stint for the start, but as we see Ramez with a 10-second for dangerous driving.
Interesting. That's, yeah, lap 158, so that's only, yeah, 2 laps ago, one lap ago. So that's the incident we saw at turn 3, and this time Webley up the inside of turn 2 will mean that he's got the extra grip that he didn't have on the previous occasion, and he'll complete this move right before he gets to turn 3, so nice work. It's been coming for a while from Brandon Webley, and just again there, Ramez just not quite getting the grip he needs in turn 3. But yeah,
I will say as well, Rusty Hopkinson, he's keeping on the coattails of Kingy in P5, even if he's that, what, 26th? He's not letting them get away.
Yeah, he's absolutely doing a very good stint. But you know, back at finalising the weather points, it's created what you'd hopefully agree with me, a great enduro. The changing conditions puts everyone on the tippy toes. I mean, gave Aaron Lee his amazing double stint that put him at the front and held him off for just until Johnson, I believe, got that DT, which forced him to yield the lead back over to Lucas Keys. But on the whole, it's generated a pretty spicy endurance so far. We're still 3 hours and 47 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, that is the beauty of this weather too, is that you've got absolutely no idea. It's not just bog standard stints. Everyone just driving 120 litres out of the tank, and you kind of know where everyone's at in their stints. At the moment, like, no one has any idea where anyone is in terms of how much fuel they've got on board, what sort of stints they've got. So it's great because even us as spectators, we've got no idea, and we're not going to know until sort of like the last hour or so. And if these little rain showers keep coming the way they are, and everyone gets to stay on dries and drives through the showers on the dry tyres, then it will be a little bit more predictable. But if we get anything like we had at the start of the day, where you get a good half an hour burst of rain, you're going to see some players, sort of risk it and go on the wet tyres, hope it gets wet enough. And then, of course, you've got the guys in the dries trying to stay out there and drive through it and not cost themselves a pit stop. That's when it's going to get really juicy if it does any of that sort of stuff towards the end of the day. So, as you said, still open to absolutely anyone inside that top 10 at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. I will say as well, Hislop, in the last, 2-3 sprint seasons, he's come from, fighting me in Pro-Am, and now he's leading up in the silver, or in the pro class. Like, I know he's obviously the team is a pro team because of Lucas, but he's keeping the front. He's not running on. He's not letting it fall back.
No, I'm with you. I think Chuff is pro. He's probably on the lower end of pro, as a lot of other drivers are. But I think there's a lot of drivers in OR, and you can see it there, right, in how many silvers there are today. There's a lot of drivers that underestimate themselves in OR at the moment because there's really only a real handful of pros at the top who are as good as Lucas Keys. And as I said, that's a very finite. But we haven't got an alien class. There's not much we can do about that. So I think a lot of the silvers really need to step up. There's like, oh, I'm not as fast as Lucas Keys. Well, of course you aren't. No one is. But we should have a lot more of these silver drivers start to step up to pro next season, I think, and really fill out that pro class. Because when it comes to these endurance races and they all get together, their consistency is going to really hold them in good stead. And, I mean, they can battle for the pro lead. Looking your way, Saxon Hayes.
Look, I generally will throw it out there. I was surprised when we got the silver badge because I did the last sprints in pro class. Loopty was silver, so I thought maybe that balance of averages would probably put us up there. But then you've got the likes of Toto and Gobby as well, that are in the exact same boat. Toto's pro, Gobby's silver. We were fighting them for 8 hours at Coda, so it was kind of that point of like the whole team dynamic as a whole. Do we cross over that threshold point? That would be the difference I would see where it's like enduro versus sprints, where it's now you've got to take the averages of the two drivers. Where does that put them instead for things? You've got Chuff that's absolutely I agree with you, should be the pro title should be slapped against his name, and a lot of other drivers as well in that class as well.
Yeah, definitely. There'll definitely be some title reshuffling, I think, for this upcoming sprint season.
Speaking of sprint season, you're both getting involved in that?
Yep. Still a little 50-50 on what car to drive, but I am unfortunately leaning towards the Lambo.
You might be having a giggle at this, JC, mate. I'm doing the Audi for the full 6. See me at Bathurst bouncing around like a jumping castle.
Oh boy.
Look, if I could do the Audi for 10, you can do it for 6.
Well, the other tracks are not too bad, to be fair. It's just the Bathurst. That place scares me in that car.
No, I will say, like, the Audi was a handful, but it was manageable, except for maybe Indy. I was just at a drift battle at that point.
Nippers here under a bit of pressure from Sasha Death. These two both MRT cars. So hopefully they can keep it on the straight and narrow, not get in each other's business. But Nipper is just thinking he has to defend the inside line a little bit here. He did down into the hairpin, and again here into the last chicane, just taking a defensive line before crossing back over and opening up the corners. So yeah, Sasha Death clearly with a fair bit of pace in that Ferrari. And yeah, Nipper's just developing into a bit of a battle at the moment. But as I said, both MRT cars. So hopefully they can get it done cleanly, whatever it is they intend to do.
Well, you'd hope for at least a little bit of team orders of don't punt the other one.
Really good effort driving around here in the Ferrari. I did a little bit of testing in the Ferrari because all the Pidgey boys drive the Ferrari. So they said, oh, can we drive the Ferrari? I said, oh, I'll give it a go. But it just doesn't feel very nice around Zolder at all. So I kind of convinced them to go with the Aston. And took a fair bit of pushing, though, because it was a brand new car to them. And they, as I said, they wanted to drive the Ferrari. But now that we have, and now that we've been driving around in the wet, they're all like, oh, great car. What an Aston. OP car, they said. So we've got some new Aston fans.
I'm still surprised that they'd be saying that with that first chicane. You know, you're watching every other car go right over the top of it like it's nothing, and you're kind of having to dance around it.
We can attack the first part of the chicane and avoid the second, so it's not as bad as people have been making it out. And it's very good around the rest of the track. The setup that we're using at the moment's safe, but it's also quite pointy. So like you can get obviously with the Aston, there's not a lot of torque, so you can get the rear end out a little bit, but still kick the throttle, and it really doesn't come around like the Ford would or the BMW would. So it's actually quite good, I feel. The Aston around here, as I said, might not be the quickest, but very consistent, very safe, and quick enough. And it's not as bad through that first chicane as I think people have been making it out to be.
No, I think realistically, out of all the cars, I think there's only really one that doesn't like the chicanes at all, and it is the Fez, the Ferrari.
Yeah. Yep.
Like even our setup for the Macca, it loves it. It loves the curves.
Yeah, as I said, I tried to make it work. I tried to soften things up, and I tried to make the Ferrari work, but the softer you made it, the worse it was in every other bloody corner, and it still didn't take the chicanes very well. So I was like, guys, this is not the play. And as I said, lucky to convince them to go on the Aston, because we've got some new OP Aston mains now.
As we've been having a chat there, I think the team orders between Nippers and Death is falling on deaf ears, and we've got a McLaren Papaya rules going on, because Nippers is not yielding one single inch of ground to Sasha Death as they're continuing on their 3 to 4 lap battle now that we've come across.
Did you just say fallen on deaf ears? That's a good little pun from you.
A little bit of a pun.
I'll say that, that was totally meant by me, but not really. Just the verbal garbage came out.
Very deep under brakes from Sasha Death. Managed to get on the anchors and shift down the gears. The engine braking in the Ferrari very strong, so Sasha would have been slapping that left paddle as furiously as possible. And it managed to stay out of the back of Matt Nipris, but that's very close, very scary.
Yes, as we see up ahead of these two, there's Hopkinson and Long are about to start having their little bit of a tussle.
Yep, the cloud's starting to darken up a bit now too. The track's just gotten a little darker, so that rain that we see on the radar there, potentially not far away. So as I said before, probably not enough rain in this particular burst to have drivers coming into the pit lane. Certainly not anyone with more than sort of 40, 50 litres they will be driving through. But as I said, the tricky part is if you've got about 10 litres of fuel left at the moment and you have to come into pit lane knowing full well that this is not enough rain to go onto wet, so you have to put on slicks, and then to come out on low pressured, brand new slicks into a wet track, that's really tricky stuff for the drivers, as I said, who have to pit now. So based on what we're seeing at the moment, a lot of these drivers, as I said, they're going to be fine, but a lot of them will also be sort of off kilter in terms of their stints, and it's going to get really hard for them in the next 10 to 20 minutes. So we'll keep the eyes peeled on the track map, looking for any yellow flags. Where are you going, Sasha? What is it? What are we doing? What's that all about? Just a little bit of lawn mowing there from Sasha Death for some reason. Must have been just playing with the MFD potentially.
Now the grass looked at him funny. I guess the other thing as well is you'd want to pit, if you have to, you'd want to pit in the rain. As we see Long get around the outside of Rusty.
Oh, I'll tell you what else I'm saying is the Pidgey 919 car, my boys have got themselves a drive through. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I don't know how that's come about. Probably just track limits. I did get 2 track cuts in my first stint, so I handed over the car with as patented as could be. They're getting the full JC experience today, handing over the car with all those fucking track cuts.
I mean, you didn't give them any speeding in the pit lane, so not fully to the JC standard.
Do you know how many times I practiced the pit entry this week? Probably did more pit entry practice than I did actual race practice. Like, did more pit entries than laps. just so that I didn't do that to the boys. Because, yeah, I knew I'd be getting a few track cuts, but, yeah, didn't want to get them any of that sort of nonsense. And it is such a it's such a tricky pit entry, so you'd be silly if you didn't practice it at least a few times.
Oh, absolutely.
As we've got the battle with Sashdef and Nippers still going on, we've got Micah, Mr. Rondinella is coming up to the back of Bell. Hopefully he can get that job done. But as we start coming across, how long until we think that rain's coming in?
Oh, it's got to be a handful of minutes, surely.
Yeah, well, it's been sitting in that 10-minute window now for about 6 minutes, so I'd say 3 minutes, 4 minutes away. Yeah, we'll get a bit of a burst, and then we'll see it go from optimum to damp pretty quickly. But then the transition from damp to greasy and back the other way has been pretty slow today, mostly because obviously we're still prior to lunchtime on track, still 11:30. So it has taken a while for it to transition from the different track states. Sometimes we get it very quickly here in ACC, but today it's actually taken quite a lot longer than usual. So. Yeah, it's made, again, that's just another part of it that makes it very interesting. The weather system in ACC obviously not super optimal in terms of what the admins can do to control it, but also in terms of what we can read from the information we're given. And yeah, it's made it a little bit of extra spicy, and I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love driving in the wet. I don't care how it comes. I don't know. I don't care. I just love it.
Yeah, no, I think before I got distracted with Rusty and Long having their little swap over, you'd want to pit, if you needed to pit soon, you'd want to try and hold out for the rain, because you don't want to half heat cycle your tyres and then get rain on it and then drive again. Sort of one thing to look out for.
That's a bit too high for my pay grade. I don't have the brain cells required to think about that when it comes to the pit strategy. You'd be
Sorry, try again. I had a child in my ears. I missed the question. What was the question?
It was saying that if you had to pit in the next 5 minutes, you'd want to hold out for the rain, just so you're not heat cycling your tyres before the rain kicks.
Yeah, no, exactly, absolutely. Yeah, you want the tyres to go through as little wear and tear as possible, and as you said, if you put them through wet cycles and then dry cycles, well, as we did in that first stint, where we had to go through wet and then dry and then wet again, it can get really nasty after that. So yeah, the less wear and tear you put on your tyres, the less different weather cycles you put it through, the better, for sure.
As your boys have now just done their drive-through.
Yep, that's been cleared off, and yeah, dropped outside the 26, have we? Yeah, we have. That's okay. That's okay. We're still a long way to go.
As Nippers and Death are still fighting, another 6-7 laps now.
Yeah, I don't envy a Ferrari having to try and get up alongside a Ford, even with the restrictor that the Ford is carrying in this race. 20% restrictor and an extra 2 kilos to boot. The Ford's still obviously a very powerful vehicle. So on these tiny straights, yeah, the Ford gets into its higher revs, still gets into 4th gear, and that's where it starts to bugger off. So unfortunately, that's just not able to get anywhere near enough alongside to get this move done.
And I guess Loop D is also in the same issue in the second screen, having to be stuck behind Bell in another Ford.
Yeah, I don't think that restrictor's done much in the way of slowing them down there. It's just watching Loop D going down the straight. It's not really making headway, even though he's within that 0.5. He's getting the reduced drag. Still not able really to start clawing at it, which I find quite surprising.
As the rain has now hit.
Yeah, so this is where I think both the Ferrari and the Nissan will start to gain on the Ford, because the Ford not particularly strong in light rain conditions. It gets a bit better in heavy rain, but of all the cars you want to be in this kind of weather, the Ford's probably very low on the list, whereas the Nissan quite good in mixed and wet conditions, and the Ferrari not horrible either. So we might see now the Ford start to struggle a little bit, especially getting traction out of the corners, and you can see straight away Loopty's got a little bit more confidence than Bell under brakes in the Nissan, and gets up nice and deep like. And again, you can see in camera 2 there, the Ferrari as well, really starting to investigate the back of Nippers' Ford. So whilst we've been lamenting their inability to pass over the last couple of laps, we might see now with this little rain burst a few extra little looks up the inside potentially. So keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. Track state back to greasy, which on the dry tyres is not too hard to deal with. Loopty just getting a little bit sideways there in the Nissan, but the Nissan doesn't mind that at all. We'll lose very little momentum with those kind of wiggles, so that won't be a problem. But as I said, so greasy, still pretty similar to dry conditions. You just bring your brake markers back a touch, but then once it gets to damp, that's when it gets real interesting, especially for the Ford. In camera 2 there, it looks like we're lapping a Porsche as well here. I don't know whether it's a lap car it is as he's going to give way, so that's just made it a little bit more interesting for those two. And look,
Bell's getting real squiggly. This might be
absolutely. Hard to know where to look at the moment because both cameras are giving us all sorts of content. Loopty's really found an extra bit of pace now over the top of Bell now that the conditions have worsened. So the Nissan really coming into its own. And yeah, as I said, Rondinella starting to really threaten the back of Bell. And in fact, looks up the inside here. He's going to have to go deep under brakes. He doesn't. Just letting Bell know that he's there and about and he's got the pace.
Have a moment coming out of the last chicane, not really able to make the exact marker to get over as he looks up the in. Oh!
Oh!
Nice save.
Nice save.
Back to the drawing board.
Yep, set it up again. That's it. He's still got a fair bit more time of this rain. We're going to see it for another 10 or 11 or so minutes yet. So there's still plenty of it to do. It's just, as you said, he's just got to set it up again. Find out where Layla's particularly slow in this Ford. And just prepare the move a couple of corners beforehand and not do anything silly in preparation. That's where a lot of drivers come unstuck in terms of where to pass. They know what corner it is that the driver in front is weak. But then an opportunity presents a corner or two before that. They half attempt that opportunity, which was never really there, and then it ruins their preparation for the corner they were actually meant to have a crack at.
I think we saw in the background of that second screen that Lambo had spun around at the chicane. I believe that was long. As we see, the two of these MRT cars actually catching up to the back of Chalmers in P14.
Are they? Oh, they are too.
They are.
Absolutely. Yes. That is for position. Good shout from you. Very well spotted. Very astute.
Also, as he comes into the pits.
Ruined it. You cursed it.
Bloody Chalmers, I swear to God.
But damn it, Pudley.
Yeah.
Webley also
up there
in P6.
Yep. They've also... Chalmers in that gang have done quite well to keep themselves the lead of Pro-Am in the top half of the field.
Just watching Loopty there over the last 3 corners there, just that bottom right corner. I think he's, since he got a little bit of taste of Layla Bell there and thinks he's got the confidence there, he's now just a little bit of overdriving. He's had to do a couple of saves on consecutive corners. Dropped it back down to 1.4 seconds of a gap. Probably needs to just recenter, take a couple breaths and try and just get that car back into the limit.
As Nipris is also getting a little squiggly as well.
We have now crossed over into damp, so it's probably as JC's just pitched earlier. We're now in that point where the dry tyres are no longer really feeling like they are dry tyres.
No, they feel
starting to feel a bit deep.
Yeah, no, they feel fucking hopeless now. This is a really tricky part of the race to drive in. It looks like there Nipper is getting all sorts of squirrely on the way out of that section. He was more sideways than forwards most of that part of the track, so a nice little bit of driving there to hang on to it. Carl Johnson grabs himself 10 seconds for ignoring blue flags. There's a fair bit of that going on today, and it's not necessarily their fault. Well, I mean, it's obviously their fault. They're getting penalised for it, but it's just such a hard track to let blue flags through on. There's just hardly anywhere to do it. There is 2 long straights, obviously, But because they're both out of chicanes, it's very hard to understand the car behind's pace coming out of those chicanes, and the difference in cars can make a bit of a difference too. So like you might have a Ferrari coming up behind you to lap you, but because the Ferrari's so garbage out of slow corners, you pull away from them and you're like, well, he's not close enough. But then you've been in front of him for a lap or two, and you are actually holding him up at the rest of the track. So yeah, it's a pain in the ass track to do blue flags. So we are seeing plenty of blue flag penalties today. But I think all our drivers know the rules. It's just it's just a bit harder to navigate these blue flags today.
Yeah, I think that's sort of something we were having as well. I had Kingy behind me, but he'd get just within the second, and then I'd be able to pull away in this damp conditions through the second chicane, and he'd have to do it all over again. But,
is that another? It's not. I thought it was a position there. The Porsche of. I think it's Carlos, actually, who we were just talking about. But he's a lap behind, so he's really threatening. Carlos Johnson in the Porsche in the wet, name a better combo. He absolutely froths these conditions. So, even though he's a lap or two down, he's actually threatening the back of the battles we've been watching. So, going along very nicely is Carlos.
I just had to dip out and kind of get him looped his ear there, just try and get him back into the groove. Have I missed anything exciting?
No, we've actually just seen him improve dramatically over the last... I wondered what happened, so it must have been all you, I think. You've gone and told him to sort his shit out, and now he's actually gone and done that. He's looking much better.
Yeah, I just kind of told him, mate, you've got a bit overconfident. You're kind of reducing your braking markers, and you're just overdriving. As kind of cleaning it up, but so just me, as my eyes looking at this is getting worse before it's getting better.
If we can get our camera 2 on the battle for P27, that'd be very appreciative too, because I know it's not on the timing board at the moment, but there's an absolute ding-dong going on between P27 and P28 at the moment. These two have been going at it for... that's not them. I don't know where the camera's pointing. There it is. There it goes. It's fixed
there we
itself.
go.
Kuno's camera's just having a little look.
Lewis has gotten past Oliver.
Yeah, it was exactly. So we kind of missed the overtake, but I mean that's obviously not something we could have predicted. It was just sort of a battle that happened over the last lap or two, and then he's got it done. So great stuff from Lewis. Anyway, we can take our eyes off that now. Yeah, Lewis with a 140 on the last lap. Oliver a 147. So clearly a big pace difference there that Lewis wanted to take advantage of, and he got it done. Nice work.
And looped back down to 0.2 as we come into the final chicane.
Well, there's battles going on everywhere too. Looks like Mags is very close up the rear of Clark. Rondinella, as you said, clearly right behind you, Bell here. So really hard to know where to point the cameras here, especially because, as I said, the changing conditions and everyone on different tyres and different strategies. You're always going to have cars coming up behind other cars, and it's just such a fun race to watch and participate in today with these sorts of conditions. I know everyone's got to work harder, and I know it's harder for everyone. It's harder for our cameraman, and it's harder for the drivers, it's harder for the stewards. I know it's harder, but that's what we want. I don't want bloody bog standard 120 litre stints in the dry. It's good sometimes, but this is the stuff. This is what I'm all about. Great stuff.
And speaking of the weather, the rain has stopped.
There it is. As you said, that Mags in that lovely Bentley with that lovely livery is again closing up, and he's starting to giving him a look.
We've got him in camera 1 and camera 2, but these two are actually right behind the other two, so they are all right next to each other here. And they're on different laps, but it's interesting. You can almost see them coming out the back end of each screen. So
Get the wide lens view coming out soon. We'll be able to watch both of them in one camera lens.
But yeah, Loopy has really sorted his shit out. His lines are much better, and the behaviour, the attitude of that Nissan's much better now. So hopefully they can just close up behind Bell again here, and just start to set her up. But he's got to get it done soon, because, as I said, like, this dry line's going to start to form again now that the rain stopped. We're back to a damp track, and we're going to see the Ford just start to stretch its legs again, and Loopy might have missed his chance potentially.
Well, I kind of caught in the double point where I'm watching as well, but because it's my own team involved there, I'm kind of getting a bit gobsmacked for words. I start getting a bit nervous when they get pretty close to the back bumper of each other. Oh, jeez, getting me the heart's pumping for even me, and I'm not even in the seat.
We got Spence and Salvaggio. They're back to close together again as well. As you said, JC, there's just battles everywhere.
Yeah, no, you need 6 cameras. Poor old Glenn's up there bloody octopusing around trying to work out where to point the bloody camera. But he's doing a bloody good job of it too, though, because we have had prime content the whole time I've been sitting in the box. We haven't had to talk about chocolates or favourite pizzas or any sort of that garbage. It's just been bloody content the whole way, door to door. So it's good stuff, Glenn. Keep pointing as you are.
You hoping for this weather at Kyalami, JC?
I am. Yes, sir. I am.
I'm
the only
not.
thing that can make Kyalami good is this kind of weather.
The one thing that Kyalami needs to make it perfect is to get rid of the sausage curb at Cheetah.
I was going to say a nuclear device, but all right, yeah, that's a little.
That too, but I wasn't going to go that far.
Towards it. What are we planning on taking? You're going to drive the Nissan at Kyalami, Saxon? Is that the plan?
That's still the play. So you signed up for the right one because we're doing Audi at Silverstone.
Yeah.
So you got the better of the two. Loopty said he'd give me one of the Enduros in an Audi, and so it was initially going to be Coda, but then I was like, no, let's do Silverstone, let the GTR purr down the straights of Coda, and it worked out well for us. And so Audi at Silverstone, we very spicy to see how Loopty goes with that car. And I believe Gormley's also trying to, once he gets his new wheel, try and get into the interview box with us to snag a third seat there.
Oh, what a nice! Is that a move or is that a blue flag? That's surely a blue flag. That's a nice one there from Salvaggio, who's just gone shooting past the MRT car there. Speaking of that red MRT car, that car 100, so that was Daryl in the shootout that we were talking about last night, who just completely outperformed the Pro-Am badge on that car. So how are they going today? I can't see exactly where they are on the board. And as I said, the drivers that he's got in that car are consistent, but probably not at Daryl's pace, certainly not shootout pace. So it looks like they've fallen back in the field. There's no Pro-Am's badge inside that top 20. They're P29, so yeah, they have dropped back into their rightful place. But if Daryl gets into that car again, he can bring them back up. Looks like they're going along pretty well. Wouldn't mind hearing their story. As I said, started in P10 or somewhere upside. Yeah, it would have been P10 because Matt cursed him off the bloody road in the shootout. Bloody Matt.
That's it.
So yeah, starting from P10, they've dropped back to P29. So I wonder how much driving Daryl's done. And that's a good little story there, that MRT car. But yeah, going back to Kyalami, my problem with that track has always been the curbs. There's just so many curbs that you have to attack for lap time. You've got Barbecue, obviously, is a notoriously tricky curb to attack. And then you've got the S's as well, where you sort of want to get up on the first one and then dodge the second one. And then even that outside curb at the exit of the S's is a bit tricky. And then, of course, you've got the very notorious, what's it called, Crocodile? Is it Crocodiles? The pain in the ass second last ride. No, Crocodile's that one. What is it? Cheetah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Everyone hates Cheetah. So yeah, there's just so many curbs at Kyalami that you have to get right to be good there. And I've never been good at being consistent over curbs, but the Nissan makes it a lot better. Obviously with how nice it is over curbs. And then the wet makes it better too, because in the wet you're trying, no one's trying as hard to hit those curbs as aggressively. So it sort of brings the pack closer together. It brings me, it doesn't make me quicker, but it just makes everyone slower. And so therefore I'm a bit better at Kyalami when it's wet. But yeah, there's so many of those curbs that you've got to hit right lap after lap after lap, and it makes it a very frustrating track to get wrong. Another one with a pit entry too, where I've made an absolute dick of myself a few times there at Kyalami. It's a bit of a tricky one, so.
Yeah, no, definitely quite a short one for Kyalami for the entry.
You see the battle for P19 and P20 gets interrupted with Bell and Loopty, and Max has to kind of yield those blue flags. Did get a little bit of it out of a touch, so it's probably a good time for him to release those out, but we'll see what happens once Clark might have to yield. They are gaining on him, might cause a bit of a dynamic shift on that battle, but we'll see how that goes as Bell and Loopy are still just toe and toe around this entire track as it's getting drier.
Oh, here's a run, Loopy.
Take a bit of a launch.
Here's a go. Go on, get up, son.
Oi.
No, that's fine. She picked a line over the hill and Loopty chose the wrong way and he wasn't aggressive enough. He could have probably still found a way, I thought, to if he wanted to, gone around the outside. But Layla was well and truly entitled to just put her car in the middle of that hill. She did it perfectly. There's nothing wrong with that. Didn't move or weave. She just picked a line and went up over the hill. And as I said, Loopty had to either pick left or right, and unfortunately he picked right, which was always going to be the harder way to go about it, and he ended up having to back out of it.
Too right, back to the board he goes. As again, close up again. He is very strong in that last chicane on that braking, as you'd say. The Mustang's having a bit of issues compared to the GTR on the braking, so it might need to be, maybe he needs to try and line up for that marker point. But as we come back into, and Loopty's gone a bit wide on that one, so he's going to have to recalculate for the next couple of laps. Actually, he'll have a bit of a time to think about it.
Let's recap what's going up at the top. We've still got Chufatali up there on this lap in P1 in the 7777777. That's a hideous livery. Jesus Christ.
That is horrific.
And Kong currently still rolling around in P2 for Rockets Evolved. Luke Johnson, Stevie Ty and Aaron Lee in that car as well. Actually, I don't know if Stevie Ty's in there today, but they usually are, the Rockets Evolved. Rolling around in P2. And the gap is 37 seconds between the top two Nissans up there, and then the Bentley of Higdon. I tell you what, that's a very good performance from the Thunderdome fellas, who started outside the top 10 after Benjamin Hignett completely washed up his qualifying session. Didn't even make it into the shootout. Was given an absolute ribbing by the Thunderdome boys. I'll give you the tip, but they have done very nicely today. Josh Holmes, Connor Hind, and Benjamin Hignett to find themselves on the podium provisionally at the moment. Well, provisionally at the moment. Good sense, dickhead. They started outside the top 10 and now in P3, doing very nicely. And Amaral Name as well. We spoke about Amaral Name's qualifying session yesterday. Was not particularly strong, just snuck into the shootout in P9, I think it was. But then once Amaral got into the shootout, an absolute banger of a lap straight off the bat meant that they started the race from, I think, third or fourth, around about there somewhere. So they're going along very nicely, the HBNT Motorsports guys. They started on pole at Coda and had a good race there too. So nice little endurance series they're putting together, this car. And Benny Vincent currently in the silver class lead there in P5 overall, with Callum Gibbons doing very nicely for the Pixel races, going along with Eric Scarney today, and Nathan Monks and Tim Go P3 in silver class. So they're all ensconced inside the top 10, those boys, going nicely. Ben Oliver, 10 seconds for ignoring blue flags. Again, another one where it's just going to be tricky for those guys, especially outside the top 20, where you're just constantly getting berated with blue flags, and it's just hard to find a spot to get them all done, especially if you've got a pack of them coming through at the same time. You feel like you're bleeding time so much, and it's hard, but you've just got to do it. You just got to get out of the way, boys. I can't wait to get back in the car personally. I think I'm...
Oh, yeah, same.
27th at the moment, so I'm going to have to fight my way back through the field. What can you see on the board? Oh, hello, Loopty. Oh, very deep. Saxon called it. It's probably going to be into that last chicane, if anything. Jaden's had a very red-hot crack up there, it seems, and didn't quite get it right. And Layla's still hanging on here. We're giving credit to Loopty for having the pace and trying to find a way through and driving well, but Layla has defended like a lion this entire stint. Since I got into the commentary booth, she's been hanging around up there. So driving very nicely currently in P12, holding off what is clearly the faster Nissan, doing very nice work for Team Iris.
Yeah, just got to keep watching for Loopty and hopefully going along. But as we see, kind of now it's gone into dry, we've kind of lost that battle between Mags and Michael Carr. Looks like he is now that's coming back to the dry, does have that pace advantage. He's holding off Bell and Rondinella, not needing to yield to that blue flag just yet. But it looks like now that we get back to those, predictable dry conditions, that there's going to be a few drivers that settle back into their normal rhythm and start ramping up the pace again.
Yeah, the tyres are going to feel like crap for everyone now, though, as Zach rightly pointed out before. Once they go through a wet cycle and then come back to being dries, they don't feel like dries anymore. They'll feel much better than, dry. Oh, Loopty again threatening to go up the inside here. He's going to have to be very deep. And again, Layla just putting that forward in all the right positions, giving Loopty absolutely no breaths. And he just can't get it done because Layla's defending.
Get into his ear again.
Very, very well. I don't know what you're going to say to him, though. Like, he's trying his best. He's investigating very well. I mean, he's trying his best. It's just Layla's just outclassing him on the defence.
He has indeed turned a wide Mustang into a very wide Mustang. Holden looped the off.
Sasha Death, P16 battling with Regan Herbert too, and that'll be an interesting little battle. Regan Herbert and Sasha Death, not necessarily known for their patient driving, if I can put it lightly. So if those two get into any sort of battle, I'm sure there'll be some freaking content there for P15.
How many stints have you got left in your car, JC, as we kind of just wait to see how these battles unfold?
No idea. No, as I said, no idea. Like, I think Adam's in the car at the moment with 50 minutes of fuel remaining, so that's going to take us to, 2 hours and 20 to go, so we might be able to stretch that to 2 stints after that. But again, assuming no weather. Like, as soon as it rains, if we get half an hour of rain, that all goes up to shit again, so we just don't know. We're just driving the pants off the car and trying to keep it safe and trying not to get track cuts. It sounds like we've already done our drive-through for track cuts now, so hopefully I can get back in the car and properly send it. It's no one ever enjoys driving around a car on 3 warnings because you've got to be a bit more careful than you want to be. So if I get back in the car and it's fresh with no warnings, I'll be properly sending it. I'll give you the tip. And just trying to bring us back inside that top 20. And then, as you said, like, how many stints we got left? Who knows? It's just don't know.
Yeah, I think we're probably around the same boat, probably 2-3 stints left, depending on the weather. But yeah, it's going to be a case of just fingers crossed and not spinning around.
Is that Mags on the same lap? No, it's not.
No.
So Mags got blue flagged a few there, and he's just kind of, his fight's bringing him back into it, and he's getting into a hard position on whether he's got to adhere to the blue flag or not. Michael Clark's been able to get the 2-second gap on him. My car, I'm going to be leaving you after this stint to do a double to finish us off.
Nice.
I think that's what I think we're doing too.
Big boy stuff.
Yeah, so if you, Loopy might be able to jump in and give you a bit more of a wording on his thought pattern going through with all these. I mean, pick a corner where he hasn't tried to send it down Leobel's side, but as you said, Leobel's given him absolutely no room to make any type of pass as we go again down into T1. Again, perfectly positioned, gets a nice bit, holds that nice tight line. He should get away with that. Yeah, another perfect defence by Leobel, just keep adding to Loopty's frustration, I would imagine.
As you said, Biggie, this would be pretty rough for J-Mags too, who's, I assure you, J-Mags in that Bentley would be much quicker than both of these cars. If he had clear track in front of him, he would Loopty around the outside. Now he's going to have the overlap this time into the chicane, and he's got it right. I tell you what, that's a move if he can finish this off. He will have the inside line down into the second chicane. You saw how well the Nissan handled that first chicane, and finally, Jaden Rondinella gets the move done with a nice move down into the first chicane. Layla defending heroically for near on 40 minutes. but eventually the power of the Nissan, the GTR, getting it done down the straight. Nice move, Jaden. Well, that's very well done.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't see too many cars go side by side through a chicane here at Zolder. So, as I said, hats off to Jaden for getting the move done, but also to Layla Bell for defending for 40 minutes, but also giving the appropriate amount of room there. No quarter given, but just enough to make sure that both cars got through unscathed. So great driving over the last 40 minutes from both of these competitors.
As we've got the blue flag on the second monitor of, there was obviously a little bit of chaos for Sasha. But now it's passed, and they're going to start chasing after, who is it? Regan again.
That's a three-way battle there too, because they got Nippers in the MRT car in front of them. So we're watching Sasha in the green MRT car battle with Nippers in the yellow Ford up there. So now this is a three-way battle. Regan's just inserted himself in the middle here, has dealt with Sasha at some point, and is now closing up behind the 700 MRT car. So it's a nice little three-way occurring here, with probably a couple of minutes to go on all of their stints. So there's some low fuel levels out there now. Oh, Regan's just sending it. I'll tell you, the Aston doesn't look particularly pretty through there, but he carried a lot of momentum.
I hate to love you and leave you, fellas, but I got to go get ready to let Rusty finally have a break.
Yep, I don't think we're all far away from leaving. We've got the great Dan Madden not far away from joining us, and I think Blake's going to jump back in as well. So Saxon, myself, and Zach Jensen all about to go head back to our teams and get back in the cars, but it's been an absolute pleasure joining you up here in the comms booth, Glenn. Thank you for having us. And thank you to you, chat, and everyone else there. I hope you're enjoying the day here at Zolder, and we get to see some more content over the next 3 hours.
Oh, content for sure.
Sorry, I just had to dip out again and get a bit of essentially a check on how many laps left. As being a two-car driver, I don't have someone else that can send me a message, go and get ready. So sorry for the bit of the miss there, and it also obviously gave him a bit of a G up for that move, getting it finally done.
Nice. We have got Blake back. Hello to Blake.
G'day. How are we doing? It's been a lovely, probably half an hour listening to you guys yap on. Some good action there. I saw Jaden finally got by Layla there with a great move.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the first 4 hours were like for you guys up here in the comms box, but we've certainly had a lot of fun here over the last hour. Glenn's been frantically trying to point the camera in all the right spots because it's just been battles going on everywhere. This is not your bog standard average enduro where everyone spreads out to a 10-second gap. There's been battles all up and down the field. We've had a great time.
I was going to say, just a quick one as well. Mags is now on the back of Clark after Loopy's finally gotten past Layla.
Where did Dan go? Dan was sitting down there in the waiting room.
Yeah, I'm just trying to organise him in here. He should have permission to just jump in anyway. I just did.
Oh!
Oh!
Magsy.
That's your fault, Biggie. You cursed him.
Nah.
You absolutely cursed that. You said, look at this battle that we're about to... It was all you.
I said he caught up.
Nah, that's a big call up. You've absolutely hyped that up into existence.
You can't do that.
That's all right. That's the first one done.
Here he is, Dan Madden. How you going?
Hello. Aloha. Doing awesome. Doing awesome.
For those who don't know, Dan Madden hangs out over in Hawaii, by the way, just enjoying himself over there. He builds submarines for AUKUS, and he's just hanging out in the bloody sunshine. So he's joining us from Hawaii. Must be nice.
Bit fraught right now, the old AUKUS deal. But happy to have you in the booth. This is a debut for Dan Madden, that's correct, yeah?
Second endurance rates, actually. So I did the...
No, sorry, in the booth.
The comm box, yes. Yeah, debut.
Yeah, nice. I think we had you in for an interview last time round.
What happened, brother?
Oh, God. You guys are killing me, man. Yeah, honestly, you guys messaged me as well, and I had to check who's who, like, from the server, because your names are, like, obviously just, like, usernames. But it's a good time. We're very happy to have you here.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Right, I'll leave you two to it. I'll tell you what, one of the Maddens is much more attractive than the other one, too, by the way. But I'm just going to go now.
Leave that.
Jeez.
leave that up to whoever wants to go stalking.
Oh, he dropped that and just left.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very JC.
Dan has
I'm
had a
dip out
great
as
time.
well. This has been good fun.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate your time,
enjoy the
mate.
chaos.
Thank you.
Dan, while we got you, mate, I was shared the booth with your brother, who's for the first time I've heard him anyway, singing your praises. Heard that you're doing a bit of a step up into sprints coming into the next season.
Possibly, stepping up there.
Thoughts on that
Come
one, mate?
on, jump in it, mate. Jump in it.
Gonna have to get a bit more time behind the wheel, but just loving the series and loving racing door to door with some of the best. So yeah, having a blast at had a blast in Academy, and looking forward to sprints.
And then we had JC step over in and then just continued the biased praise that he had for his teammate that we've gone through here. So that you've had a bit of a belter of a stint coming through. Walk us through it on your side, mate.
In terms of the race so far?
Yeah, mate.
Came a little late home from work because it's Friday on this side of the planet. But jumped in straight into rain. So we put wet tyres on. Bit of a gamble to see how long it was going to stay wet for and what sort of rain was going to come down. Didn't really pay off. Had to put the slicks back on. So ended up doing about an hour 40, an hour 50 straight. But good to now have a break. A little coffee in front of me.
Have you got another stint coming in these last final 3 hours, do you know?
Yeah, so got Adam Lewis in the car, probably throw JC in for another hour and a half, and that should leave about an hour left, and hopefully I'll jump back in and see what damage we can do, see if we can climb up the leaderboard a bit.
So, mate, how are you guys going track limit wise there? You think that's going to come into play there? Have you been able to keep it off it?
Look, if JC was going to throw some shade, he unfortunately got us 2 track cuts early on. I got one, and then when Adam went out for his second stint, he got one early on, so we had to do a drive-through. That's all reset now, so hopefully he can just go flat out all the way to the end.
Well, just to add on to your worries there, as we've seen a bit of a battle going down into the second part. I'll get back to you in a second, Dan, as we watch this battle unfold. So we've got this 3-way battle between Herbert, Death and Niforest, and they're still following all the way down into the hairpin.
Yeah, Death's just gotten ahead of Herbert there through those 2 chicanes. Herbert, I think there might have been just a tap there, but not too much harm done. Keeping it nice and steady, but yeah, Death's just inserting themselves right between the 2. Herbert's gonna fake out down the inside, but there's no move there to be had. And wow, they're so tight as they get it straightened up back onto the pit straight. But yeah, I think that's evened out for probably a second. But yeah, Dan, I think honestly, I think that's enduro racing. JC's given you the full Monty by handing over the car with already 2 strikes on it. Like, that's just part and parcel.
Yeah, but no, it's good. Made me really think about the driving, that's for sure. We got Herbert here really shining the light on the back of Death. He might have a look coming in the next couple of corners. Sorry, just amazed by the racing going on here.
It's been good racing like all day.
Yeah.
We've had moments here and there, but God, there's been some great moves we've seen. As Death sends it through pretty clean, no harm, no foul. They'll hold on to that position, I think, through the second chicane. Herbert's going to have to try and line something up somewhere else.
You always feel like it's a bit of a gamble in the Ferrari through the first chicane there. How much curve you want to take, how hard you got to bounce.
I mean, if you get it wrong, like slightly wrong in any car, you can send the tail around pretty easy. And we're at hour 5 of an 8-hour enduro. I imagine there's fatigue coming in for some of these drivers, particularly as it pertains to the 2-man teams, and you've been driving quite a bit. So the mistakes, it's not hard to do whatsoever. Oh my God, that was almost the most immediate. I think there was a bit of a touch with Herbert on the back there. We couldn't quite see it in the rear view. He looked all kinds of out of sorts there.
That up to your first commentator curse there, Blake, on that one.
Only one for the day on an enduro. I'll take that. That's not bad.
Going back to you, Dan, quickly, mate. This might add worries to your woes, but JC said that, as we see, Mags gets a 15-second penalty for the collision back on lap 186. But JC said if he had hopped into the car with a free reign of track limits, that he's going to be sending it with no regrets. So
really?
you might be stepping back into your stint with a few under the belt.
Look, mate, I have absolutely no problems with that because we know he's got to drive the wheels off it, whether he goes pirouetting through one of the chicanes or not, and I'm here to watch it, to be honest. That's the pros of having such a fast guy like that in the team, so really excited for it.
Whereabouts are you guys at the moment on the old timing tower?
I believe we're just off. Adam Lewis was fighting for 26th place, I believe. He was 27th, fighting for 26th.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So getting a bit of a replay here. So I think this is just the outside view of what we saw. So Death just too late on the brakes there and then turns it around.
Oh, and
It's a bit hard to call that one. I mean, Death is already like quite on the inside of that corner, but I'm not a steward.
That's just a bit of elbows there. That's It's just Death saying, nah, I'm not letting you through on this one. You can try again. He's going after DiPerez and he's very not going to yield that spot and go again after Herbert. So that's a bit of Rubbings racing moment there. He's just letting him know that you're going to have to work for it to get around me.
Yeah, for sure. Death's been pretty feisty all day, I'd say. And that 200 Ferrari, we talked about the woes of the Ferrari at Zolder, but I think they're doing a pretty good job regardless.
I do miss the old Ferrari. I did want it, and then I was conned into driving the Aston, which is a car I reckon I've spent less than 10 hours in, and had to adapt quite quickly. But I do miss the old pony there.
Yeah, I think JC was hinting on that, but he said it just wasn't really a medium to be found in terms of setup to get it feeling good. So I think it's also good to be forced outside your comfort zone, especially if you consider yourself to still be learning and trying different things. I hinted at it earlier. I started with this game with the Lamborghini, and I actually don't even like it anymore because I tried other cars, and I'm just like, oh, this isn't it. So. Yeah, I've said before, variety is the spice of life. That's not. Oh no!
All gone wrong.
Oh, what's happened to Death there? I don't think there was contact, but they just got spooked.
Herbert has absolutely gone through him.
Oh, was there contact? Did I miss it?
We'll have to get we're gonna have to get a quick replay on that. That looked like as he's going in, he went up on the grass, did tag his little corner, which made Sasha do spin out, but we'll wait for that replay. It looked pretty spicy from what we saw.
Yeah, that's a bit wild. I don't think Sasha's lost any positions per se, but obviously not ideal whatsoever. And now she finds herself between two back markers, I believe. So that's a rough go, and that's there's going to be a pretty big invoice if there was contact for Herbert, because that's something they will have been warned about, and it's something that everyone who's raced at Zolder should know about. That very, very dangerous pit entry.
So it's got to be a double whammy there. You can see the time loss, 13, 14 seconds. But if there was tags, which I think we're in confirmation there was a bit on that entry point there, he gets damage on top of it for his added woes, and I don't know. Dad, you were talking about how you were driving the Ferrari. How's the car going to handle with some rear damage on that back bumper there, mate?
If there's one car you don't want rear damage in, it's that Ferrari, because you want to tip it into that corner faster than anyone else, and just pray that you'll get good exit speed. Unlike the Mustangs that just power away, and we've got to watch
as we come up into the replay.
Herbert here, sorry. Oh, he tried. That's a tap.
Yeah, it's just you gotta be more careful than that. I think it's like, yeah, I don't know. So the precedent is a stop-go 15 that we saw for a previous car that had that mistake. We'll see.
That was with, I believe, with the leader at that point, which carried the extra wick, so it's a bit close. There we
Stop
go.
30. Yeah.
Not much discussion needed from the stewards by the looks of that. That's a pretty rapid response on the penalty there.
I mean, it's one of the most cut and dry things. As I said, the race director will have warned them. They know about it, and yeah. So there's not much to discuss, I don't think.
I believe the other pump coming to the pit lane might have been the other Pitchy Racing team car. So he wasn't happy when he did it. He felt pretty crap, but he's got to live with your consequences, I guess.
Yeah, so Kafil Slade's also just been handed that car with a stop go 30. He's serving that one immediately. It's a bit of a rough go, as Matt Powell, I presume race director or at least chief of stewarding, just confirming what I was saying, that they were very much warned about that kind of maneuver with the pit lanes. So yeah, and that's why we see that one. As we jump on board with Callum Gibbons, Gibbo 13 seconds down to Taylor. However, that is Nathan Monk's pole position just behind him, as we see another one of these GTR derbies happening. With Admiral Name just ahead of them. Admiral Name currently holding that purple lap. They've been a very, very quick car across this whole endurance series, having a pretty good run of it. Currently 2 laps down though. And then Salvaggio, the second Mercedes, about 3 seconds behind them. So that's them just in the background. They're still in the shot, still in this fight.
Would see these three bunch up a bit in the over the coming laps, which would make some awesome viewing.
I, for one, would like to see that. I'm sure that Callum Gibbons is not interested in that whatsoever. They do have Slade now in front of them as well, I think, after serving that penalty. We just get the view in view, I believe. That's Tony Spence that we are also looking at in that 420 McLaren, chasing down the back of Bartlett, the 676 Aston Martin. It's been a pretty good day for the 420 car. They really benefited early on from a good tyre choice. Fallen down a little bit, but I think they'll still be relatively happy with where they are.
Gents, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I've just checked in with the other side there, and we have a puncture front right, so I'd say that we're going to be dipping into the pits, and it might throw out a pit strategy change, because we were looking to do essentially me to do a double stint all the way to the end, but this might change that narrative, I think.
That's rough going.
I don't know how he's achieved that, but
no.
I'll have to love yous and leave yous. I might send Lupio if you're needing a spot there to have a bit more of a yarn and see his side from his 40-minute battle from Layla Bell. But see you boys. Keep going up and
catch you later.
Thanks, Saxon. Good luck. How has he managed to puncture? We've been. We have to get him in here and ask him about it, I think.
Front right. Geez, there's not too. I don't know which curve you've done that on, to be honest.
I guess you smash it over potentially the second part of the first chicane.
Yeah.
And then. I mean, that's kind of it, isn't it?
Yeah. That's some repetitive hitting on that tyre. It must have cost an absolute beating before it let go.
Well, I mean, they might have literally just run it to the thread. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know the GTR is actually kind on its tyres. It doesn't feel that bad when you're like really worn in.
I do know, at least in the Aston, we've had problems with the tyres all day being cold for the first like 15, 20 minutes, and then when they turn on too much and they climb up near the 28s, and you're just holding on, hoping they start to cool down again.
I mean, it's been probably a bit of a battle all day with the track conditions just changing so much. Just looking in a small picture, Tony Spence really racy, having a look. Bartlett's just defending down that hairpin, but he's going to try and look to tuck it under, but it doesn't quite. Tucks it behind, but oh my god, are they tied at the hitch rope? There, Bartlett's looking again, defending the inside of the last chicane. He moves back over a bit, a little bit spicy, if you don't mind. And Spence just losing out there. just a bit behind. That was maybe a little illegal there, I think, from Bartlett. I'd potentially call that moving under brakes.
Yeah. Look,
can't do too many of those.
Spencer's got to start playing some mind games, surely. He's got to start giving it a look up the inside, get that car in the mirrors. I feel like that's the way around here at Zolder. You've really got to just show them the nose, because you can just throw it down the middle and just keep someone behind you lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw with Layla Bell, she put on an absolute display of defense there against Jaden Rondinello for, about 45 minutes, I think was said. So it really is a track that you can defend at for sure.
Tell you what, the weather's been awesome in my opinion. Just that little bit of rain to keep people on their toes. You're constantly looking down at the weather report. How long is it going to rain for? How heavy is it? Are we staying out on slicks? It's you don't always get that in ACC these days.
No, I think it's been pretty spot on, to be honest. I think it's been variable enough to keep everyone on their toes and make everyone make difficult choices in terms of their tires. However, and like whether they're coming in and this and that. But not like it hasn't been repetitive per se, a la Bathurst earlier in the year. So I think, it's just hard because it's so random, and they just plug in the numbers and then the game does what it does. But we've managed to really get that down. As we said earlier, we were seeing if Salvaggio might get in on this action, and Salvaggio has bought himself a front row ticket to this fight between Monks and Gibbons, and might even jump in the ring in a moment.
This is shaping up to be an awesome little battle here.
Just these guys have just been on each other's tail the whole time, but now Salvaggio looking very, very racy there. Might be getting involved in just a second. I think we might need a bit of picture-in-picture yet. Point one eye left, point one eye right.
You might get Monks, if he gets past, you might see the 223 Mercedes try and capitalise on it and send it down the inside as well, I reckon.
Well, if he's closed that gap, he's got pace on them, but it's whether or not he's got enough to actually get a move done. So I think Tron was alluding to earlier, you need about a second of pace if you're actually going to get past someone, and I'm not sure the Salvaggio has that much pace, but it is yet to be seen. So what's the ping situation like racing from Hawaii?
Look, it's not too bad. I've got the internet cable in the back of the PC, and it's a constant 190, 195, so not the worst in the world. Luckily enough, OOR is based on the East Coast, not the West Coast. Otherwise, we'd have another 50 to 70 ping added to that, but been very fortunate that I can do regular racing without pinging around at all, really. So don't know if I could say the same for iRacing. ACC's net code, not too bad.
Yeah, no, I think it's things have come a long way, and you can race with some pretty average ping, and it's still pretty good racing. And it doesn't look too messy. Yeah. So glad to hear that it's not too bad for you. Tony Spence just falling off the back a little bit from Bartlett at present, but our big picture in picture still pretty hot. I don't think Salvaggio's he's still measuring that one up, I think. I don't know if there's a hole yet to be found as we cross the line. One more lap.
Three are just... No one's making any headway. They're just locked in, just waiting for someone to make a mistake, which I don't know if that's going to come. Not from this caliber of driver, that's for sure.
Well, if we get a bit of blue flag action, that might do something. I know that's Zach Jensen's car. I'm not sure who's driving it right this second. I think it's the 666 car, which I don't even see on our timing board as of yet. So, sorry. Pardon me. coughing straight into the mic like a bloody amateur. But I believe that's actually Zach Jensen in the car now. So yeah, those guys have had a bit of a rough and tumble race today, opting to start from the pits, and I wouldn't say that didn't work for them per se, but beyond that, I don't think it's been a fantastic race. I think he was saying earlier they were a bit further down than they'd like to be, but you know, you got to be in it. You got to keep going. There's points up and down to like 50th place, I think, in the enduros. So there's always points on offer.
Was that just due to tyre choice at the start of the race?
No, so
down?
The thing is, and I hate to call it out, but they opted to start because they didn't want to get in whatever kerfuffle happened at the beginning of the race, which I think is fine, but they also were on dry tires.
Yeah.
So it didn't, I think, like, that's probably the thing that did them worse than starting in the pits per se. Because yeah, we did see, I've talked about it a few times, but it was wet tires were definitely the tire to be on earlier. I think some people just not realizing that there was a second shower coming. Yeah, and that was a big killer. So yeah.
Car's just bouncing through the chicane there.
Just looking down, we've got J Mags. It's pretty close to the back of Rockford. Mags is carrying that invoice though, and Billet just beyond that, very close to I think that's Michael Clark. I apologize if it's not. I'm just going to say Clark actually. In that 277, it's always, I get hesitation when it's like the name of someone famous as well, because I know that we have Jack Miller, and Jack Miller is also like a MotoGP racer. And yeah, there's a few like that, and Michael Clark definitely throws me. I'll double check.
Yeah. You just bring out that name and sort of bolster up the roster a bit, make it sound like we have some celebrities going around the track.
Well, it is, so it is Michael Clark as well. I wasn't even wrong. So, but it just gives me pause.
Sorry, I am receiving messages from my brother who is currently having his MVN box replaced and the cable re-spliced out the front of his house, hoping he can get in do a stint before the clock runs out, I guess.
Yeah, he's been keeping me updated on the status of his MVN all day. Because he's like, oh, I really want to get it, like, I want to do his comp stint, this and that. I'm like, okay, yeah, just let me know how your MVN is, man. Because he did a racing stint earlier. Whoa, it's a bit ugly there for name across the chicane. That's going to be a bit tricky for these guys following on. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he was on his 4G backup, I believe, to start the day off, and waiting on the NBN man to fix the cable that had been kindly cut in half by the fencing company next door. So,
yeah,
he's really had a good morning, I think.
Yeah, so this is hot off the press. He's just sent me a picture. There was a surge from the so this is probably from when the cable got cut. But there was a surge, and it's fried his modem, so he doesn't have that internet anyway. So that is going to be it for Matt Madden, I think, unless he wants to do a bit of hot spotting. But we do see Gibbons retiring from this battle pack, so Monks will get on through. But very, very heroic defense there from Gibbons. Monks free to chase down whomever they can catch. But Salvaggio still right on the back of them.
Monks is just the Iceman at the moment, just driving this car around with... he's not even looking in the mirror. He's just worried about the road in front and the lap timer up in the top left of the screen, I reckon.
Yeah, Monks and Gobe have been very, very good throughout this endurance series. I think they'll be, touch wood, they'll be very happy to see themselves ahead of that 888 GTR as well. Monks with a really, really good qualifying. Yeah, a bit of a shaky start again for them with that tyre choice, but yeah, they're looking pretty good now. I do think they probably want to see themselves further up, but I definitely think they're happy to be in front of that skill issue GTR.
plenty of time left today. You never know, it could rain for half an hour, 45 minutes, and some strategies really start to come into play.
Oh, it's definitely not over until it's over. I mean, at Kota, it was literally I think the most important move happened with a couple of laps to go, but the Kovacs purple car and the HPNT car, the first and second places, they were still. I think the finishing margin was only like a handful of tenths. Like, it was incredibly tight all the way to the line. So I never consider it over until it's over.
So I'm just looking at the other screen here, down the right, with a bit of racing actually going on. Cars going against each other here.
Yeah, so that's Mags, and I think that's Sigluna. Sigluna.
Trying to give it a look down the inside. Not there.
Yeah, but that is potentially lap traffic, I believe, unless it's not Squires, is it? Ooh, okay. Nope.
That is.
Got a momentary stream freeze. Is that happening for you, Dan?
Yeah, that is happening for me. Just
okay.
Got a bit
we're all good. David, Marshy, I love you, mate, but what are you guys doing? There's another stop go. Oh, they've had a shocker.
Look, I think we've all been there.
Oh yeah.
It's not your day.
No, so me and my race partner, just getting confirmation that is Sigluna. So that's. Sorry, who's the Bentley? That would be Mags. That's Mags. So yeah, that's Sigluna is blue flagged in that situation. But yeah, me and my race partner Lucas Marshall, our first Euro series was an absolute shocker. The entire series. The first race we had a massive incident on lap 1, and the car was like destroyed. And then we had a DC in that race. We still finished, but it was pretty bad. Second race was just like averagely bad. Third race was okay, but like the strategy was kind of shit. And then the fourth race, we just had no practice, and it was just terrible. Like, it was so bad. And we ended up quitting. Oh, that's right, because Lucas disconnected, and I got thrown in the car, but it put us on the safe preset, and it's just like, it's so bad. And we just threw in the towel. We're like, this isn't happening. I don't feel like racing for like 3 hours like this. So yeah, sometimes it really just is not your day.
Yeah. I just want to give a little. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Little shout out to Austin McNeil, who I was actually paired up with for the Academy Enduro, and yeah, funny today to see him just absolutely go flying past me down a few straights as I had to let him through under blue flags. But he was absolutely awesome, coaching me around the track. Maybe helped me find a couple seconds, and it was really quite a race after 3 hours of racing. I finished third, but the top 3 were only 0.6 seconds apart, I'm pretty sure. So it was really quite a race that who was that? That would have been Hobbsy put on.
Yeah, no, I think everything I've heard from that Academy Enduro was that it was a shining success. Everyone seemed to have had a very good time. I'm sure there was a lot learned through there. So I think potentially they'll look to do that again. But we're just on board with Luke Johnson. Admiral Name only 10 seconds back. I do believe that's Chris Taylor in the 695, but that's 2 laps back. And they have Slade behind them, and Slade is a fair bit down the order, a couple laps back. But they're all, it's interesting, you find yourselves in these situations where these guys are of similar pace levels, but multiple laps apart just due to what's happened in the race. It's pretty interesting how that unfolds.
Yeah, it's a hard thing, especially a bit more towards the back of the pack, and I've got a car that's a lap behind, and it's like, do I let him through or not? Because he is just shining at my rear spoiler, and I don't want to deal with the pressure. Just let him through.
Yeah, I think when you there's a big pace deficit, you just let him through, because you're just like, you're potentially asking for trouble. See, there we go. That's slated through on Taylor as we do welcome Jaden Rondinella into the booth. Jaden, how are you doing, mate? Big stint there for you.
It was a bit of a big stint. Good afternoon. I hope you guys are well. It's been a very long race today. Those wet stints are killing me. My arms are so dead after all of that. It hasn't been in the comms booth.
Yeah, it's been good, mate. It's been good. I think it's calmed down a little bit in probably the last half an hour, but it's been plenty of action throughout the day. Lots of moments, lots of good racing, lots of John Ryanisms, if you will, as well.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. We love John. But yeah, it's been good. I think Annie and
He's going to drive through, sorry.
Oh, no.
Would you hand it over with 3 strikes, you menace?
Yeah. That's the second time I've handed it over with 3. No, I knew that was going to happen.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
It was so hard to get back to where we are after some earlier incidents and everything, and that whole race start shabuckle, but that's not where we want to end up. Hopefully he's able to get through that DT quickly and we can maybe still make it into the top 10. That's the goal at the moment.
I mean, you've got 2.5 hours. I think it's definitely on the cards. Opting not to do it this time around. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, Saxon was also giving you a bit of stick for apparently you wanted to stay out, and then as soon as there was rain in the forecast, you wanted to swap.
Yeah, no, he's right. That was I wanted a dry stint for once, and I knew as soon as he gets in the car, it's going to stay dry. I was hopeful that if I stayed out one more, I could get maybe just a dry stint in, the full one, but not lucky enough today.
No, it's been here and there, but I think I don't know. You're probably a bit sick of it, but I think everyone else has been pretty happy with how the weather's been.
I'm loving it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, okay.
This is great. Yeah, look, there's minor problems where I just want to have a bit of time to drive and get a fast lap out and everything, but look, I'll take a bit of variety in the weather. It's nice to see that ACC's putting up with us for once for a bit of weather change, so the variability is actually pretty good. I'd be happy to race this any day.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. The hamster in chat just pointing out, I think Annie switches Scott Rockford dropping out of the race potentially due to a DC. That's the number 19 car. If anyone has eyes on, I don't see them currently, which is a shame because we are about 80% of the way through nearly. See if Saxon comes in this time around and opting to do so and not collecting anyone on the way through, so that's a good job,
still
Saxon.
out there. Chalmers is currently in their car at the moment. They're at 27th. So they're still out there on the track, yep.
Oh, yeah, you would have a ACC drive up, wouldn't you?
I just had a look at the timing board because I knew they weren't too far behind us before. But yeah, they're currently out there driving, 27th, fighting, I believe, with Oliver and Jensen. So they're doing out there pretty well. Yeah.
Well, they kind of dropped if they're still in 27th, so I'm not sure. The hamster, I request an elaboration. But there we go. Saxon serving that DT as Lucas Keys. It's been all quiet on the Lucas Keys front for a little while, but setting a fastest lap at 128.17. If you don't mind, that is quite racy.
He's been saying for the whole day that he's waiting for a dry stint that he can just jump in and set the quickest lap as soon as he can, so that way he can get it out of the way. He's been pushing for it for so long.
I mean, it's been so up and down, but they've been very, very good. Well, nigh untouchable, but there's still 2.5 hours to go. So we'll see. Looking down the timing board, where is some action? Davis in the number 5 BMW is relatively close. Tony Spence, actually, we were on board with them for a while, is still pretty close to Bartlett on the back. You just see Lucas Keys navigating some of that traffic too. Just jumping on with Bartlett here, and there, sure enough, is the 420 McLaren. These guys have been pretty glued together for a while. Speaking of, actually, Jaden, I wasn't in the booth per se, but we watched on with you trying to get around Layla Bell for a while. Talk us through how that was. What was your mindset? How'd you feel?
If I'm honest, I was angry for half of it. Layla made that car as wide as possible, and I just couldn't get past. I was faster on the track on pace, but because that Ford, as soon as that rain's gone, it was dead. Like, it had no traction or anything. But as soon as I got in front, it was a second and a half ahead and gaining time like that. But she put that car exactly where she needed to. I had no chance of getting past. So when I tried a few sends, I was trying to show my nose just to kind of maybe scare her off the line a little, but I eventually got a move done into the chicane, which I was very...
Oh, no, there was a contact as well. Oh, yoy. So Bartlett just absolutely taking off from that chicane, but Tony Spence just tapping them as well, so I'm not sure how the stewards are going to look at that one. But yeah, Layla Bell, absolutely stalwart defense there, but you did manage to get that done in the end.
Don't know if I'd be able to pull off that move again. I was very scared. Another thing that we were looking at in our car was that they probably have to pit a couple more times than us because we are only one pit stop left to the end of the race.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of these other cars at least got a splash and dash. So even looking at these, like the Aston and the McLarens up ahead, I'm looking maybe they might end up falling behind us after the pit stops happen.
It's interestingly, I don't know if I'd call it a curse, but you've kind of willed that to happen. They just pulled straight into the pits, but we are going to see a replay here. So you're going to watch Bartlett get this curb a little bit wrong, bit of airtime, bit of bouncy. Oh, I'm not sure that Spence had too many places to go there, but we'll see what the stewards say.
Yes.
If anything, it might be keeping it accelerating, but...
Yeah, they might get it, as you said, like not slowing down, because you can see that car has lost control at that point. It's had four wheels in and off the ground, but that's up to them. That's why they pay them the big bucks.
Looking at that as well. Oh, sorry, go.
It was a nice little love tap to have them pointing back up the road as well. So you get going again, turn the car back on and get her into first.
Looking at it, it looked like Bartlett did try to save it, so there wasn't brakes until after they were hit by Spence, but I'm wondering if that might have just been trying to save it. It would be probably fine. I don't know. I'm not a steward.
Yeah, it's difficult. For sure. We actually have Carl Johnson with 10-second penalty currently, but Cicluna right behind, and that I believe that's the extremely long-named Team Iris car. But so interesting battle between these two very different cars. The big old Mustang versus that very nimble little Porsche. Oh, sorry, Loopty. I feel like we skipped over the biggest thing. Did you get a puncture at the end of your stint?
No, Jackson got it wrong.
Because he was like, how does he manage that?
That'd be funny. I had pretty bad tire pressure loss on the front right, like it came up in the game and everything. But we over pressurized for that exact reason, because I noticed when I was doing practice my pressures would drop a little, and the tires actually that front right stayed at 26.7 for the whole time that it was loss of pressure. So I think if I kept going for a bit longer, like if I had more time on those tires, I would have punctured it, but the car held out pretty well, especially in those last few minutes of my laps. The Nissan, it just builds back up and you have almost the pace you have when you're doing qualifying, it feels like.
Yeah, it's a lovely car. I was saying earlier, I don't actually feel the tire drop off that much in the GTR, particularly in comparison to the Lamborghini, which has at about 20 minutes it dies. It's so bad. The GTR is like pretty okay.
Yeah, it's got probably one of the best tire wear situations in the game where it just doesn't exist.
Well, because I feel that when you start losing grip, you start losing the rear and stuff, and the GTR kind of does that to you anyway. So you're not changing anything per se. If you're driving well, as Johnson there, a bit of an awkward line, and I think that's going to invite Cicluna to have a look. Johnson's trying to shut that door. Cicluna's not going to have a look this time, but they are very, very close as they come through that final chicane.
I'm sure Cicluna would have preferred the restricted not be on the Mustang right then. That's for sure.
Oh, that would have been a straight pass very quickly. Looking at the timing board as well, Davis, only a couple positions back, is catching up to Parker as well, so that's going to be a nice battle coming up as well. Chalmers also catching up to Danny Vu down in 26th and 25th. That's a close battle on the grid down the list.
And still battles to happen through here, especially as we start seeing some tire delta differences. People are going to start catching up pretty rapidly. Yeah, so that's these two. We got Marshy having a bit of a flash at surely that's not Jamie Convoy in that car.
I believe Convoy's just got in the car.
Very interesting. Maybe that wasn't flashing. Maybe that was a bit of the lights did that sort of glittery business through the camera.
I do think Marshy is trying to currently unlap himself quite quickly, so there is a chance there was just a little flash to be like, hey, I'm here, am I able to get past?
Yeah, the problem is it's Jamie bloody Convoy. He's, I think it's just his outlap. He's probably just got some average tires, and then he'll take off.
Is it
513? No, that's the other Pidgey Boys car. You've led me astray, Dan.
Oh.
Well, we're jumping around a little in the stream here, but so Jake Foster in the other Pidgey car, another fellow academy driver, and he's just starting. Oh, we're at Jamie Convoy now. God, there's two Pidgey cars. That's why I'm getting confused. One's the dark, one's the light one. There we are.
It's your team, mate. So that is Jamie Convoy. Sorry,
that's Jamie Convoy in the.
It is that. Yeah. Oh, that was confusing for a second.
Yeah. Look, it's the team's been growing from 3 drivers to about 5 or 6 now, so it's been awesome to have 2 teams running in the event now.
It's good to see some more, like, not like putting them down, but more AM drivers coming in and participating in these events, because I feel like endurances are some of the best ways to improve your driving standards as well.
Yeah. And it's another driver is Roy Ankin, actually, another academy driver who I've had many battles with. Just go lap after lap with that Beamer. He is a great driver as well. I believe a real not motocross, sort of superbike race. So Roy Ankin.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's good to see some of the more AM class pace people coming through as well, because it's for everyone, and there's classes to win and classes to battle, and then also, like, it sounds a bit funny to say, but like blue flagging is like important and makes it changes the fabric of the race. It adds an interesting layer. Yeah. If everyone was just pro pace, then it's just a race, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It's almost like having a multi-class race, right? It's like a little M2's going around the track. You don't know what's going to happen with that blue flag traffic. Are they going to hit the brakes, the apex, and try and let you pass somewhere silly? You got to take advantage of it.
There's so much strategy behind when you're coming up to a blue flag and you're in a battle. You don't know which way the blue flag's going to go, so you spend a lot of the time kind of wondering if it's worth trying to go around the outside, or is the blue flag going to move to the outside at the exit of the turn, and it ends up becoming a big, like, mental battle with yourself and the cars around you. It becomes quite crazy.
Yeah, I do think the blue flagging has been pretty good in this race. I know we have seen a couple of penalties coming through for it, but I know Kota was not ideal, I think, at some points for some people.
Considering the size of the track and, like, the difficulty of how it is to blue flag here, the straights are short, the lap times are even shorter. It's like, yeah, I would say that the races ultimately had better blue flags than what we did at Kota, and I think everybody's improved in that sense. I do think there is some, like, small bits that need to be just relayed into some drivers' heads, where it's just about that we do have the blue flag rule that we do, and that you do have to move off the racing line, because some of them are very set on staying and going full throttle.
It's interesting. We actually just saw one of the Pidgey cars there parked up at the end of the pit lane, which I'm pretty sure in the race you have entitlement to exit the pit lane.
I believe that might have been Ben Simpson coming out on track. Maybe they went into the pits and then swapped over.
Yeah, so that's something that's not quite necessary. Very polite, but it's also, I mean, it can be a bit dangerous as well, because if someone is coming up behind you and they don't know that you're stopped there, it could be potential collision. But yeah, just having a look at Cicluna, who's got Marshy behind him, David Marsh, in that 999 KA Motorsports car. I believe that is the team name. They're KA Sports affiliated. But Marshy a fair bit further back, but his pace, in terms of the timing tower, but his pace looking very, very good right now, in terms of keeping up with Cicluna.
There's another big thing that's happening on the track as well, which I don't know if it can like properly be seen on the stream, but it's a lot of these cars kind of got a little bit screwed over by that rain part of the first thing, and they like went the wrong tire. It's now a lot about just unlapping, and I'm watching a few cars that are just like sitting behind people who are the next lap up, but they're like a whole 2 seconds slower. So it's like an interesting dynamic there, where you've got a slower car that is a lap up and has all rights to stay there, but are they willing to move out, like, and give you an opportunity to unlap yourself?
Well, I had a similar.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, had a similar thing, right? So we had Jamie get in the car for the first stint, and I believe he put it up in 7th place, and then put Adam Lewis in the car, another academy driver, and it's like, well, we've got a right to be on the road, and you're not getting past without having a go. Like, we're not going to give you every position. It's not a gift. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing. For me personally, like, if I know someone is like quite a bit faster, I'll let them through. Right, because it's like, what was that, sorry? But because like it can affect your race as well, and people get impatient. They try some pretty average moves to get by you. I think when the pace is like relatively even, I'll defend them, because it's like, I want to, practice my defense and stuff, and I don't want to make it too easy as well. I do think it's also a very interesting situation that you guys had, Dan, because you've got Jamie, who's a fair bit faster than you. I don't think that's controversial to say.
No, that's not controversial.
But it puts you in an awkward position when he hands you the car and you're in 10th place in a 36 car grid, because your pace is not at the same level, and it's like, well, far out. Like, what do you do? So yeah, it's tricky to navigate for sure.
And I believe we just saw Lucas Keys getting into the 127s come up on the screen a couple seconds ago. Setting the fastest lap again.
Of course. He's going to do a 127 race. Sounds like Lucas. That's actually a pretty good lap. Probably perfect time to come in. Probably not going to get beaten now.
I feel like there is rain on the radar in 30 minutes. You jump over to Lucas and he literally just looks like he's going faster than everyone as well. I don't know how, but it literally does.
And that's not even to take away from Hislop, who's been doing the other half of the race with Keys, and it's just he's been very quick. They've both been very rapid today in that Nissan, and I know Lucas is generally rapid, but love seeing Hislop get up there and be pretty much just as quick half the time.
Yeah. I think people were singing praises for Hislop earlier in the day. Pretty much the same thing. It's like absolutely just pretty much match that pace of Lucas Keys as much as a normal person can. But yeah, I mean, like, their race has just been like unbelievable, really. They haven't put a foot wrong at all.
There's really not too much longer left in the race, only 2 hours and 15 minutes pretty much. So we're running towards the end, so now's the time not to make a mistake and just keep pushing and get that consistency going, and you probably will get a few positions from just doing that.
It'll be interesting to see what teams have 1 pit stop left and what teams have 2, because it'll start to get pretty spicy towards the last half hour.
Do you just see a yellow flag there that Lucas Keys is actually approaching now, the number 10 car? Not sure that's someone we can see on our timing sheet just yet, but they're still off to the side there. That's the Rob Roy car, I believe. But yeah, doing the right thing and waiting for a bit of a gap to open up. They are on the track now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Rob Roy Racing. Yep.
Yeah, that's...
Hey, they fixed that damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't look like any damage on it at the moment, so probably came out of that unscathed. Maybe a little bit of warm tyres, so they'll probably want to take it easy for a couple laps, but they should be all right to get back into the racing straight away.
Any highlights of the first, what's that, 2/3 of the race, 3/4 of the race we've seen? I did miss out on watching most of the stream.
It's a good question. I hate to put you on the spot. It's a bit of recency bias as well, but the Rondinella Bell battle was pretty good. It was good racing. I feel like even like lap 1 was pretty great. There was the Rockets Evolved guys. Aaron Lee went up about 5 positions really quickly. We also saw Vintner still living nicely from this investment, but Vintner went up about 12 positions, taking the right tires early on. So that's been a pretty big moment, or continued moment in this race.
Sorry,
had a couple of pretty bad crashes as well, but sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Am I seeing a bit of deja vu here on screen with Carpenter and Webley here? This battle is back at it?
Yeah, I've just been in this place before. But yeah, these guys just back at it again. I think after a pit stop and this and that, they're just right behind each other again.
Now to also think about it as well, with the pit stops upcoming, it is now gone to heavy rain or medium rain in the next 30 minutes. So it is looking like cars are going to have to go to wet tyres, because if it's going to go medium, it's probably not going to dry out quick enough for them to stay on dries. This will call for interesting strategy. I think everyone's going to be watching to see how long it takes for it to disappear, and see if maybe they could stay out on the dries, but I don't think it's going to happen with that heavy of rain.
Knowing JC, he'll want to put me in the car for the wet section. He'll go, yeah, I'll just wait for the last 50 minutes, then I'll take the dry tyres to the end.
Oh, look at this, Carpenter. So that's the blue flag there. So again, that's where the decisions come in, whether you could make an overtake along there, and then you see a blue flag on the inside, and you're like, oh, maybe not.
Do you reckon that lingers in the back of your mind every time you got to come through this first chicane? It's like, what happened last time? Is the car going to go airborne? Am I going to pump Carpenter up the arse again?
I know myself, I'd be thinking about it the whole time and probably take it too easy. End up spinning myself.
Oh, don't stay on the track. Just starting to pull a little gap here. Really starting to throw some nice corners together. Didn't realise that. Actually, 2 different classes, both teams there.
That's probably a silver class.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the silvers, and I'm not naming any names, could probably get moved up to pro nowadays.
Yeah.
Because I mean, look how many silvers are up there. I think we need a little bit of a switch. I'm not saying my team should definitely not. Silver team all the way.
Yeah.
Oh, Jensen's, I believe, had a little spin at the first chicane. The 666 car, but they're back on the road now.
Is Luke D bloody sandbagging again?
No. No. I don't sandbag. Never in my life. Silver driver, through and through. Saxon's probably a pro, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah. Stream pause for you guys, or is that just me?
Yeah, stream is paused for me as well.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as we mention it, it comes back. But it's one of those things. I never know if it's just me or not. So. His computer went to sleep, I think. But
I think Glenn went to sleep for a second.
Dialing in internationally, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to say anything. I don't know if that's my internet having a moment.
I can't believe these guys are still like literally right next to each other. We've also got Parker pretty close to the back of Davis for P19 and 20 honours. beyond that, that's where our battles are at right now.
Oh, this is not looking good. It looks like it might rain for a decent amount of time with how long it's been heavy and 30. I think that's been a good, like 7-8 minutes. So if that doesn't disappear soon, then they're probably going to be in for a decent amount of rain, which is good. That's, again, more variety, I should say. And
whoa, new word invented, variability.
Yeah, variability.
Interesting one.
Variety.
I like that. Bit of a shout out for our Thermal Take Sprint series. It'll be happening not this week, the week after this Enduro. Make sure you get around it. There's prizes involved this time. Not just if you're really quick, but just for you go into a draw if you're participating. It's not a participatory trophy. But yeah, really good lineup of tracks as well this season, and it's a bit of a punchier one too, so it should be really good.
I'm excited for it. It's looking like it's going to shape up to be a good season. I'm hoping I don't have Lucas Keys in my split again, because that would be terrible.
Just all the more reason for a couple of academy drives to go up into sprints, because you never know, you might win a mouse that week.
I mean, you're not wrong. But literally, it's Hobbsy, I'm telling you, Hobbsy, if you're listening, you need to give him the nod, mate. There's too many quick drivers up in the top of academy. You're holding your development back.
Sending now?
Some illegal activity happening behind the scenes here right now.
Some bribing happening behind the scenes, nothing to worry about.
Perfect. Be done straight after the race.
So Daniel Wren copying a 5-second penalty for blue flagging just after we talked about the pretty good blue flagging happening here. Is Wren in one of the Pitchy Boys cars? Sorry, Dan?
No, he's not. So he must be in one of the other Pro-Am cars that I guess.
I know. Sorry, I think I'm.
Alice.
Yeah, there's also, I think his brother is also in the team. I think that is probably where I've gotten confused. Yes, so Daniel Wren, Chris Wren, Matthew Shine, and Breno Ellis in that Oz team Mercedes, the 614 car. But yeah, just getting eyes on there.
Currently with Marshy though. I wonder if Marsh has taken that position, or was that a fight for position, or was that a blue flag?
Where Marshy is at, I would say no. just to hazard a guess.
Just unlap. Yeah, that's understandable.
Austin about to go past the other Pidgey Racing team car. Ben Simpson moving over to the side, coming down to the hairpin. It's like we're watching the same lap over and over. Just these two just giving some nice procession around Zolder for the last half hour.
I don't want to jinx my teammate, but he is now 2.5 behind McNeil, and Connor Hind, who is in fourth, is between them. So I'm just kind of keeping a second eye on that, just to watch if Saxon does go for a move when Hind obviously gets McNeil to blue flag. There's quite a few cars in the pits at the moment. A few going in now, some coming out.
Yeah, you got Benny Vintner in the pits, our current P3, and Billet as well in the 277 McLaren in the pits currently.
I don't know if now's the time I know they're probably running out of fuel, but now is really not the time you want to be coming into the pits with the rain coming up. That rain is still there. That's been there for a decent, look, that's going to be a wet, probably final stint.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's interesting, and it points to the, oh my god, what was the word you just made up, Jaden?
Variability. Was it?
Variability. The variability of the weather in this race, because we've had some showers, but I feel like they've been sub 10-minute showers, and it's enough to wet the track plenty, but this one looks like it's going to be going on for a little while. So I think we've cooked up the right formula here today.
Look, I might have to leave you two and go see what JC wants done in this car with the wet, see what the strategy is, because I've been away from them for an hour. see what's being said behind closed doors.
Yeah, look, that's fair.
Right.
See these cars just going bumper to bumper. I've got to stay on for a second here. Let him through.
Oh wait, is that for position? It is for position. That's
Here we go
quite.
down the inside. Oh, it's the race.
Not quite. Not quite.
What was that?
Yeah, Webley's not quite there anymore, but it's a bit deep there from Carpenter. That's going to put him a little bit back here in that important run through these next couple of corners.
All right.
Oh no! No! Gobby's got to stay behind Scarney.
Oh, there's a car stopped on track.
Oh,
No, that's Webley.
oh my gosh.
Is Webley having issues or something? Because they fell off the back of Carpenter quite significantly, and now they've had a spin.
Yeah, that didn't look good. They're still off currently. Just re-entering now, I believe, in front of this pack of 3 cars. Okay, Webley's now moving again, by the way. There you go.
Okay.
Is that the dreaded ATC stutter, maybe? Just
That was
frozen
not
screen.
good.
No, it doesn't look good.
That's quite a few positions dropped by Webley there. That's from, what is that? From 12th now to 15th?
It's
14th. 14th.
Oh yeah, they're behind Hayes now for sure. We just saw Hayes go through.
Oh, no.
I am gonna love you and leave you guys with Gormley there. So thanks for having me up in the box, guys.
No worries. Thanks for joining us, Dan. Happy racing. Good luck.
See you later.
Welcome. See ya. Welcome back, John.
Well, John's in here for a second. I'm just going to check up on Saxon. I will be back in just a moment.
Oh, he's
no
doing
worries.
fine. No. Yes, welcome back to me. I'm back, to everyone's detriment, making that everybody else's problem, unfortunately. So far, what a race. What a race. There's so much stuff going on. So we were supposed to have Aiden Squires in the box as well, but he's currently out doing a stint, and we are not sure when he'll be coming in, but maybe soon. Also, what's up with the weather, huh, Blake?
Yeah? That's such a funny way to put it, but yes, it is. It's looking like a massive shower. Because I believe the longer it stays there, the longer that is, right? So, like, we've had the shower icon has been on there for a good 10-15 minutes now.
Yeah.
It's still there, so I think it's going to be a very wet end to this race.
Yeah, it's almost like the Belgians are getting buckets from the canal and just pouring it onto the track.
Oh,
Yuck.
right.
I don't want to think about that. How's Saxon going, Jaden?
Good. He was a bit disappointed in his own DT there, which is a bit understandable, but he's looking like he's ready for that wet and ready to push it. Oh, here we go. We've got a replay of Webley. This is where he went off and just kind of like stopped to the side of the track. Let's see if we can notice anything that maybe...
Oh, just absolutely
Yeah.
slams on the brakes there. Gets it stopped.
Did he touch the grass there on entry and then felt like he was sliding, so he just... Rex, no?
I did. I saw the touch the grass there. I was wondering if that was what it was going to be, but no,
nice.
like he still looked relatively in control. Oh,
my
that's going to
gosh.
be a penalty.
Yeah.
And there's Saxon.
Yeah, speaking of.
Yeah.
But this is, going to be a interesting one here with the rain. I believe at the moment, by the way, we're at 16 minutes of rain, like actual raining. So I think it's probably going to be wet for a decent chunk of the rest of the race.
Yeah, John posited the rain question very interestingly, but it looks like it's going to be pretty big. It did just go from medium to light showers, so it's still going to be very, very wet for quite a while, though.
I gotta say, we are kind of blessed today with the Kunos weather so far. It's been a lot of variables. It's been a lot of variety. It has definitely shaken up a lot of the strategies in the beginning, and we'll have to see how it affects at the end as well. But thanks Glenn and thanks Matt for just getting the settings right, and actually Kunos doing what the settings tell.
Really want to look away
getting
at all.
getting eyes on McNeil here. He's having to hold off an absolute charge from Hayes, who's looking very, very quick in the skill issue Triple Eight GTR right now. We do have Webley who've been watching along with behind them, but focusing on these two for now. So Hayes having served that DT after being dealt a pretty poor hand from the previous driver, if I do say so. Now back in action. I think these guys, would you be happy with the top 10, Jaden?
That's the plan. We want a top 10. Well, look, we kind of screwed ourselves over pretty early on. So a top 10 is really what we're fighting for at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's, I think it's definitely within reach. You're not laps down or anything. So, you're right on McNeil. You got Carpenter, and then Squires is 8 seconds up the road. You've got potentially 10 seconds to 9th position. So I think it's still definitely to play for you guys.
Without McNeil there, we were doing about a second a lap faster than McNeil. So I think if Saxon can get ahead of McNeil, we should be in clean air in terms of people we're actually versing for a little bit. Because I'm not sure how far up. Oh, there's a yellow flag up ahead at the last chicane.
Oh, there's multiple cars, and that includes Lucas Keys too.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. As we do see Saxon Hayes move to the inside there, but we've just got to cross it potentially the wrong time. But it does look like McNeil is still ahead for the moment. Lucas Keys is up and running. The car looks pretty okay, so I'm not really sure. He might have just slowed down for something that had happened. We do see one of the Team Iris cars there. I wish they'd coloured them slightly differently so I could tell. I'll have to give that feedback to Aiden when he jumps in.
Just a little fun fact about Lucas, he never slows down for yellow flags.
I don't know if you should say that on stream, because it's like...
No, that's a joke.
Okay. Because it's like... I'm not even going to entertain your silliness. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Come on, John Ryan Gormley.
Hey, so look here, Jaden. I'm not sure. The insult was basically just me saying your first name. By the way, the initials of Skill Issue Racing spell out Sir. So Sir Jaden Rondinella.
Oh, thank you. I did not got knighted.
Sir Saxon Hayes.
Are you just trying to butter them up to join this team next Enduro? Because he was trying to work some kind of magic on.
I have a feeling something bad just happened because
Saxon.
We heard a groan of disappointment from Mr. Glenn.
Here we go. Here's the replay. Really low frames, yellow.
Yeah, what's happening? Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, I see. Last chicane.
Oh my gosh! He just drove forwards. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be a decent sized one. Considering that's taking out the leader as well. Like that's for Stewart's, but that was okay.
That was a very strange unfolding of a scenario.
I think the frame rate was a bit bad at the beginning of that replay, so it was a bit hard to see exactly what happened there, but it looks like brakes should have been held by one of those Team Iris cars. Not sure who that perpetrator is, but I do think there's going to be a pretty solid whack of a pretty big stick coming their way.
Things have been perpetrated, all right.
Yeah, that was not great driving there. Looking at Gobby, hoping to give him a little bit of a curse so we can catch back up to him. There is a Mercedes off over at the first chicane. All good. Sorry, got scared. Gobby is doing an exceptional race as well. He was struggling for a bit. Oh, there is the penalty for Squires, a stop-go 30. So he must have been the one who kept going and holding brakes. Yep. Gobby has been doing an exceptional race. He was struggling just 2 days ago to get into the 28, and he's been handling himself very well this race. So always like to see him doing pretty well.
Yeah, he's doing so fantastic, and there's nothing that could possibly go wrong this late into the race at P8. And finally, the weather widget has tipped over and cloudy in 30 minutes.
Also looking at... It's going to be about 20 minutes rain, but also looking at the penalties coming up, there would be, there's the one for Carpenter, obviously with the collision that happened with Squires. I'm guessing Carpenter would probably be at fault for that one.
Yeah. So then... Yep. Carpenter with the initial contact, but Squires getting the big whack for poor rejoin etiquette, to put it lightly. But yeah, it looks like Lucas Keys has gotten away with it relatively unscathed, but it's not ideal, to say the least. Squire's serving that penalty now. I will say, looking at Squire's, he's having his ping flicker up and down. You know, you have to put your foot on the accelerator to make something like that happen, but not sure what's going on there. I do think Aiden's going to be joining us in a little bit, so we might get to hear his side of the story. But I will say, though, for you, Jaden and Saxon, that is good news for you because that's a free spot.
Oh, that's so good. We're now up into 12th, and then if Carpenter's going to have to serve his penalty, so that's going to be another spot. So that'll put us just outside top 10. If we can get past McNeil, we might be on for what we want, which will work out exceptionally. There's always the hope.
So news in from Matt Powell, there's a stop go 30 for speeding while serving the stop go 30 for Aiden Squires. So this
gets worse.
I killed that race for the 987 car, I think. That's a rough go.
McNeil and Sachs are just going side by side. The same with Webley. It's getting a bit spicy in there a bit. If you want a bit of a battle to look at.
Yeah, we've seen enough of Tim. Can we see Carpenter and can we see McNeil and Hayes, please?
I'm pooping myself. Salberto's right in the middle of it as well, and he's currently a lap up, so it's causing a little bit of issues. They're going 3 wide. Oh no, they're going 3 wide.
Oh, Webley's in the middle of this too. Oh, there's a touch as they're coming to the chicane. There's a mild touch again. But Hayes is able to put it through and put a sizable gap after that touch. I think Webley just not having the ideal line through there has lost out majorly. But yeah, Saxon Hayes just getting through without too much trouble.
Well, it's not just not having the ideal line, but also kind of a mind game, like side-by-side tapping. So you try to scare the other person off into braking earlier, but Saxon did not give, and Saxon kept the inside line strong, and that forced Webley just off the racing line, not off track.
For sure, and I mean, being offline into that first chicane means like getting airborne pretty much if you're still at speed. So it's definitely a rough go getting forced out there. But Hayes has not been able to get past McNeil thus far, even though he's had a bit of a pace offset here. So McNeil, is this triggering for you, Jaden? You're seeing this Mustang ahead of your car? Yeah.
Oh, I'm freaking out. Look, I do think he's starting to get a bit more like pushy towards getting past McNeil. He went for it on the first turn before we switched. He's trying to get up there. I think he's trying to do it before the rain comes in because I think track position is going to matter when that rain comes in.
Yeah, for certain. And I think it looks like Webley's got some pace, which, speaking of... Shane in the chat just saying that Webley's PC froze up, and that was what caused that sort of situation we saw earlier. And I guess he just decided to put on the anchors just to be vaguely predictable. I mean, it's hard. It's a hard situation to find yourself in.
Yeah. And Webley's been great for I had him ahead of me when I was trying to unlap, and he let me past until I started going too slow, and then I'm like, you go past again. But
yeah.
No, Webley's been racing really well, and that whole team's been racing well today, so it's kind of sad to see issues happening on the computer side and all that, so...
I mean, Shane's expressing a bit of disappointment with their race, but I do think it's been a pretty good race, and they did make a really, really good choice at the beginning of this race, getting heaps of... Oh, that looked really close. Getting heaps of positions with that tyre choice at the beginning. So it's still to play for. It's just inside the 2 hours. We've got a quarter to go. As you do see the number 10 car just on the precipice of turn 3. I mean, I'd probably call that turn 3 yellow flagged. So a little bit of danger coming up. We are going to probably see this car as it's starting to get moving now. They're up and moving. So that is the Rob Roy car. This guy's having a little bit of trouble in the last hour or so, I would say.
That tiredness, this track really drains you so quickly. It's so constant because of how small it... Oh no, Saxon might have just got a cut there. Because it's so constant of like the chicanes that do a lot. My arms are so tired.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty technical as well. And I think like that first section when I jumped in earlier this week, did some fruit balls. Shout out to fruit ball, Jaden. And I was like, oh, that's right. There's not really braking markers for the first like 2.5 corners. Like it's pretty much just feel. And then yeah, you have these chicanes that if you get them wrong, like you are going to suffer the consequences. Yeah, so it's definitely not an easy track. It's one you definitely have to be switched on the entire time for. Oh my god, some of these, I feel like these blue flags, like the camera swaps like just the wrong moment. It looks like they're about to just swerve into the final car because they haven't seen them yet. Makes you really nervous.
But yeah, Zolder is definitely high intensity. Bathurst is also a high intensity, but you get the Sector 3 and Sector 1 where it's just a long straight, you can relax a little bit. The Nordschleife, my favorite track of all time, it's really fun, it's intense, but there's also so many long straights and high speed sections in between each short, intense section that it's actually fairly well balanced.
This track just feels constant. I feel like I didn't even have a moment to like lapse concentration or anything. I was just constantly having to focus on what I was doing, and I'm not very good at doing that, honestly.
Yeah, well, another thing about Zolder specifically is that you've got the slow technical sections, and then as soon as it goes straight, you have to defend from the guy behind you already.
Straights aren't even that long, so it makes passing very difficult. So anyone pulling off passes here, they're doing a good job. Yeah, and a lot of it does come down to, I think that's the rain starting now as well, as we are entering the hour 47 left. We've got news that it should be about 20 minutes of rain, which is probably enough, especially with it being medium, for it to stay wet for quite a while. I think this is going to be a fun one for them. I'm looking to see when cars are going to start pitting. I do see a couple cars already in pit, including the Carpenter car of 676.
This is going to be really difficult to dictate strategies heading in, because we also don't know if there's going to be any more rain after 30 minutes. And because, you know, it hasn't been on and off showers as erratic as Bathurst. There has been some gaps between dry spells, but still it's could go any way.
Yeah, and this is where probably the Aston shines as well. That's we look at it, Aston of Carpenter. That's a good. The Aston is perfect for weather that is mixed, and the same with the Porsche. They're just too good in the mixed weather, and it might work out well. The chicane's horrible for those cars, but the weather is probably at its peak for them.
And that is 3 more cars in the pits.
Yeah, I think it's
I think maybe a bit too early.
Big deluge scaring a few people. The track is greasy. I don't know. Well, how long do you wait, Jane?
Well, I think you'll wait until the track is properly at least damp, because if you go too early, you're risking too much graining, especially when you're coming into the next part where there might be more rain. You want your tyres probably at their best a bit later. That's also all right, the fact that we just got past Salvaggio. Oh, he's brake late.
Oh.
That was a little tap from Webley into Sachs. Wait, yeah. Looked like a little tap, at least on the last chicane. It might have just been the camera angle.
I think it was camera. I didn't see a tap, but it might have been. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, side-by-side GTRs. Hopefully they won't run into each other at the pit exit.
Webley having a look down the inside of Saxon, though.
He's just sideways.
A little bit more grip. But is having to tuck back in. I'm a bit surprised that Webley couldn't get that done. You'd think the aero of that McLaren, very superior to that GTR, would be helping in this wet situation. But I think surely they have to come in after this lap. No.
I think Webley's just being very patient with the whole... Because, like, look, we're all about to go in the pits. There's... the cars are not at their peak. The Nissan likes to slide in the best of times, so... it's probably more about just being careful around each other at this point until they're all in the pits.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get the move done, if you're thinking you're going to come into the pits, like I said, there's not that much point in getting ahead for like half a lap. So if you're not 100% certain of the move, I wouldn't take it. We do see in our small pit show a bunch of cars peeling out. Now that's Chris Darth. Sorry, that's peeling in, not out. My bad. Christoph coming in. Got a few Astons, a few Beamers. One of the Pidgey guys' cars is in there. I do think that's Toto coming in as we have Saxon in the pits too. It's Connor Hind as well. Lucas Keys is in. It's an absolute mad dash in the pit lane right now.
1 second.
Can you actually peel in to something? Because peeling is, peeling something off, peeling out.
Sure you can. I just made it up. Variability is the spice of life, and sometimes you just have to peel in,
Do you have to hop in, Jaden?
No, I was just having a quick talk because I wasn't sure if Saxon made contact there with the McLaren. Obviously thinking the McLaren was probably going to pit, but I don't know if was contact there. Yeah. Jeez, I hope not, because we're finally in a decent position.
As we see the 404 grip not found of Danny Vu and Nick Jones in the bottom right. Oh, that's gone. I actually had the pleasure of meeting Nick Jones in real life last Saturday, Sunday. Very nice guy. Both GTRs on screen. Both rivals as well. These are the two people who duked it out at COTA for like 10 of the 12 hours or something, right, Loopy?
It's a good long. We were pretty much side by side for most of the race.
Yeah.
Apart from the fight, like the 2 laps of when we pitted and everything, but.
And then you guys ran back up into each other again.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most hard-fought battles I've ever had to do in a in an endurance race. The levels that we were trying to fight each other at was insane.
Yes,
not something I want to do too often.
I'm seeing 2-man teams more often in Enduros now, Pro Class and a Silver Class. For example, the Keys team, that's Keys and Hislop. There's you and Saxon, Pro Class and Silver. Saxon's the Pro. And Nathan Monks and Tim Gobe.
I'd love that you have to specify that Saxon's the Pro.
I mean, he's right. Saxon is definitely the pro out of us two. He has the most consistency. He has the better pace, probably all rounds. I'm not going to argue that.
I'm implying that Saxon is a pro because Loopty's consistency and pace is also very good, so it's hard to tell,
No, don't bring that up. I don't want to bring this up.
No. It's not like you picked up 3 track cuts for Saxon to hobble around.
No, why would I do that? And then
it's all Saxon.
Hey,
that's all Saxon's fault. Oh, the Oz team racing.
He got one of the last one.
Oh, the Oz team racing almost looked like they were about to nudge the Kovacs red Porsche just a second.
Is that a unlapping or is that a... Oh, okay, interesting. Yep, they're back side by side.
Into the second chicane. Oh, he's sending it.
Oh, I don't know about this one. Oh,
yeah, this is...
Kovacs red giving them some room there. Mark Bushell, giving plenty of room. That was an aggressive move, to say the least.
It was a give me room or we both die.
Yeah, pretty much.
The biggest issue for a lot of these cars is this rain has really screwed over some pit strategies as well. The Nissans all had 1 stop left, but now they're going to have to probably do 2, and it's going to be the same with now they've all got probably 1 stop left after this rain. So I think it's kind of now just put it down to everybody's just got to be on pace.
Yeah, definitely. Because this is a bit too long for pretty much any car. In terms of if you were trying to run all the way through, it is going to be wet for a while, but I'm not sure if the tires would hold out all the way to the end either, even if it was possible. So it's definitely kind of whatever grand strategy you've had, it's probably been thrown out the window, particularly by this last very large bout of rain.
I think if it wasn't so large, we would have been fine because we wouldn't have to change tires. But yeah, seeing how much rain there is, still light rain in 10. Yeah, it's definitely a long one. Not too worried too much though, unless Saxon manages to get a DT or something. We should be in for a good order. Oh, look, I'm happy with the top 15. I think Saxon more is pushing for the top 10. It'll be nice.
Ooh, the bouncing chicane in the Porsche.
It's that pro mentality that you don't have, Jaden.
Not yet.
yeah, you gotta make it to pro before you think like that.
Yeah, I mean, after our start, I'm surprised we're even 13th. So
I'm
not
just.
gonna-
Do you think? Well, let's look at the tires. I don't think the Kovacs red Porsche is on wets yet, unless
that
they.
might be why they're losing a bit of time to all these cars.
Because the Porsche does have these superior. Ah! Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. One of my cats just tickled my foot, and I just wasn't expecting it.
I think you might be right there because they're really just bleeding time here. Yeah, so it's showing dry right now, which is very brave of these guys.
Well, they're trying to use their superior Porsche traction. But
superior Porsche traction doesn't mean shit if it's like flooded. Like this is some bloody rain. It's almost biblical.
This is wet. This is the wettest it's been since the start of the race because it's all been damp pretty much the whole time throughout.
Look at them sliding. Whoa.
Like, are they trying to make it so they definitely only have to do one more stop and that's it?
That is a possible strategy.
But I feel like they're going to lose too much time by doing that. That's 30 minutes of driving that they're losing probably over a couple seconds per lap.
Well, I'm sort of talking potentially.
So that's 8 seconds per lap losing.
Just running because like the Porsche can do about an hour and a half without too much trouble, right? Trying to run that extra 7 minutes and then pitting. Is that what they're trying to do?
That might be.
So, because like otherwise they have to pit twice. So the question is the 8 seconds over 3 more laps worth the pit stop? And I don't know. They don't pay me to do the math here.
But also the question is it going to dry up after this, and then will them going on to wets still make him have to do 2 pit stops?
Yeah, and then if you put slicks on the car again, like you're losing even more time. Brad Gosling getting a drive through for dangerous driving. So Brad Gosling in that 333 car. I don't know if we saw that one on stream.
Wait. I wonder if he's gonna let. Is that Clark that he just got past, or is that a? What is that? Oh, that's a blue flag. That's the 121 that he got past. Okay. Obviously, I'd say that Atkins in the 121 car is probably on wet tires, so obviously wanting him get past, try to get those 8 seconds difference gone. You know what's an interesting battle that's still going on? Webley and Bartlett. Bartlett's behind now, but they're pretty close.
Yeah, these guys, it's been like hours now that they've just been right next to each other. I mean, Webley's in front this time, but you must be getting sick of each other.
Oh, surely, like, I mean... This is this is like Coda with me and Gob, like my team and Gobby's team. It's like they've had pretty much the same thing. It's just the whole time, like you end up battling for that long that you kind of get used to how each other drive. I think it actually makes it easier because you don't have that randomness because they should know now like where the braking zones are.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, I was giving shades of your guys' battle with how intertwined these guys have been for a while now. But yeah, you get very used to how the other person drives. Obviously, there's been a few different people in the car, but I mean, I think Webley has been racing Bartlett before. Obviously, Bartlett taking over for Carpenter from that last stop. So yeah, it's just gonna see who comes out on top between these guys.
Multiple side by side down the front straight, the pitch straight there. Obviously a decent battle going on between. I believe that's in front of Monks' team, which is all the crazy drivers. I don't even know who that is. But yeah, there's a decent battle going on there. I think it's Salvaggio and stuff, unless it is blue flags. But yeah, this battle between Webley and Bartlett's been very fun to watch, at least from my car I've been watching.
If we look down the order a bit, Pete Chalmers actually in the 19, one of the Kovacs Porsches, is only 1/10 behind Brooke in the number 5 BMW. So we have a bit of a look at that. You want to see a little bit of action?
Yeah. Sticking onto slicks.
Is that? I thought that was the 91 car with Bushel. Yeah. You know, these guys, they do all this fun stuff with their teams and their cars and make the numbers and cars look the same. It does make it a little bit difficult at times, I will say. Yeah, so this is the...
we've got double vision now.
Yeah. But, so looks like Chalmers. So we were looking for Brooke.
Saxon.
But they've fallen off the back of Brooke actually since we've swapped over. They're about 4 seconds back. Can't actually see them per se. We do see an Aston Martin going through. I'm not actually entirely sure where they are, but so the Kovacs guys opting for the same strategy with dry tires, so there wasn't a battle to ever look at here because they were never going to hold on to the cars ahead. So,
but Saxon's just got a DT.
Oh, that's.
I don't know if that was track limits. I'm going to assume so, but not.
That's pull one out. Pull one out for the skill issue racing boys.
Oh, I didn't even do that one. I left him.
Pete Varney in chat is.
You like the hesitation?
Is giving me grief. Apparently 19 is blue, 91 is red. It's easy, and 19 has been blue for 4 years. So, I'd obviously. Nah, I mean it's fair. It's nice. Like it is nice team dynamic stuff. I appreciate. I appreciate a pair of matching cars as well, but it does make it a little bit tricky at times.
I will give Saxon this. I believe this is his first proper wet stint at the moment. So, yeah, okay. I understand why he might have done a little bit of a DT there, but geez, not what I wanted to be at. Good racing across the board from everybody, though, at the moment. Looking like the penalties have cleared up for a while, so should be on for some good... Driving, here's Saxon going in for the DT now. I want to see how far that puts him back behind. Might be a good couple of positions. I'm just trying to watch the timing board to see who's coming up. I think I'm not seeing anybody.
So we are just welcoming Aiden Squires into the booth. Aiden with a bit of tumultuous last stint from you today. Do you just see Saxon Hayes coming out of the pits? But Aiden, how are you doing, mate?
Good, yeah. Your mic just cut out for a bit there, Blake. I don't know if you're aware of that, but yeah, all going fairly okay until that last sort of 20 minutes of the stint.
Double whammy.
Yeah, double whammy. I first got turned and then I was a bit too eager to get going and didn't see Lucas coming, and yeah, obviously that happened, and then going into the pits I just decided to make it even worse by giving myself a stop go for speeding. But yeah, hopefully it all works out in the end.
I mean, there's still race to race, mate. It's not over till it's over. Yeah, sorry, I think I clicked on something and it halted my push to talk situation. But yeah, I think it's been a relatively good race for you guys. Obviously, that was a bit of a heartbreak, but it is something that kind of happens. I think it's pretty... It feels like a very human thing to like mess up your pit entry because you're frustrated at yourself and go in too fast, you know?
Yeah, I just kind of went in, had a snap of oversteer from the tyres being completely shot, and just couldn't pull it up in time, but we move on. That's not the end of the world.
yeah, so sorry to Lucas if his team's watching. I'm sure you guys weren't too pleased about that, but yeah, I did get the penalty for it, so
yeah. I mean, look, you didn't like obliterate them, but obviously when you take out the leader, it's a bit of a whack that you receive, for sure. But you tell me, Aiden. We've had a bit of a talk about the Mustang, its restrictor and stuff, but you might be one of the premier Mustang drivers we have at Octane. How is it feeling with that restrictor on it?
Around here it's not too noticeable. You definitely notice it when you're behind a GTR, say when it's driven by a certain Rondinella or Saxon Hayes or a Nathan Max. But yeah, or massive slide for Webley there as he gets on the AstroTurf. But yeah, not too bad here. I think it mainly suffers more towards the higher rev ranges. So tracks like Spa or Paul Ricard especially, it will definitely have more of an issue than it will here. But yeah, it's definitely made stuff a little bit harder, especially that against like the GTR. That thing is an absolute missile compared to the Mustang now. So yeah, getting behind them is a little bit frustrating because you just kind of get stuck.
You guys have made it a very big effort to hold up the whole, like to make that car seem like it's 2 cars wide. So you've done very well today to keep it up there and pushing along.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've had to widen the car a little bit for some parts. Like just then we basically we were all on track and it was looking good, and then the rain in 30 came and we only had 20 minutes of fuel left, so we had to do quite a bit of fuel saving through there to make sure we lasted. But yeah, you and Layla also had a good battle before, which was very interesting to watch. I'm sure
I was losing my mind.
Yeah,
that was so difficult. I just wanted to get past and I just couldn't, and Layla did that perfectly, and like I was not happy with how I was performing there.
Yeah, slicks on the wet, especially in the GTR. The Mustang is fairly difficult to drive, but that looked like it was, yeah, not very easy for you to do. You were initial D'ing most of the lap, but once that thing gets the power down, it's just gone.
Yeah, good bit sideways, but yeah, as soon as we got on the straights, it was like, I'm right behind you, hello.
Yeah.
Look at this absolute gaggle we've got on the stream at the moment. Obviously, following along with Webley, he's got Bartlett for position a few cars behind, but we've got the 999, I believe, is the car number there between them, and the number 100 BMWs in there. We've got the 666 car too. So these people are on varying laps, just all coming together as it stands right now. The 100 BMW just getting out of the way pretty nicely for Webley there. And yeah, and there's one of our Kovacs cars still on dry tires. Absolutely, I'm not sure if you call that bravely or foolishly. I think the line between bravery and foolhardiness is razor thin. But that's the path they're choosing to take. But yeah, lots of different cars at lots of different stages of this race right now.
Look, rain has stopped, but it's staying cloudy though, so I don't know if it will work out for them.
Yeah, I think what we've seen, and a lot of other teams have seen, obviously, is for the light rain, you can tough it out on slicks. If you time it and it's around 10 minutes, you can stay out pretty easily and just drive through that rain, which is something kind of unique to ACC, because if you try to do that in iRacing or anything, you just go flying off the track. But a lot of teams have picked up that it's only really the medium to heavy rain that you need to pit for, but the Kovacs Porsches decided, you know what, I'm doing my own thing. I'm just going to see if I can tough it out in the slicks on the medium rain. And it was fairly long, this rain stint, so we'll have to see if they've gained or lost from that.
Yeah, because that's a good 20 minutes of rain, then plus the time that the track's going to stay wet after, especially with the no wind and the skies being fully cloudy. I don't think it's going to go, well, it's changed to damp already, which it's kind of taken away from what I was going to say, but yeah, I don't think it's going to go too quickly to greasy or dry at all.
Yeah, and the other thing you got to remember is the longer the slicks are cold, the more damage it does to them once they get back up to temperature. So you might be able to actually stick it out position-wise through the rain, but afterwards your slicks are probably not going to be too happy. Then again, you have the benefit of not having to pit again. But I'm not sure what position those guys were before the rain started. But if anyone knows, chuck it in the chat and we'll see if they can gain or lose.
They lost it few positions, I believe. I think we've seen them lose a few just because of how slow. Like they were 8 seconds off of the pace. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like from the closest car to them. So I think that it might not have been the right decision, but once they've stuck to it, I don't think they're going to change much from that.
Yeah. Obviously, lots of different strategy and fuel saving going on because right now, some of the cars may be able to pit fairly soon and make it to the end, especially those Mercedes. Or is the GTR got 132 here?
Yeah.
So
we were planning for a 2-stop towards the end, so Saxon was going to jump in, and then he only had to do 1 stop. But then the rain kind of changed it all.
yeah, same for us. The rain completely tipped it on its head. But so how long does the 132 last for you guys then?
Oh, I think it's hour 20, 30.
Wow.
40?
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty.
It's
good.
a while. It's a good long time. Like it lasts probably longer than it should. Because at 4 hours we could finish the race with 3 stops.
Yeah, I guess, and when it's only 2 drivers as well, that's a bit easier because you just swap back and forth.
Yeah. Stops any stint issues.
Yeah.
I do wonder if we'll see the 91 and the 19 come in. Scott Rockford in the chat just saying that he did get disconnected. I'm not sure if that was a recent or earlier before, because someone hinted at that earlier. Yeah. So I don't know if them being on slicks is a conscious choice, at least for the 19 car. Might get him to elaborate if possible.
I think I saw the 19 or it was the Mark Bushel car. I'm not sure what car he's driving. I did see them go in the pits a couple laps ago.
I think Bushel was the 91. I will double check our entry list.
Yeah.
Bushel is 91. Scott Rochford's in the 19.
God, I'm good.
Yeah. So these guys are on wets. The red car is on wets, or are these guys on as well?
They're still on dries. I think they switched out to dries again.
So Rockford just confirming that disconnection happened about an hour ago. But yeah, so still these guys soldiering on with dries. I do think the 91 car did lose probably 5 positions, I think. I want to say.
But they were a bit ahead of Chalmers' car, I believe. So
yeah, like I thought that's where my 5 is coming from. I feel like there was about 5 places between the red and the blue car. So tough going right now, and I think they're still kind of losing positions here because it's still pretty damp out there.
Yeah, they'll still continue to go back until it really gets a lot drier than this. Yeah, so
I do wonder if that is the delta to be believed on this lap. Do we think?
No.
Yeah, look, there's the red car and the blue car behind it. So.
I just got yep and up like immediately. I don't know. I mean, it might be because they've been having to pull aside for people if you want to choose for it to be believed. But I was wondering if it was implying that the track was coming back to them a little bit here.
The track is coming back. It would be because with the whole time it's been going from damp and then to greasy, and that damp to greasy has been quite actually good to drive on. And then from that greasy to optimum, it's like it stays on greasy for ages and then switches to optimum straight away. So I'm wondering if it's kind of doing the same thing as the light rain was doing.
We'll have to look at the lap times. I think would it be like a 31 or 32 is like the crossover, or a bit?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. 32.
So that last lap with a minute 40, which is quite a while, quite a long lap. We'll see as they come across the line here. I do think that the delta may have been to be believed because so 138, that 2 seconds faster. I mean, it's still. Can we get a look at just maybe the 987 because that's your car, Aiden, and what lap time they're doing?
Yeah, we should be running in the mid to low 30s, I would assume, but 35.
Okay.
Yeah, probably some blue flags and stuff involved as well. It's quite difficult to give you a straight number that's perfect.
Yeah. So Pete Viney as well, just saying there's no more stops for the 91 car, which is what I was alluding to earlier, potentially the reason to run out that long.
Are they
not taking the wet tires? So curious.
That is interesting. Yeah, that might be big brain from them. Run the
Yeah,
I'm just watching the climb though. There's so much. Actually, they're not too far behind the next three cars.
Yeah,
I think we'll have to see how their stint plays out for them, if that was the right call. Because they're on the right tire now. They don't have to change. They don't have to pit again. Whereas anyone who swapped to the wets is gonna have to change again, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of these cars can't make the length. A lot of these cars can't make the length unless they do some fuel saving. So it's about 1 hour 10 for quite a lot of these GT3s. I know the Ford can be a little bit less than that lengthwise, but the rain will obviously help them a bit. So I wonder if
off the logic.
Yeah, something's just gone off. I'm not sure who it was. I didn't catch it.
I believe that's brown out.
Oh yeah.
They're back on, so it's all good and safe there.
I think it's been one to forget for the KA Motorsport guys. So we got Jensen in 28th, Gosling in 30th, and Brownette not on the timing board, which probably well, there you go, in 33. So yeah, a bit of a stinker today for the KA Motorsport guys at Zolder.
I think also is the number 8 Aston part of their team as well? I think they've also had I've seen a few invoices to them.
Not sure. They've it is by KA.
Yeah, I thought so.
They had a few invoices for like lap 1 infringements. I think they've been relatively okay for the rest of the race. I think they picked up a stop and go for clipping someone into the pit lane.
Yeah.
That was a big one actually for them.
Yeah, so all the KA cars not really having the best of races, but the Bentleys up the top are doing quite well. Brad Cook, Connor Hind. There's one other Bentley in silver, which is also doing okay, but they're doing pretty well for themselves.
I didn't expect them to do that good, but Salvaggio's in the pit now. That's the Mercedes jumping in 7th, jumping into the pits. I think a little bit early, trying to get the jump, maybe get on early, but the track is greasy. I'm wondering if it might have been worth staying out just one more lap, because I feel like that might destroy the tires just a little bit too much.
Their lap time was a 44, which is what I can't even place what tire they'd be on. Looking at the tire, it's wet. So, yeah, just it's a very, very slow lap time for them, though.
Say a 44.
I did say a 44. Does that include the pit entry? I guess it has to.
Yeah,
so that would be part of it.
I think we'll have to see when they come out, because they could be trying to time it with the 1 minute you lose in pits. So maybe they think by the time he actually gets out, they'll be fairly up to speed, because they can go the whole way now, obviously. Right to the end with the Merc fairly easily with a little bit of fuel saving or Lyco or engine map.
And we also have Rashidi into the pits as well. But Pete Chalmers, the number 19 car, copying a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flaps.
With that? Yeah, not flaps.
Flags.
If they don't have a pit, then no, this is the other team, right? This is the other team that doesn't have a pit. Or
that is the other team. So the 91 car shouldn't have the pit anymore. But yeah, the 19 car, we're not sure where they're at currently.
I believe they still had to pit.
Yeah, well, that's kind of good for them, because if they didn't have to pit, then the penalty would get doubled, right? Because they haven't served it. Is that how it works? I forget.
I don't think a 10-second penalty gets doubled. It just gets applied to the end of the race.
Yeah. But saying that red is never good.
Oh no, there's just been friendly fire. Is that friendly fire? I think. Oh, very wide
Everyone's
there.
still slightly on the grass. I don't like that.
Yeah, that was weird. Maybe someone got a bad bounce off the chicane or something. The Porsche doesn't like this chicane. I know that. But yeah, they just seem to be right on top of each other.
Good afternoon again, gentlemen.
G'day, George. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Good calling, guys. I have been listening to you. You've been fantastic calling out there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How's your car going, mate? Was it the 277 or is that the
Just
hold on?
yeah,
The
277. Yeah, just made too many mistakes. Way too many mistakes with Enduro.
Yeah, I just looked at it. We got to stop and go 30 for the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, he came in a little bit too hot in the pit stop because yeah, he missed it.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. It's very easy to do.
Yeah, bad luck. Eden, I saw the pit stop. You did a driver's swap when you had to stop and go 30. Bad luck on that one.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we swapped because I ran out of stint time, so I had to get out of the car. I didn't have a choice.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh yeah. Oh wow, that could have been a lot worse actually. He's kind of saved in there. I would honestly almost be thanking him for that, because if he wasn't there to right him, if the blue Porsche wasn't there to right the red Porsche, he probably would have gone all the way around.
Yeah, not what you want to see though. That friendly fire between the team cars, a little bit rough. I don't know if they'd be calling their number though for that one.
All right, well, I'm going to take my leave then because we've got another 3 people in here. So appreciate letting me come in for a little bit of a chat, and I hope you guys have a good call for the rest of the race. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Jaden.
Take care.
So
Light doing pretty well right now. They're up in 14th. I think they've had 2 drive-throughs for track limits I've seen. So concerning that, I think they must have one pit stop left, and then they'll probably be done for the day, as well as a lot of people, obviously. Zach Jensen coming into the pits now, number 666. The Zolder merchant himself in the KA Motorsport car. Is that Lucas coming in as well? I think there's that horrible looking orange thing in the pit lane as well. So yeah, Lucas doing his final stop. Forgive me for not really keeping up with the race since I've been driving for most of it, but they are still properly in the lead, right?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so they've got a full pit stop plus a drive-through pretty much in front of the next car, so still doing pretty well for themselves. Obviously, it's not just Lucas driving that car, it's also Jonathan Hislop, who I think might be doing the final stint, seeing how much Keys has been driving that car. I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, it is Jonathan Hislop driving that car for the last stint, so he should be able to bring that car home. The livery of which is a crime against motorsports, but anyway, moving on.
I think it's interesting. I think like a bunch of the top drivers actually opted to stay out as well, because you see all these lap times. We just went through this with the pit entry though, but they have managed to line it up where they shouldn't have to pit again. So I'm not sure if they decided to stay out because we weren't really watching them through that really wet phase. But yeah, not too phased by that rain in terms of pit stop strategies.
Yeah, that's some front damage on that Pidgey Motorsports car. I'm not sure if we saw what that was the result of, but he's got a decently bent-in bonnet, does Jamie Conboy. So something has obviously happened. I'm not sure if that has happened a while ago and they're not. They just happened to fix the damage or whatever. But yeah, as Billet, the number 277, serves his drive-through penalty, and then Daniel hops in the car. for us, who's going to drive the final stint as well. So, yeah, the flurry of pits seem to be happening now as people get ready for their final stints.
I did just see as well, Marshy and Nick Brownett copying another drive-through. Unfortunately, it's absolutely just been ones to forget for those guys in the KA motorsport car. Glenn's just chuckled and given me an exact time that they are behind the leader, and I'm not going to relay it out of respect for Marshy because it's probably a little bit mean.
It's more than one fruit bowl. That's what we'll say.
It is. Bad. Not bad news. I don't even know what you want to call it, but there's rain on the radar in 30 minutes again.
Ooh. That'll make it interesting. So everyone who's just put on slicks now is going to have to do another pit, unless it stays really light.
No, you just power through that. I think you have to. You're not stopping again, unless it's like absolutely bucketing down. We'll see how long it stays up there. It's only light for the moment as well.
Can Glenn do like a command in the console, like !storm, to like give us storm weather for the end? He's saying he can't do that, but
I think there's been their fair share of weather here today, but I mean they're still getting another shower to end, so.
I don't think that shower's going to be much. It's just going to dampen the track. Everyone will stay out in the slicks. There's no reason to come in. Everyone came in before because the rain was heavy and they even had plus on it.
Yeah, I think it started as light though. If I remember from the car, it started as light and then increased to heavy. So there is a chance that it could repeat, which would, give it 5 minutes. And it's ACC weather, you know, it could literally be anything. Yeah, I want the lightning bolt. Please give us the lightning bolt.
I agree. Bring it out. I'm not driving. I don't care.
Yeah, same. Exactly. I'm done. I'm done for the day. My stint time is out, so I can't drive any more laps even if I wanted to.
Oh, come on, Aiden. You've done enough damage to your teammates as it is.
Oh, sure. Thanks for that.
I didn't want to mention it.
Do you see a very battle-worn Davis in the 987 Team Iris car? Hey, Aiden, next time, can you guys like invert the colors on your car, please, on the team cars?
Well, I'll like have one white and purple. Oh, so they're not exactly the same, you mean?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah. I guess, that's not something we thought through beforehand, but I will raise, that's above my pay grade. I'll raise that to the superiors after the race.
Alright, thank you very much. I appreciate it greatly.
In RC racing, you're not allowed to have same colours. They've got to be separate.
Okay. Should take a page out of RC Racing's book because it is helpful. See, look at them. They're literally line astern now.
No, you can tell because the one that's lagging is Chris because he's from the UK. That's how you tell. So the one with red ping that's probably a bit laggy is Chris, and the one with green ping is Daniel. They are not as brave as me over the curbs though, so you won't see much launching like I was doing earlier and and during the qualifying.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good. If he's a red ping and he's been able to keep it on the track, next to other cars, that's a fairly good effort from Chris.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty clean driver. It is a skill, obviously, to be able to drive around with people on higher ping, but yeah, he's from the UK. I think he got up at 6 to do his first stint, so thanks to Chris for jumping in the car at 6 AM for us.
Jeez, it's like a morning commute. So we do see the number 19 Kovacs blue Porsche in the pits. Do wonder, like, I don't even know. I mean, this is hopefully going to be their last stop. We also see Nick Brownett serving a stop go 30. I didn't even see that stop go 30 penalty.
Is that for the terrible wheel color?
Jeez, wow. Guns blazing. Hop in the booth. Pull it out of the holster. Aiden Squires.
Yeah, I think I agree with
People really hate this livery. Glenn has given it
minutes for the livery alone.
Glenn has given it grief as well. Everyone's had a bit of a shot here at Lucas, which he'll be eating up. He'll be really happy. He'll probably run it. He'll run it forever now. Oh, Ryan Anderson just pointing out it's now heavy rain in 30 minutes. Oh no!
Is that
the Kovacs blue car? And I think is that Convoy in that car?
I'm not sure if he's in the car right now. They did just have a pit stop, so we'll have to. I think they're down the order, and that's why we can't see. Yeah. So Bender, I think, has appeared because the rain has gone heavy. So. Yeah, we will be getting heavy rain for the end, which will definitely spice things up. So we'll see if people will try stick it out in the wet on the dries again, but I doubt they're gonna do the same.
I might do a rain dance and hopefully we'll get the lightning bolt.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was there was a move definitely going on between the Aston and the Porsche going into the chicane. And the chicane is very difficult because there's really only one line. So when you start going side by side, you kind of need to establish whose corner it is before you get there, because you can't really run too wide through there. So yeah, just a little bit of a tangle, but I think they've both gotten away with it fairly okay.
It's just riding on board with John Hislop now in that 7777777 GTR. It's been a really, really wonderful race for these guys. Followed along by the Rockets Evolve 111 GTR. Brian Kong currently at the helm. It's been a lovely race for those guys too. An excellent start. Saw them in P1 for quite some time. Oh, the Pidgey car just getting a bit bouncy over that chicane. We also have Josh Holmes in the 69 Bentley, currently P3. It's a quiet one for them. We've not seen too much of them on the stream, which usually means you've had a pretty quiet and clean race. And then we've got King from Taufik, from Taylor, from Samuel, from Gobe, Gibbons, and Niferus rounding out your top 10. A bit of a story there for pretty much everyone through this race, as is standard fare for our endurance races here at Octane. But
especially on a track like this, where it's very small and lots of cars in the same area with rain.
Yeah, plenty of rain, plenty of offset strategies. Small tracks, so small laps, plenty of laps, and it's a big grid this time out. I think we started with 36 cars. I'm not sure who we had. We are looking at this moment with the Kovacs blue car, but yeah, just difficult to go through there with two cars.
Yeah, especially when one is the Porsche that can't really take the curb. Like, you see he's having to avoid that first sort of curb on the apex and having to drive around it, which means there is pretty much zero space at all to go side by side through there.
Yeah, and I think you don't really want to mount the second one fully, as you would have to avoid making contact there. So we'll see what the stewards say about that one.
Yeah, I think it might be a play on, considering they kept roughly the same position, but I don't know, we'll have to see. But well done to the number 90 car as well, which is Silver, currently up in, I think, third. As we look at this bit of a battle here, are these guys all position? So Billy and Zakluna are, so Zakluna's going through now, so he's chasing. Two of the commentators here are in teams with both of the cars that are battling, so this is going to be interesting.
This did happen last time out at Kota, but I had the people representing the first and second cars that ended up coming together in about the last 10 minutes of the race, which was
oh wow, that was
spicy.
Oh no! No! Oh, and that's caused a big concertina. Yeah, that's the is that the Team Kiwi? Is that the Team Kiwi? Yeah.
That was that 420 car.
Tony Spence, he's just had to park it here because he can't get around.
Bit of a gap to go now, but rough going there.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, was the 277 going for position on Spence? Because if that wasn't, I will have to see if it was for position or not, because if there was blue flags involved in that, then it's gonna get very messy.
I don't think so, because we haven't seen Death or Henderson. They were not part of that battle there. I believe we were looking on Merit and Billet and Cicluna there.
Yeah. So I don't think this Team Kiwi racing car was actually part of that battle, was he? Or...
No, I don't think so. And they've come out the worst of it. So rough going for them. It's been, they've had a few knocks here, as they do have the 999 car looking quite racy here. They're going to look to the inside to unlap themselves once more. Space is given. Yeah, Spence just allows them to go through. I think there was a bit of pace there for the 999 car. But yeah, rough going.
Yeah, well, the 277 has held his position. Didn't lose much. Both the Mustangs, I think, had to check up quite a lot from that, because obviously there was a car backwards in the middle of the road. But yeah, unfortunately, the Team Kiwi car comes out the worst. Although that is a really good livery. I do like that one quite a lot. The Shane Van Gisbergen Team Kiwi Racing supercars inspired livery. I assume that's what it is, because it looks pretty much the same. But yeah, definitely better livery than some of the other cars on the grid.
Not naming names or anything.
No, you can figure that one out yourself.
Doesn't take Benoit Blanc to find that one out. But looking at the grid, if we jump up to... Well, we're not going to do that just yet. We are going to see this replay here. So through this sector, quite a bit of speed and a bit of a mistake from that 9 Widewater sports car. They have a look down the inside, but the gap is just going away there. It's a rough one.
Yeah, definitely should have yielded a bit there, I think. It was always going to close the door on him. There was definitely no position there to, well, not for a position, but to try to sneak it through there.
No, I think some patience was required there, and they're probably going to get a bit of a whack for that one.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and even though it's my team, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'll just call it as it is, I guess. But the rain is still showing heavy, so it will be another fairly heavy shower like we had last time. So everyone will have to come in for another pit stop, I would hope, unless they're going to really try brave it out. But I don't think that's going to quite work. So a little bit of what's the word? A little bit of spice added to the end of this race. The ACC gods have said, no, we're not going to make this boring dry track finish. We're going to make it nice and wet. So we might see a few upsets here towards the end of the race.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to turn this race on its head once more, because I think you probably have to come in for tyres. You can't be at an 8-second deficit per what we saw with the Kovacs guys earlier in terms of being on wet, dry tyres in the wet. So I do think some people, even if they had planned to run the whole way through, they definitely have to consider coming in and putting on some wet boots there. But Darryl in with a 10-second penalty there.
Yeah, ignoring blue flags for that one. So 10 seconds is pretty... I'm not sure if that's... I think it might be standard for ignoring blue flags. But yeah, the blue flag rules are pretty strictly enforced. So there we go, 15-second penalty for the 277 for that collision.
Yeah, penalty, understandable.
Yeah, definitely. And he'll have to serve that, obviously, when he comes in to do his next pit stop to jump onto the wets for when the rain starts coming, which I don't remember the exact time that it started, but it's probably about 20 minutes away now.
Yeah, it's going to be, I would say 15 to 20, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to serve it. They can leave it for the end of the race if they don't want to be stopped up as much. If you do feel like track position is important, which I do think it is pretty important here at Zolder, particularly in the wet. But just looking on now with Callum Gibbons, Gentelli back in the chat, number 1 cheerleader. Nipris though is looking to get something done here as they charge down the
because
Back straight.
the GTR on that back straight is an absolute animal. And same out of the exit of this chicane. I was stuck behind this GTR for a very long time. This exact one, the number 39, driven by Gibbo himself. Because as soon as that thing gets moving, you're just not getting past on the straights. Like, there's zero you can do. So he's going to have to wait for a pretty big error to try get past, as number 10 has had an incident at the first chicane. I'm going to guess that was a mean bounce probably, but yeah, Nippers I think is going to have the same issue I had. It's just there's not enough pull to get close enough to that GTR to actually get a move done.
Yeah, but they are coming across, they're coming up to a few, I'm going to assume that most of them are blue flag cars up ahead, so that could throw a bit of a spanner in the works for them. Ryan Anderson in chat is saying the range should hit with about 38 minutes to go. I'm glad we have some people here that are capable of doing mathematics.
Looks like the rain's just settling down too. It's not going to get as heavy as what it was.
Okay, yeah, it's back to light now, so
yeah,
it's looking like potentially a similar shower to last time then.
Yeah, it'll start light, then go to heavy, then come back to light like it is now. Oh my gosh, that is a lot of cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars, all just basically on top of each other on this one part of track. As they're obviously going to have to give way to Callum Gibbons and Matt Nippers, who are right on the back of this massive train here. Jeez, that's a lot of cars.
Yeah, so that's what I was sort of hinting at. Like, they're going to have to navigate all these cars, and it does bring out the opportunity for a mistake to be made. If these guys especially are quite a bit faster, but that Kovacs red car, I'm not sure if purposely just going quite deep there. So they're safely through at least one car, but yeah, quite a few to go still. That car giving way. Oh my god, they're going to make, is everyone going to make it really easy and it's not even going to be a thing?
Well, one thing I know is when I went through traffic, Gibbo's very smart with how he goes through it. So he's going to do it in a way that doesn't lose him too much time. As right now he's on the back of, I cannot tell. Is that the Team Kiwi car? It is.
I think it is.
So yeah, that's Tony Spence in the Team Kiwi car. He will have to give up the position fairly soon. Ooh. Not going to comment on this, but yeah, he should be moving out the way fairly quickly, but the Mustang's still sitting right on that GTR. He will try to get a run down this back straight, but if he makes any mistakes, like going a little bit wide, it's just not going to happen for him.
He's giving him the flash. He's letting him know.
Yeah, that McLaren probably is going to have probably a report coming his way. Unfortunately, the rules do state that you should try to move out the way of any cars within a second fairly quick. So,
yeah, it's about 3 marshals posts, I believe you're allowed to drive past. Obviously, I think there's a little bit of give and take. We have seen a couple of cars not doing quite that, but in such a way that is not hindered anyone. But I do think, well, Gibbons clearly has the pace, but it looks like Spence just getting out of the way there now. So hopefully not an invoice there, but oh no!
That's a death. That's Sasha Death, yeah, and the Ferrari just sent that one in too hard. I'm not sure if they were going to try pit, although the stream has just frozen. So yeah,
mouse wiggle.
I think he was trying to. I think he was trying to go in thinking that the Kiwi car was going to let him go through as well.
Yeah,
he just overcooked it.
Yeah, very easy to do. We saw that happen earlier in the race too, with the Pidgey Racing car and the Iris car too. So we'll have to get a replay just to see if that's exactly what he was planning. But yeah, just went in very deep. I think he saw that the McLaren in front of him, which was Tony Spence, was going slow, and maybe thought that he could try get the position just quickly and snatch it away. But yeah, obviously overcooked it. Has turned that Kiwi, or was it the Kiwi car? I forgot already who got turned from that, but we'll have to see the replay. Turned someone out of all that.
In all of that kerfuffle, though, Nippers has actually fallen back about a second from Gibbo. So Gibbons, for the moment, is a little bit safe from the charging Mustang.
I think the Ferrari did tap the back of the Mustang going in. I thought I saw a bit of a tap, so he's probably just had a pretty poor run because of that whole thing. But yeah, it's just ebbing and flowing. I think Matt will make his way back onto the back of yeah, there we go. There's the 10-second penalty for Tony Spence for that lap that he spent in front of the GTR and the Mustang. So he will have to serve that in his pit, which is actually... Is that being served in his pit right now? Because he's in the pits right now, so...
He's definitely in the pits. I'm not sure if they've decided to serve it this time out. But yeah, so Gibbo not really having anything of lack of blue flag etiquette there from the 420 car. Yeah, we'll see what is to come for Sasha Death, what the judgment these stewards hand down to that one. But I will say your Team Iris cars are actually still very, very close together. Half a second between them.
Yeah,
further down the field.
It was all tactical to bring the cars closer together so they could have some entertainment.
Bit couple of photo ops.
Yeah.
So yeah, just getting a look at this replay now. And yeah, we're quite late on the brakes there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was an attempted pit entry or not, because I see a lap 258 down there. Sasha has pitted already, so maybe that was just, like I said before, trying to get a move done on that Team NZ McLaren. Is Tony Spence back in the pits, I think? Is he? The P thing is on there, so is he still in the pits, or what's happening?
I think they potentially decided to serve that penalty. Yeah, because they're moving out, and it's the penalty's gone, so they decided to serve that penalty there and then.
Yeah, same thing happened to me. Coming in there, I had a back marker, missed the braking point, and I went straight, and I had to avoid the car, and that's why I spun it.
Yeah, very tricky last corner, especially when there's lots of cars around and changeable conditions, because it's such a tight sort of corner with a lot of people kind of take different lines through there, and obviously you have the pit entry right there too, which makes it a lot more tricky because people are trying to get in the pits as fast as possible and whatever. So we got the Team Iris cars going at it, so Daniel's currently in the lead, but I believe they pitted a bit sooner than my car, number 987, with Chris on board. Now, we did discuss team orders earlier in the day, but I'm not sure what actually came of it, so...
You discussed team orders, but you weren't listening to it.
I wasn't part of the discussion, so I can't exactly remember if we decided that there would be team orders or not. I think it's going to be papaya rules, but I can't say for certain.
I think it's very funny that papaya rules has become an actual term for just an all-out mugging between teammates. Yeah.
Obviously, anyone that doesn't know papaya rules is a McLaren thing that they tell their drivers before they are going to do battle. But it is a bit controversial because obviously what one person deems as safe racing might not be the same as what another person deems as safe racing. Yeah, multi-21 serving, exactly. We'll see if there is any multi-21ing going on here, as Chris is right on the back of Daniel now. Doesn't look like there's any multi-21ing. As a BMW goes for the move on the Mercedes in the foreground. Hopefully that ends alright. Yeah, they've gotten through. So I think both the purple cars look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. No bias, but I reckon they look pretty good.
I mean, it's like one of the most... It's such a staple racing car livery is two stripes up the middle.
Sorry, I don't know if that was a lot closer than it looked, but that was a very committed overtake down the inside of the Octane Merc just there. very strong move done by Chris, but he's followed Cicluna through. So Matt Madden as well, a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. Come on, guys. I thought you would... Okay, I would say I thought you'd read the rules, but I think that would be a bit rich coming from me after some of the things today. So I'm not going to say that. But surely you guys can get it together with the blue flag stuff.
I mean, they waited till after I said the blue flags have been pretty good today to start being a bit silly. Sam O'Brien as well. The KA Motorsport misery continues with a 10-second penalty for dangerous driving. But geez, these purple cars very, very close together. Are you a bit nervous, Aiden?
I trust my guys. Definitely. Yeah, no, they should keep it clean. I hope, anyway. Yeah.
Well, they need to keep it clean because obviously 277's got that 15-second penalty, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, inside information, I reckon they'll be going to the end. And if they get 15 seconds in front, they won't lose that position.
That is a good
hold the push.
Yeah. Well, if you guys are listening, push, because I can't really. I guess I could duck out for a second and tell them that, but I'm not going to. They can drive themselves. But yeah, in terms of positions in front of that, I'm going to assume Merritt, Parker, all those guys have already pitted for their last stop, and they're going to go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what happens with this rain, though. We are about 4 minutes out, according to Ryan, from a pretty decent shower. So we'll see if that does affect people's pit stop strategies. They do want to come in for wets or not. That was spicy. That was oi.
Yeah, almost a big shunt. I think, yeah, it is a bit difficult blue flagging. It's where some people pull off the racing line and then pull out the way, and it can get a bit tricky to do, but obviously no contact made, but good reactions from Chris. I wonder if we could get an onboard from that to see how close it actually was, or if it looked worse on our camera.
I think that was plenty close. That was a toe curler for sure. Just looking down the auto, we do have, I think that's Nate Jones, pretty close to the back of Dan Madden, in one of the Pidgey Boys cars. We also have Gibbo, who is still doing battle with the MRT 700 car of Matt Niparis, but also looking ahead at Tim Gobe, so sizing up the other GTR now for these.
What I had earlier.
Yeah,
well,
for the end of the top 10 sort of standings here.
Yeah, I had a pretty much the same sort of situation as what these guys do. Gobby, Gibbons. I don't think I had McNeil or Niparis, but it was the other GTR of Saxon Hayes and Jaden Manella. So yeah, lots of GTRs around, and I think that Ford is going to still stay on the back, but he's going to find it very difficult to get past, like I said before.
Yeah, I think as well, Gibbo looks quite in form here. There's not been mistakes made, and he's just been gaining up on the back of the 153 car. So yeah, I do think Niparis will find it pretty tough to make any headway. We have seen he got close, but it's nothing doing just yet.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see, considering this rain is coming pretty soon, I wonder if all these guys will jump in at the same time, and then they'll continue this battle on the wets, and then it'll come down to who is the best driver in the wet. Because I'm not sure. I saw Nathan Monks driving that Tented Motorsports GTR for quite a while, and I'm not sure if Gobby is going to do the last stint of this race as well. I would think so, considering his stint timers, but we'll have to see, because then it'll be obviously Gobby, Gibbons and Niparis all in the wet battling it out.
We're on the precipice of this shower, if Ryan Anderson is to be believed, one of my resident meteorologists that I employ here at Octane Online Racing. Just a reminder, the Enduro series is sponsored by Simrigs, and if you're a Patreon of Octane, you can get a 5% discount if you check out that Patreon channel. Yep, there we go, nice little pop-up. But very big thanks to Simrigs for sponsoring us as we transition into the rain, into the final act of this race. Roy and Ken getting a stop and go 10 for causing a collision on lap 261. So who can hold on? Who's got what it takes in the wet? Who is going to come in and who's going to stay out? That is the question.
I'm going to say one more lap and then they'll come in. The slicks don't die off immediately, but you do start to notice a pretty big difference after the first sort of 2-3 laps. So I reckon 1 to 2 laps for these guys, and then they'll be in as the rain transitions to heavy. And I wonder if as the track has just gone to fast now, I wonder what the also temperature is going to drop to with the rain and the clouds. So that's another thing to think of when you're doing your tyre pressures. Obviously, tyre pressure is very important in this game. They make you so much time if you get them correct, and they lose you so much time if you don't get them correct. So track now down to greasy. I did find that the Ford was pretty good in these conditions, so even as it starts to get more wet, that GTR starts to get even more rowdy. So Nippers might actually have a chance in the wet against this GTR if he can hook everything together.
I will just give Ryan Anderson his flowers because I think he was pretty much bang on with the 38-minute forecast prediction. So well done, Ryan. But Nippers is looking a little bit quicker than Gibbo right now in this greasy conditions.
Yeah, but you watch this GTR out of this corner. Oh my gosh. There were moments where I was 2 tenths behind the GTR, and by the time we got to the next corner, I was 4 tenths. Like, look at it. It's just gone. It's just gone.
I think Aiden's going to be dreaming of
the rear bump GTR,
yeah. Or it'll be more symbolic. It'll be about Godzilla running away from you or chasing you down, perhaps.
I feel like Daniel Ricciardo in that interview on Top Gear he did, where the guy asked him, what does the back of Lewis's car look like? What does the back of Gibbo's car look like? That's me. I've studied it.
Yeah. So we do see a couple of cars in pits. We've got Tony Spence with another penalty for ignoring blue flags. That's I don't think we saw that one
as well. That's a decent cop. 15. I don't think I've ever seen a 15 for blue flags. So
I mean, if you're repeatedly ignoring, repeatedly having it happen, then they're going to give you a bigger penalty, I think. Whoa! So Gibbo through on Monks on Gobe. Sorry, Jesus.
Yeah, it's Gobby. So I wonder if Gobby had a moment there, or maybe because Gibbo wasn't right on the back of him, was he?
All right, important to note, our leader is in the pits. Our second place car is in the pits. Chris Taylor is in the pits as well. So I think this is a bit of a what do you call it, measuring stick for what we might see. I do know the first and second car probably do have the gap. So they have the gap to the car behind them to afford them that stop. So I'm wondering if Kong is responding per se. But we do have quite a few cars coming in. I think the
car. Yep, just came in. So, but Nipper's staying out, which is really interesting to me because I would have thought he would just want to switch tires, get behind them, and overtake them because he seems to be at least faster than Gobby for the moment. Sticking it out as we can see him in the background, just hanging the tail out. The slicks do definitely start to suffer after a few laps in the full wet, as Gibbo and Matt will start to struggle now. So I'm quite surprised that they didn't come in there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, this could be a really make or break thing here. You stay out. You obviously don't suffer all that time in the pits, but are you going to lose too much time on the slicks in the wet? Is the question. I think
the light actually. I've just noticed. So. The rain, I'm not sure. Has it already gone heavy? Because if it's now going to stay as this light, they might actually be able to do it.
It's also, the track's only damp right now. It's not fully wet.
Oh,
Yeah, it hasn't
there we
gone
go.
wet yet. No.
It's just gone now. The rain cloud is gone full, so
Okay,
the rain's properly coming down now. So I would assume that most people are gonna try to get into the pits now.
So we do see the 90 Mercedes in the pit, the HPNT car with Taufik in it, in the pits. We're watching Death peel out of the pits. You know, John's very specific about his peeling in and out. We have number 5 BMW also in. I'm pretty sure both of your Team Iris cars were in too. We have C Davis and S Davis right next to each other.
Yeah, I'd hope that they came in for the wets, because I think that's going to be the best play right now. So Nathan Monks has gone back out in the tented car, so they've sent Toto back out for the final stint rather than Gobby. Toto is pretty good in the wet, so that's probably the best play for them there. But yeah, the order seems to have stayed the same, but I don't think Carpenter has came in. So in the top 10, there might be a few cars who have decided to try stick it out.
I think there's a few. I think a couple of people have rolled the dice on this, and they're going to see if they can survive through this shower, as the track has definitely 100% confirmed gone wet. So I think we're looking at Gibbo, who's potentially stayed out here. So you see that Porsche just dart right between them. Yeah, those look like the yellow Pirellis on that car, and I dare say Nippers also with those big slides there. On the slick still as well, so these guys might be trying to tough it out. They do have Kong in the 111 GTR behind them now, so they're going to have to get out of the way for that one. And Kong's going to have all the grip that they definitely don't have.
Yeah, so Nippers and Gibbo try to tough it out. Very brave by them. I'm not sure that is exactly what I'd be doing, but Gibbo also he's doing what he did when he was with me. He's trying to tactically wait for the most opportune moment to give the position so he loses as little time as possible, which is what he's doing now on the straight. Obviously Nippers didn't really have much of an option as the car of Kong was right on him, but we'll see if these guys can keep it on track, because from what I remember, this heavy rain is going to be around for I think at least 5 more minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely a call that you can make, to quote Lexi Bone. It's one of the calls of all time. We see them both doing a bit of a slide.
I think Gordon's going to be helping it too a little bit this time.
Glenn just saying that JC's chucked Dan Madden in. Didn't want anything to do with the rain, I think is the implication there.
Trial by water. It's trial by water.
It's also they're still on dries, mind you.
Oh,
so
okay. Well, I didn't.
That's something else entirely.
695 going up the inside, I think it is, of Cook and Chris Taylor. What position are they in?
I think 9th.
9, yeah.
9th.
So, okay, so they've pitted, and they're gonna catch Nippers and Gibbons, I would say, since they're on wets right now.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how quick they can get through. I would assume it will be pretty quick on those wets. There seems to be a lot more grip out there right now on those tires.
Was Taylor ahead of Nippers and Gibbons before? Yeah, I'm leaning yes.
I'm not sure, but the Ferrari's just gone through, so I think, is that Taufik? I can't see because all the numbers are on top of each other, but there's a Ferrari that's just gone through.
It would be, because there's only a handful.
Oh, 3 wide. Oh my, okay. Oh wow. There's some big slides going on in the background with Nippers and Cook and stuff as well.
So that's also Taufik, and that's Holmes just ahead there.
Oh, wow.
So that's for position, and that's going to be on the podium there. Hold on. Yes. No? Question mark?
No.
No, Taufik's a lap down.
Yeah.
I got all excited. God.
Yeah. And then, but the cars behind him are battling for position. So,
Yes.
Chris
Definitely.
Taylor. It's Chris Taylor in the car, isn't it? Chris Taylor's looking for a move on Callum Gibbons. This is a very difficult place to do it, but he sticks the nose up the inside. He's going to have those wet tyres and the extra grip. Matt Nippers has now smelt the opportunity. He's going to try stick the nose down the inside, but the Ford just has absolutely no traction out of that corner. So there's not much he can do, really. He can try stick the nose, but as soon as the power of the GTR comes down, there's not much he can do. As both cars squiggling under brakes, just on those slick tyres, not much grip available. It's very easy to lock up and stuff when you're on those slicks, so yeah.
These guys toughing it out on dry tyres is admirable, but God, it's hard to watch, not in that it's bad to watch, but it's hard to watch in that I feel bad for them, if you catch my drift. It just looks difficult.
Yeah, so Holmes has just let pass Taylor. Is that because Holmes is on dry and is slow? Because he doesn't seem to yeah, he's doing 144s, so he's trying to tough it out. So he's the only one really of the top sort of 5 that's stayed on dries, I believe. I think everyone else has gone in to pit for wets. So we'll see where he comes out. Dylan King, yeah, seems to be on wets, I think, if the ACC is to be believed. And so is Taufik. So we'll see if Josh Holmes gets bitten on the butt for this, considering there is... I don't know if it's gonna... I don't think it's gonna dry out before the end of the race, honestly. I think it's gonna stay at least wet enough to the point of where the wet tyre is still able to be run. I don't think it's going to get dry enough that the wets are going to explode, because we have very little wind and cloudy skies, so the track drying up will not be very quick.
Yeah, I think these guys potentially rolled dice because they saw the 2 cars ahead of them pit, and maybe thinking that if they don't pit, that they might be able to make up some of that ground. I just wonder how much time they're losing per lap. I think last time we saw, when we jumped on board, it was they did like a 44, and I think the wet laps are about a 35, so that's a 41. It's not as bad, but I mean 6 seconds a lap is pretty big. And Aiden, do you know what's like the pit stop time here? Probably something.
It depends on if you take tyres or, no tyres, but generally it's about 45 to a minute, 45 seconds to a minute you're looking at. Is that the 999 car or the 666? I can't tell. The one.
I think that's the 999 because it's got the meme livery on it.
Yeah, so he's going through obviously on wets. Is that Lucas behind Gibbo as well? I think that is that GTR. Who is on wet? Lucas is on wets, I'm pretty sure, so he'll be doing. Oh yeah, his lop, yeah. Sorry.
So I'm just trying to do some mathematics here quickly on like what the time loss is per if you're on the dry tires still. But we just see, I mean, you can sort of see it visually there. So bear with me.
Yeah, 6 seconds a lap, so yeah, I think going to the wets was definitely the play, considering it's probably going to stay dry enough, stay wet enough for the wets to not have to switch back to slicks. Like,
yeah, so
rain had stopped by now and it was starting to dry out, then the wet runners would definitely have to pit back. But because it's that medium rain, which is now just switched to light, which will go for like I think another 2 minutes, and then it's going to end. I think the wet guys will still have enough water on the track to keep the tyres cool.
Yeah, so looking at it with the amount of laps left, if you're losing, and this is mildly generous, 6 seconds a lap being on the dry tyre, you're losing about 90 seconds throughout the rest of the race to the people on the wet tyres. And that's 6 seconds is probably generous. P. Viney saying it's 8 to 9 seconds potentially for them. So I'm not sure that it was the play, because you are going to lose time overall as it comes to an end. I mean, the time difference will get a bit better as...
Dan Madden just absolutely hanging the rear end down. Yeah, it was a good catch.
Good catch, but yeah, the time, the time difference will come down a bit as it gets a little bit drier, but I think it's still going to be greasy and potentially green towards the end of the race. So I think wets was the call, but I big respect to taking that gamble and trying something different there for our P3 runners.
Yeah, look, yeah, I think there's a bit of a difference between being different and being smart, but I mean, it's these guys' choice, I guess. They looked at the information they had and thought that this was the best option, as that is Triple 8 car going down the inside. So that's Saxon Hayes on Matt Niparis, which not for position yet. So he still must be a lap down from these guys, but obviously on the wet tyre, so he's going to fly through these guys.
Guys, some of the lapping on the timing sheet confuses me a little bit at times, because it'll swap over when one car's past the line to the car behind it and say an extra lap, but
the outside, you really, yeah, almost lost it. You really have to stay on what is the, I guess, kind of dry line when you're on the dries and the wet. Like, you can't afford to stray out into that wet part of the track, otherwise you get what happened exactly there, where he was on the outside just getting very, very loose.
So these guys clearly opting for that wet tyre, as we do see them pass our P3 runners, Josh Holmes behind the wheel. Yeah, pretty interesting race for these guys. I think a couple of DTs really hurt their cause. Still a lap down from Carpenter and such, but pretty good effort thus far. Jumping back on board with your team car, Cicluna, doing a pretty good job right now. Currently sitting ahead of Gibbo. I think they should be able to hold on to that being on the wets.
They should be fairly comfortable there, as Chris tries to look for a way around Niparis's both Mustangs, but there's going to be a bit of a grip difference here, so I think Niparis might just let this one go, as he knows that the wet tyre has just a lot more grip, and even though there is kind of not a dry line per se, but there's definitely a line that's less wet than everything else, he just basically has to stick to that no matter what, as Chris also looks to go up the inside of Gibbo here. Exact same spot as where Niparis had his moment, but they've all held it together, as Niparis is now trying to look for a move on that GTR like he has been for the past half an hour.
I will say track is only damp, even though it's still raining now. We do still have light rain on the forecast for at least a little bit.
I think it'll still stay fairly wet. At least, I mean, slicks might be an option. Like, they might come back a little bit, but I don't think it'll be to the point where there's a massive difference between the cars. But I could be wrong. I guess we'll just have to wait and see and find out, as Josh Holmes gets passed by two identical cars.
Hey, it's not passed yet.
Yeah, he's by now.
There you go.
He's just struggling a bit on those dries, obviously, but there's still that kind of battle pack of Holmes, Gibbons, and Nippers, who are all kind of they've all run the alternate strategy, so they all are kind of still battling for position. That's the 9 Bentley, isn't it, going up the inside of Nippers? He's obviously a few laps down, but I think it's the Channel 9 Bentley going up the inside. So the wet runners are obviously making up lots of time here.
Is that the 9 Channel 9 Bentley? Is that the 623 car? Because I've not been able to get across that. Okay, cool. Oh, it absolutely should have been 9, Glenn. Is there even a number 9 racing today? No, there's no 9 on the entry list. Like, what's the deal? If you're gonna put a big ass 9 on the side of your car, can you at least make it
Any
easy
team
for me?
orders here?
But whoa, Dave is having a bit of a look at Cicluna, but I think just decides to pull out of that one before anything crazy happens.
Yeah, Cicluna had a bad run coming over the chicane. Very easy to do, obviously, in the wet. And Chris just had a look, but as many of us have experienced before, trying to go for that's a bit of a little bump. Hello. Trying to go for the move into that second chicane is very difficult because it's so narrow. One of you ends up being bumped off the track pretty much every time it happens. So yeah. Just be patient, wait for a better move and a better spot.
Yeah, it's not really moves on there per se. Yeah, a bit of a bump for Webb coming through on Gibbons, but nothing too crazy. Just really a bit of forcing the issue, if you will. Also, what is on the top of your Team Iris cars? I just noticed it like just now after we've been racing for about 7 hours and 40 minutes.
I am not sure. I do not look at the top of my car.
Yeah, were you here for anything with this team? You're like, I don't know the team orders. I don't know what's on top of the car.
I'm kind of a stand-in because I didn't really have a drive for the Enduros. So the player was like, oh, do you want to join and drive the car? And I was like, oh, sure. Oh, it's like the logo. It's like a... Hang on, let me try to look at it. It's like a moth or something. I don't know. Oh, it's a flower. It's like a... Yeah, very close again coming into the second chicane. Seems like Chris is just able to get the run every time and kind of sneak your nose in and make Daniel very worried. But yeah, keep it clean, guys, please. I'll be very sad if you can't.
Oh, that's getting very close as well.
Yeah, as Glenn's saying, there's only 17 minutes left, boys. Or guys, I guess. So please don't... Oh, as we might be seeing Team... No? Okay. I thought maybe Daniel was pulling over to let us by, but no, that is not the case. They'll continue to race and go at it. Very defensive from Daniel there. Maybe just picking up some of that water as well with 15 minutes to go.
Ben Curtis in chat just saying that P4 and P6 allegedly collided a couple of minutes ago. If we do want to try and get eyes on that, but
that's
both, yeah, two of our big Mercs coming together.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that would have happened because I haven't seen any yellows pop up. So yeah.
888 with the drive-through.
Oh yeah, Saxon Payne's got a drive-through. Oh no. Oh wow, there's some side-by-side between
Taufik
and a BMW. I'm not sure who exactly that was, but one of the BMWs.
I think that's S. Davis, isn't it? Yeah, in that number 5 BMW. But yeah, Taufik. Apparently Taufik's been very aggressive on any kind of blue flag overtake, so not too surprised to see that one. But Taufik actually just... No, that's putting an extra lap onto Ramez Samuel in that 223 Mercedes.
Yeah, and obviously that DT that we saw for the Nissan GTR of 888 is going to hurt them quite badly. They will probably lose... Oh wow, there's 34 seconds back to the next car, so they'll probably only lose 1 or 2 positions from that DT, which is kind of lucky and unlucky at the same time. I guess it could always be worse. We'll see where they come out and see how much positions they lose. It's very easy to get that the drive-through for track limits here, especially if you're taking some of the more aggressive lines. We've had 2 as well, so yeah, definitely very easy to do here.
Something to be said as well is when you are racing hard, and if you do find yourself like across one of those chicanes, you can pick up a track cut warning without... Not like, I don't know if people intend to, but like one that's like, it's kind of bullshit. It's like, oh, like I launched myself over that chicane. It's not even fast, and you cop that track limit warning. So it's pretty rough. But I don't know, for those skill issue guys, this might be hard to hear, but I think with 3 DTs for track cuts, you might have to look inwards rather than outwards.
Yeah, I mean, for
They
me,
didn't lose any positions on that one.
yeah, that's. Although, is that because they haven't crossed the timing board, or
Potentially.
No.
'Cause
They're good.
they're good? All right, well, that's pretty lucky for them. They got a DT for free, basically. But yeah, I know the first time we got a DT was because I locked up on ancient slicks in the wet, and as soon as I hit the brake, I just knew, like, the rear's locked, and I just could not get it slowed down. And even though I went really slow across the second chicane, it still gave me the cut, and we got the penalty. So it is pretty strict here. Like, some of the tracks you can cut, as long as you let off, you'll be okay.
Yeah, I think someone put out like a literally like a PSA that if you so here's that the replay of the Mercs coming together, but well, we're seeing it. Oh, just a bit deep. Yeah, and it's kind of it's a bit of a continued shunt. Yeah, not getting it quite stopped in time there. It looked like they wanted to turn out of it, but it was too late for anything to happen there.
Very easy to do. Let someone go past, think you can brake late, and then try, just get on the brakes too late and run up the back.
I think the repeated taps as well is probably not going to gain them any favour with the stewards.
No. Yeah, and that's the drive-through for that. Is that the same car? I think that is the drive-through penalty. Was it a drive-through penalty? I think they got.
We should have seen it flash up, shouldn't we have not?
Button off. I think it came up during the replay. When we were watching the replay and stuff. I did see it. But yeah, Aston off at the first corner. Not sure what that was.
I've gone and looked through our penalty archive, because that is something you can do in the penalty section. It is a penalty drive-through for causing a collision, car 223 on lap 294. So yes, that is that. So the stewards have not viewed that kindly whatsoever. Pretty big whack there.
I hate to be that guy, Glenn, but our cars are still 3/10 apart, so I do want to keep an eye on that, just in case something happens, which it won't, because they're both very sensitive.
Hold on, no, I don't know. Can we? Yeah, we were on board with Taufik, who's only a couple of seconds behind for P4. We've got some stuff happening. We'll have to get some picture-in-picture. That Taylor is going to inherit that position from Ramez Samuel as they come in to serve that penalty, so they'll be punching the air right now.
I think they're doing one more lap.
Nipper's just copped a drive through for track limits too, so Nathan Monk's punching in the air right now. It's very terrible time for a drive through, or Hislop's got a drive through as well.
They should have that though, I think. Time-wise.
I believe they've had that. They've had enough gap. The gap's big enough that you can't see it on the sector times, but I think with that lap, minute 15, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Yeah, going into first chicane now.
Bit of a World Rally Championship, if you don't mind, there for Matt Nipperis on the entry there. I didn't know we were at Rally Belgium.
He's trying to maximize it as much as possible. But yeah, 77777777777 is now leaving the pits, so I believe they are staying in the lead. As we have a small cutaway of the two Iris cars, which are battling right now. They've been quite close for quite a while. But yeah, Lucas, it's Hislop in the car right now, but that 777 GTR staying in the lead. They did have that kind of banked for them by a long way, so kind of banked up for them, I guess, over the course of the race, the gap, just in case something like that did, so they can afford that drive-through.
Sorry, one sec. Did Samuel just get a DT for a speeding on pit entry? Because they have another DT. Did they serve it?
Did they? No, I don't think he has served it yet.
Okay,
Yeah, he's-
all right. Now, yeah, makes sense because Taylor's still behind for the second. But yeah, Taylor inheriting that position now. But yeah, it's all happening with less than 10 minutes to go. Wowee. 8 hours. Where'd you go?
So
But Taufik now really close to the back of King in the 90 Mercedes. I can't believe after 8 hours as well, these guys are battling for position on track. We'll see what King has in their bag to defend the advance of Taufik. But Taufik and that HPNT car has been really electric throughout this series. A lot of curb there for King, and it could invite the door, but obviously that Ferrari having to take a bit of a suboptimal line due to being afraid of that curbing. It's not going to be here in the second chicane. It's a bit too difficult, but it's their nose to tail hitch rope tied up as they're going to have a look into the hairpin of this track as we come along, touch the curb, over and down through the crest, and it's not quite on here just yet for Taufik. Taufik's he's looking to go the long way here, but he's not going to find enough traction there to get it propelled past that Mercedes right now. But it does look like Taufik's got pace on King as it stands.
Yeah, so the guys who have stayed out on the dries will start to find a bit of pace now, but I think it might be a little bit too late, so I think they still probably have dropped positions over the course of the race. But Taufik obviously very aggressive. He's going to try look for a move probably on the exit of one of the faster corners where that Ferrari is really strong, or through the more technical sections. He's right on the bumper of King here. Pretty much, yeah, riding his rear bumper basically of that Mercedes, but the Mercedes does also have pretty good cornering ability, especially in the high speed, as Taufik has to add some counter steer to the Ferrari as they come through. King's going to take the inside line into the chicane. He's going to slow it right up, make sure Taufik, oh my gosh, and King is
nice move. Are you serious? That was absurd. Just went from right to left, straight through that chicane. Just watching that unfold, I was like, is Taufik going to have that optimal line for that Ferrari? And he's just snuck it right through. I think he just absolutely caught King sleeping. Good Lord.
Yeah, I think King maybe bit off a bit too much at that second apex and just killed his momentum on the exit, or maybe tried to slow Taufik up a bit too much and just, yeah, kind of misjudged the agility of that Ferrari and the traction, of course. So, yeah, the Ferrari using its abilities well there to get through. And now he's going to set out after Holmes, and I'm not sure what the distance is to Holmes, but Holmes is on dries, so I don't think he's going to be able to pull that back, considering the dries will now start to become the faster tyre.
No, I think there's still a lap and a bit between them. So that's probably all she wrote for Taufik. Fingers crossed that nothing happens in those last 5 minutes. But bloody hell, that was a gorgeous move. That might have been the move of the race, to be honest with you. They are just getting around Brian Kong in the 111 Rockets Evolved. That's currently P2, but obviously that's not for position. But yeah, wow, that was impressive. The grip through there, so good.
Yes, Kong now is right on the back of Dylan King, who should be getting out the way fairly quick. But King obviously is still doing a very good job. They are the leading silver, and they're currently in the top 5. So as long as they just keep this up, they should be able to cross the line and get that silver win, and also be very happy with their performance today, because they've drove pretty well from what I've seen.
Yeah, they had that absolutely massive strategy call at the beginning of the race, and obviously there's a lot of racing that goes on between the right call at the beginning of the race, but it did put them ahead of the big gaggle of cars behind them, and they've never let go of that road positioning. So really nice race for that 90 car. I will say Josh Holmes, one of the guys opting to stay on those dries, and they haven't suffered for that. I mean, they've lost time, but they've not suffered position loss for that thus far. Callan Gibbons as well was one of those ones opting to stay out. They also have not lost too many positions, I don't believe, and they've gained one actually from that Samuel, the Samuel drive-through. But that is also a battle that's kind of happening now. If we do want to have a look, I'm getting some little insider tips from YouTube chat. So 111 is fuel saving on the wets as well, so there is potential for that P2 P3 battle to still happen as we are really coming to the closing moments of this race.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the Iris cars are, if they've overtaken. I can quickly check on my game for that. But yeah, I think also this sort of Holmes strategy that he did where he goes, where he went to dries and just stayed on them. He kind of just got out of the way of everyone and just kind of did his own thing in the wet. So because he kind of avoided all the chaos, he's kind of benefited in that. He's just been able to do his own thing. And look, if the rain had ended 10 minutes earlier, he would probably be able to catch. He'd probably be able to catch Brian Kong. But
I think he's going to catch Brian Kong. I don't think you have to say he might have, because Brian Kong is only a little bit up the road. He's just entering that chicane now. It's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
We've still got about 2 laps. And allegedly, Ben Curtis is saying that the 111 might run out of fuel. And if you're at that kind of level, this is still on. Josh Holmes, and I wouldn't say we clowned on him, but we questioned the choice. This could have been a master play, because not coming into pit for those tires has saved that time, and now he is on the right tire. That track is optimum, Aiden. It's optimum right now. Josh Holmes is laughing all the way to the rubber bank.
yeah, I mean, we'll see if we can get it done in 2 minutes. So 5 seconds a lap quicker, so it's just come back to Josh Holmes in the nick of time then. Very lucky, I would say, for him as well, with the rain and the track just drying out right on the end, and possibly the 111 car making some fuel calculation errors. But as he jumps past the 695 of Chris Taylor, the 2 Bentleys there, the smokestack in the Dick Johnson colours, which is very nice. But I will say, it did look better in the Ford. Sorry guys, but it did look better in the Ford because, well, Dick Johnson did drive a Ford, so he didn't drive a Bentley, did he? So
no.
You know.
Well, I don't even know who Dick Johnson is, to be fair. But Liam Hamilton just saying team rep for the 124 HBNT car. So that's position right now. We are now seeing, but tires are 150 degrees on that Ferrari we just saw before. Slady also saying the same for the number 8 car. That's a bit further down, but we now going to really look to this one, and I think we. Yeah. It's not even going to be much of a battle here. I was thinking about how many laps we've got, but Holmes looking to widen out his corner. He's going to just up it straight underneath, and see you later, Brian Kong. It was nice to see you, but I gotta go. I've got a date with P2 on the podium. Thank you very much, Josh Holmes. Wow, what a strategy call. It was extremely bold, but it's absolutely paid off for Josh and everyone in that 69 Bentley.
Yeah, so I wonder if we'll see Callum Gibbons able to get past. Did he get past Chris Taylor? Oh, he has.
Yeah, he's already past Chris Taylor. So Gibbons also making that same strategy call, and that's paid out for him. And he's also passed Samuel because of that drive through too. So yeah, Callum Gibbons making that right call too.
I bet Emperors will be spewing because he was right on the back of Callum Gibbons and he hasn't been able to get through. Oh yeah, I guess he is a little bit. Yeah, he's the timing table's playing a bit of funny, silly buggers with us, so it's kind of hard to tell who is where. Right.
I think Gibbons is a couple of laps down from King. Still, it says 3 laps. I don't think this isn't for position. Wow. So just in all of that excitement, the race is going to be over in about 15 seconds as we have keys coming up to that final hairpin now. Gibbo just getting through on King, not for position as we said, but it is 1 lap less. Whoa! Bit of a contact between Nippers and Monks back there.
Gave it back. I think Monks just redressed or gave it back.
Oh, that was positioned for them.
Yeah, so he's going to go for another attempt here, but I don't think he'll be able to make it. I think Monks might have just went into the hairpin a little bit hot and gave Nippers a little bump, but I think he realised that it probably wasn't the best idea to go for a bit of a bump pass on the very last lap, so readdressed it and thought better of it.
That's all she wrote there, at least for Nippers, Hislop and Monks as their laps are finished. These guys do have one more lap to finish, but Josh Holmes is looking pretty bloody cruisy right now with Kong about 10 seconds in the rear view. Kong allegedly fuel saving pretty hard right now as we do watch them. And there is Kong, followed by which Bentley is that? Remind me, that's the 695 with Chris Taylor. We do see Taufik with Gibbons just getting through there, but there's still laps between them, so it's not quite positioned. But these guys are going to finish up relatively shortly as we see Josh Holmes cross the line. Take a bow, Josh Holmes. That was such a good strategy call. Absolutely paid dividends in the end, and that's P2 for him. As we see Brian Kong just a little bit ahead. Sorry, incorrect. This is Brian Kong crossing the line now to pull it up, and that's P3 for Brian Kong. A really good race there for the Rockets Evolve team. I'm not sure if they'll be feeling awesome after losing that position right at the end, but it's a good race nonetheless. Taufik for the HPNT car coming in at P4. We do see that Cicluna has held on from Davis. Davis actually falling a little bit further back there. But yeah, wowee. We'll get you some full results in just a minute, but what a race that was. A lot closer in the end up the top than I was particularly betting on. But yeah.
It's amazing how 8 hours of racing can come down to just a few seconds right at the end. Unfortunately for some people and very fortunately for others, but as we look at the race results, John Hislop, Lucas Keys taken out the win, 56 seconds ahead of the next car, which was Josh Holmes, so well done to those guys, which was then obviously followed by Holmes, Hignett and Hine driving the Bentley, and Brian Kong, Luke Johnson and Aaron Lee to round out the podium. Then for silver, we've got Dylan King in the number 90 Mercedes, driving a very good, clean, very strategic race by those guys, so well done. Followed by that GTR of Callan Gibbons and Eric Scarney. Then third, we have Ramez Samuel and Gabriel Salvaggio in the other Mercedes. And moving on to Pro-Am, we've got the Aston Martin of Parker and Clark, finishing 25 seconds ahead of the next car, which was the Lambo of Neil Haynes, Gray and Long. And then moving on finally to our AM finishes, we've got Sam O'Brien, Brad Gosling, Robert Brickley with that 10-second penalty. I think that is final though, isn't it? That is final. Plus they have some laps in between them. So yeah, Sam O'Brien, Matt Madden, and the Roy Ankin Mercedes rounding out our results for the Zolder Enduro.
Wowie, what a racer that was. I think I just said that, but it really was. It was a really good race. We know how to put them on here at Octane. I just want to say a big thanks to everyone that makes this happen. Glenn, obviously, with a humongous amount of work. Matt Powell, Paul Kranich, all of our stewards and all of our volunteers behind the scenes and everyone that jumped in the booth today. We all make it happen. So thank you very, very much, everyone, for doing your part and for tuning in as well. Glenn, did you want to say anything to round us out? Glenn is feeling a bit shy, so we'll close. I'll
jump in. Yeah,
he's not shy anymore.
I had to find the unmute switch for my microphone. Thank you, Blake, for a huge effort. Thanks to John Gormley for doing numerous hours, as well as all the other commentators that jumped in today. Good effort, lots of good fun. and on to the next one at Kyalami.
And also a big thanks to our sponsors as well.
Absolutely. Simrigs, thank you very much. That's about it.
George. All right. Thank you very much, guys. And have a lovely night or day, wherever you are.